on botanical collections. So first I would just like to, introduce myself, I guess, so you know who I am. I'm Shelley James. I'm the Collections Manager for the Western Australian Herbarium in Perth, Western Australia. I reside and work on Wajak Noongar Budja, which is the traditional owners of the lands on which I reside and from which my collections have mostly come. So this morning we've got 6 lovely talks about botanical collections. So we have 15 minutes per presentation, 13 minutes plus 2 minutes talk. Questions? Oh, God, I haven't woken up yet. Sorry, people. Everything's set up here for our presenters. You've all seen this. If gets to the 0-minute mark, you're still talking, I will be running up the stairs and doing one of those sort of rugby tackles and taking you down. So just be aware of that. Our first speaker, I think we're right on time, 8:30 a.m., is Mare. And I'll let you introduce yourself and your presentation, just to save on time. Oh, and I need to thank our great sponsors, and today's session is sponsored by University Products. And there you are.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. If you thought you were getting the internship talk, I'm fooling you. That one is actually going to come at 9. They got switched. That was my fault, but you get to see the recording, so don't worry. And it's going on its own for some reason. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about the extended specimen network with processing the Sherwin Carlquist Collection. Natural history collections, as everybody knows here, is an essential resource for many disciplines in the biodiversity sciences. Oops, try to see them. They're a valuable tool for assessing global biodiversity change and loss, and they're increasingly used in research for investigating phenological change, ecological niche modeling, invasive species, and informing conservation and management decisions. And as we all know, in the last 2 decades, we've seen a remarkable wave of digitization in our collections, and that's really reshaping our collection access, its use, inclusion of the digital data, and the ways in which we can conduct biodiversity research. So I'm going to use a plant specimen as an example here, just because I work in herbaria. A single plant specimen mounted on an herbarium sheet can be analyzed in a multitude of ways. And I'm just giving some examples here: pollinators, phylogenetic systematics, ecological niche modeling. Some of my pictures didn't show up. Phenology, evolution of morphological characters, and geographic distributions. Oh, it showed up there. But this leads me to talk about the extended specimen network, in which a biodiversity specimen extends beyond the singular physical object to potentially limitless additional physical preparations and digital resources. And one example from the Extending U.S. Biodiversity Collections to Promote Research and Education shows the physical specimen and then primary, secondary, and tertiary extensions. One great example published in Bioscience was Aaron Tripp's lichen specimen and how that was applied to an extended specimen. Extended specimen comes from Michael Webster's book, where he kind of coined that term, and we are seeing examples not only in previous spinach and other publications, but even now in this conference, we're seeing lots of examples of extended specimen networks being constructed. The one I want to talk about today is the one that the Botanical Research Institute of Texas in California Botanic Garden, I will refer to the Herbarium as RSA because that's our acronym. So if I say that, then you'll know what it is. We're creating an extended specimen network with the Sherwin Carlquist Collection. And if you're not familiar with Sherwin Carlquist, he was a professor at Claremont Graduate University and also Pomona College. He was a plant anatomist at Cal BG for about 35 years, an adjunct professor at UC Santa Barbara, and then also a research botanist at Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. He is best known for his work in plant systematics, wood anatomy, and island plant diversity. And he has published prolifically on these subjects with over 300 publications and numerous books. And so as a researcher, Carlquist considered the biological elements within an environment as comprising a dynamic network. This network concept, in turn, informed his method for collecting specimens and the rich array of materials and records that he generated through that practice. And so in many ways, Carlquist was ahead of his time. His views and methodology align with the extended specimen network. Carlquist generated as many as 8 different types of preparations, and all linked to a collection number and analyzed in multiple ways by Carlquist himself. So the Carlquist collection is actually divided between 2 institutions, Cal BG, or I'll say RSA, and you'll see those highlighted in orange. We have his biological collections, those being herbarium specimens, wood specimens, fluid preserved specimens, and wood anatomy microscope slides. And then the Botanical Research Institute of Texas, they have over 161,000 archival objects. These are largely his slides, field photographs, black and white negatives, as well as his notebooks, and also his passport, which I'm not sure why, but we digitized that anyway. And so Britt and RSA put together a proposal to create an extended specimen network. We were funded in June of 2022 with the Infrastructure and Capacity for Biological Research program with NSF, and this is a 4-year project. So we're almost 1 year in. And our objectives were to curate the Carlquist collection for long-term preservation, digitize and mobilize that data for both the biological and archival collections, and link that transcribed collection information, images, and the metadata, and publish and make this publicly accessible on open access platforms. The lead staff in this project, besides myself, are Anna Nino and Jason Best at Britt. And then my project manager, Sarah Dave. Britt will be hiring a project archivist. And then I just wanted to also acknowledge Brandy Watts, who was the person who I worked with to develop the project initially. And we have numerous volunteers, interns, and graduate students that are also working on the project. So this is just a general workflow of like one collection, Carlquist number 2154, and what we foresee, how we see that we will process these collections. And I'll focus a little bit on these steps here. So one of the first things that we did was create this collections inventory to see what exactly we had and how much we could link across. As I mentioned, we had up to 8 preparations, but not always having 8 preparations for every single collection number. So on the left, you'll see his collection numbers and then the different preparation types where we had material present. At RSA, one of the first things that we did was to pull mounted specimens from the main collection, update that nomenclature, and transcribe and image those specimens. We are also georeferencing those specimens, and I know that some of the the New Zealand work has been geo-referenced, as well as parts of Australia where he worked. One of the things that my project manager has been working on with interns is pulling the wood specimens with non-archival labels and matching those with transcribed herbarium specimens in order to make labels. We're barcoding them with a xylarium catalog number, sleeving them in plastic archival sleeves, and then imaging those specimens. We also have a set of wood specimens that don't have any labels at all, so we're following same procedures as best we can with any of the herbarium specimen data that we have. And my project manager is talking in a little more detail about the wood collection process in her talk at 10:30 in Imperial B. Here's an image where we're in the imaging process where we have a specimen that we're imaging, and we're linking those in our live managed portal, the Consortium of California Herbaria 2. We haven't started these yet, but we will be curating and digitizing the fluid preserve collection, barcoding those, and imaging the jar on 4 sides. And then the last piece of our project will be digitizing the microscope slide collection. So we'll create an image of the whole tray, and then detailed images of the cross section, transverse section, and also the radial section. At Brit, they have the notebooks, so they're digitizing and transcribing those notebooks. Some of those were already transcribed from an earlier grant that RSA got, but we're collaboratively working with volunteers as well as our own efforts, because we have done a lot of the transcribing, so helping to transcribe his notebooks. They're curating the slide boxes, and so first they're starting with sorting according to the date and applying QR codes that are encoded with the file name, and these are placed on small acid-free separators. And QR codes, these QR codes denote the start and end of a container, whether it be a slide box or a negative sleeve. And this separator will be used to read the QR code during the slide and negative imaging process, and creates the root file name for all of the following slides. And then digitizing the slide boxes and the slides. They're using a copy stand for imaging all of the slide boxes, and then a light box that's placed below to illuminate the slides to camera capture of those slides. Some considerations, and I'm not listing them all here because there's probably a lot that we could go on about. One of them is like Carlquist's handwriting, which is rather messy and sometimes really hard to decipher like what he's talking about. One comment that he wrote in his notebook was that he described things as he described some habitat as a weedy situation. And so I often say that when there's some kind of trouble, but so we're trying to figure out some of his handwriting, and we're working together on that. Another issue is that there are some missing notebooks. Carlquist told me that he lost some of the notebooks from South America, which is actually rather unfortunate. And so I have probably a cabinet full of specimens that don't have any data. And so one thing that we're trying to do is go back to that spreadsheet of inventory and see what we can match between some of the other preparation types, because he did have collection numbers on some of the other preparations, and we might be able to piece together location information. And lastly, I'll just briefly talk about publishing and linkage. We are pushing all of our data to the Consortium of California Herbaria 2. On the Symbiota platform, we now have not only just the Herbarium database, but we also have developed a Xylarium database, thanks to help from Katie Pearson. And here's an image of what that looks like. So we have an image of a wood specimen, and you can see on the left, we have a little Herbarium specimen. We can actually link these together And you can see these vice versa on different portals. And then BRIT will be pushing all of their archival data to the portal of Texas History. And one other thing that we're doing is we're working with Symbiota for enhancements to create this bigger network. So some of the things that we're talking about are a bulk upload web interface for adding these external resources, and then creating searches based upon the presence of an external resource or resource type, whether it be a field notebook or a field photograph. And I just want to acknowledge our funding source, and then also the Symbiota and Portal to Texas History platform. And I can take any questions at this time.
No. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd have to show off.
Hi, Brad.
Hi, that was cool. So that was the first time I think I'd seen the Symbiota feature that pulls in pictures from another record. Like on the you had the Wood collection, but then there were 2 others. So those have records that exist.
Yeah.
In another thing. That's cool.
Yeah. So we created.
Could you say
talk
a little bit more about
with Katie about it, but we can create a linkage that way. Yeah.
Is that only for stuff in other Symbiota portals or?
Not testing. It's in the same.
It's in the same portal.
Yeah, it is in the same.
Fantastic. Thanks, Matt. Next up, we have Aurora and Carolina doing a tag team feature. I'll let you introduce your talk.
Okay, thank you very much. So, hello everyone, and thanks for attending this brief talk. We encourage you, please, to take a picture of our slides. My name is Carolina Romero. I'm a botanist, and together with my colleague, Aurora Prehn, collections manager, we are going to talk to you today about our Biocultural Collection, which is managed by the William L. Brown Center at the Missouri Botanical Garden. So we are actually very excited to present here the work we have been doing since 2021 to restore access to our biocultural collection. But first, what is a biocultural collection? Biocultural collections are a tangible evidence of the ways people use plants and are also a vital tool for research. During the past 2 years, with a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities, thanks to the American Rescue Plan of 2021, we have been working to restore the access to our collection. Here, we summarize the 4 objectives we targeted to have a collection that is organized both physically and digitally with a full catalog in Tropicos, which is the garden's database. So the collection was established in 2010 and includes just over 2,000 objects. In the past 2 years, we have been thoroughly curating the collection, which is mostly kept in 4 different sized drawers and cabinets in the Brown Center's open office space, seen here in both sides of the aisle. Here. And this has been our main storeroom from the start, from the beginning. As we became the new management team and with COVID challenges, we started curating the collection by first finding the most accurate current catalog, which was kept in different Excel files. We gathered all these files and began to establish a physical as well as a digital object file and a collection archive, as we can see here. And the next crucial step was to do the actual physical inventory, which allowed us to create a location system, cross-check it against the digital catalog, both in Excel and on the garden's database, which is Tropicos, sort out discrepancies, and expand object records, including edit names for consistency, write objects descriptions, and transcribe labels. We were also able to reunite a few objects we found were accessioned separately and to locate missing objects. Throughout the inventory, we were thorough. The storeroom that I just showed you before, needed some cleaning after months of lockdown, and we addressed issues related to object care, such as these arrows. Here you see me with the arrows, which were roughly packed in a tube, and this Malagasy loom that was taken apart after an exhibit, and it was then later returned to us in this state. So we surveyed all the exhibition photos and labels, and we recreated an exhibition history. We also sought out potential fire hazards and the accession a few objects that were out of the scope of our collection. In summary, this phase allowed us to get familiar with the collection as a whole. We could identify its trends, the strengths, and areas of potential research. Well, next, we tried our best to rehouse objects in ways informed both by best practices and by practical realities. It took us some time to decide how we wanted to organize the collection, balancing efficiency, usability, and institutional consistency. On the end, we decided to prioritize space efficiency, ethnobotanical use, and the strengths of the collection. We purchased archival boxes to maximize our space and properly store objects like all liquids, which we gather and store in bottom drawers upright. A significant segment of the collection is our plants in commerce sub-collection, which is stored in the herbarium on the third floor of the Bayer Center with its catalog also in Tropicos. This sub-collection includes a wide variety of plant and fungal species consumed or useful to humans and readily available in marketplaces. We further integrated this sub-collection by doing an inventory using a grid system, the one we see here, and again cross-checked it with its digital catalog in Tropicos. We are also working with some research associates like Charlie Miksichek to curate our large historical collection of corn. This collection includes approximately 8,600 specimens of cobs and seeds gathered between the early 1900s to the 1980s, mainly from North America, Mexico, Central and South America, and the Caribbean, with a few collections from Europe, Asia, and Africa. Here we see a visit Charlie and Aurora took together to Oklahoma this past winter to visit the Kiowa and Wichita and affiliated tribal headquarters. This is the first time their respective ears have returned in nearly a century, so a landmark for us. To meet best practices for collection care, we retrofitted this room that is located in a garden building across the street to store any objects that were not able to fit in the Brown Center space. So we went from this, as you see here, where some like damage occurred to objects, like clutter, to this with a flat file and 4 shelving units. Here we see the loom. Here's the loom we saw before with so much needed intervention. We have been curating this loom carefully, thread by thread. Both spaces are monitored for temperature and humidity together with the herbarium and library also located in the Bayer Center. Now I leave you with Aurora.
All right, hello. So paper is one of our collection's strengths thanks to a Brown Center doctoral candidate, James Ojascaro, and the Garden's book conservator on the 4th floor, Bear, Susie Kovaldick, whose experience we consult for object treatments and curation advice. Here we see a before and after. This one's in Bear, and this one's in the new building space, as well as you can see different custom polyester film sleeves we are making for storage and handling. Here on the left, we've partnered with James for a paper making method comparison set, showing paper he made with lace bark fibers he collected in Jamaica last year. On the left, you can see a Western papermaking tradition with full fiber inclusions, and then on the right side is a Himalayan tradition. James is also helping us start a Herbarium sub-collection for use for our fiber and textile collection, and our volunteer, Emily Horton, the most dedicated volunteer we have, our only one, is doing all the work on textiles and has already found that useful. So to raise awareness of and access to the collection, we created a virtual talk series held between February and June last year. We partnered with our Stephen and Peter Sachs Museum curator, Neshka Pfeiffer, to organize 10 presentations, 2 of them in Spanish, one by yours truly, and further all offered ASL interpretation. Each highlighted at least one object in our collection and discussed the nuance between people and plant relationships. By hosting online, we were able to meet COVID safety precautions and reach an audience we wouldn't otherwise, who tuned in from 15 countries. As of May 2023, the recordings on YouTube totaled over 1,500. We also hosted 4 interns last spring from 3 different countries to not only increase our diversity of our curatorial voices, but also build capacity within the field and general awareness. Boris Yama, seen here, has written for the Garden's blog, Discover and Share, and will be presenting at a conference next week in Atlanta on his research project on natural dyes and weaving traditions in Southwest Guatemala. Now, database functionality, something that we are working on as we speak and is just nearly about finished. But here we have a diagram summarizing the new structure of our database Tropicos, which launched last December. And today in this room at 4:45, our Herbarium director, Jordan, will be covering it more in depth. But for now and in brief, the new design depicted here benefits the herbarium by better handling duplicates and specimen identification while offering a structure that allows ethnobotanical artifacts, often with multiple species and uses, to list them accordingly. Previously, it was only one species was allowed. In addition, the expanded ethnobotany functionality, which is an optional add-on, is available with slight variants dependent on need for the wider science and conservation division. So one record, as you can see here, has 3 different levels, and it's at the specimen level where we list different plant names. So it's just about the same, but a little bit different. This was all done with the aim to increase the garden's scientific offerings and facilitate connection among botany and ethnobotany for access to and research on our ethnobotany and collections and data garden-wide and for users globally. So here's a closer look at what our ethnobotany data page actually contains, as seen here on the internal data manager view. So this is what we see. So this data provides us with more fields, more data fields, but also provides us with much needed collection management functionality. Our intention still, most importantly, is to tie plant use to plant name. And that's the most important thing, which we had prior, but we really expanded it, and it's still our intention. So in brief, the pros and cons for our recent changes to Tropicos can be seen here. And again, ethnobotany data functionality will be available for all ethnobotany collection formats, and we are really excited. Will be searchable via an updated ethnobotany search portal in Tropicos. So for the first time, we'll be able to search across artifacts, herbarium specimens, and references to literature in the same results screen, which we're really excited about. So approaching the end of the grant, we can say we have seen success with tangible and intangible curation, and we know what we have, we know where things are, we know our strengths, we know our scope. And for the first time, our catalog is just about nearly fully into Tropicos. And we've also earned institutional approval to write and submit a collection management plan for the Garden's Museum Accreditation, joining it for the first time. So for us, we believe this is taking a long view, and looking ahead, we are focused on strategic growth, building awareness, and hosting users such as yourselves in person or virtually. So Alex, one of our colleagues up in Madison, Wisconsin, came down last year and used his new Xylotron camera to identify all of our wood-based or wood sample specimens. So we thank you. We encourage you to take a picture of this slide. We have an email and website here, and for anybody interested in biocultural collections or plant-based artifacts, we encourage you to utilize the Biocultural Collections group webpage, which is hosted by the Society for Economic Botany, changing its name to Society for Ethnobotany next week, and the URLs are there. So any questions for either of us? Yeah, we have 2 minutes, so we want to make sure if we had time for questions. No? Well, please email us anytime. It's ethnobotanycollections@mobot.org. And I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, if anyone has any questions online, hello everyone online, or in the room, you can always add questions and reach out to any of the speakers using the platform, the Oxford Abstracts platform. All right. I'll just give it 1 second. How you doing? Good. Excellent. All right. So next up we have Mare again, and yeah, your second presentation, which is flipped. But anyway, everyone is still here, and it's also awesome.
Thanks, Shelley. So now I'm going to talk about our internship program. And it looks like we kind of jumped this thing. If you didn't see the beginning title here, I'm just going to be talking about how we've been enriching our internship program at California Botanic Garden. So CalBG's mission, advancing knowledge, conservation, appreciation of California native plants, is exemplified in its public education programs, its graduate program in botany, and its internship program, which I'm highlighting here today. CalBG has a long-standing internship program with the majority of interns participating in our applied plants conservation internship. So you can see about almost 50% of interns from 2010 to 2019 have been in our applied plant conservation internship, but almost a quarter have been in specific herbarium internships. And more than 50% of those interns are from underrepresented groups. A large majority of our interns are undergraduate students pursuing their graduate degrees in biology or related fields. But we also have interns that are coming from a variety of academic levels in their career. To just tell you a little bit about the herbarium itself, we have over 1.25 million specimens. We're the combined holdings of the Rancho Santa Ana collection and also the Pomona College collection. Almost 40% of our collection is from California, but we are worldwide in scope. And so we're a super active herbarium with lots of digitizing going on. We actually started our digitizing efforts back in the 90s when we were transcribing our California holdings. But over the years, we've digitized various parts of our collections. The ones that I'm going to focus on today are more recent with respect to thematic collections networks and partnerships with the existing networks, all funded by the National Science Foundation. And so the Southern Rocky Mountain Project, I'm including here like specimens that we're slated to digitize, not the entire TCN. We were digitizing over 60,000 specimens, and we completed imaging. We're still kind of working on the data transcription and georeferencing, even though the funding for that is complete. The Endless Forms partnership with the existing network is aimed at digitizing 15 families with unusual morphologies. We were slated to digitize 70,000 specimens. We're working to complete that by the end of this year. And then two other ones that we're currently working on are the All Asia project to digitize collections in Asian countries with an emphasis on full transcription of biodiversity hotspots in the Philippines and in China. And so we are slated to digitize about 150,000 specimens there. And then the African plants, digitizing our tropical African plant specimens, about 30,000 specimens. So those are relatively new for us working on those projects. And then I just talked about the Carlquist Extended Specimen Network. I won't belabor that, but we are working with Botanical Research Institute of Texas to digitize Carlquist holdings. All of our data is hosted on the Consortium of California Herbaria portal. That's supported by the Symbiota platform. We've done a lot of digitizing so far, and we also now have this Xylarium portal as well, where you can access our wood specimens. And with the pandemic, we had this very active internship program, but with the pandemic, that really kind of stifled our internship opportunities. In 2022, we were actually able to bring back our interns. We had 9 interns over the year for 2022. Our internship program usually runs about 20 weeks and is part-time. Oftentimes, there are students that are also concurrently working on their degrees. So we try to work with them in their schedule. And they comprise 90% of our workforce. Our internship, we try to provide a unique hands-on experience for learning about collections and hope that that can also foster an appreciation for natural history collections, because we see them being the next stewards of those collections. Oftentimes, they lead to career opportunities in the Botanic Garden and elsewhere, of course. So with 2022, we were able to bring back 9 interns, and we had a really great year in terms of our digitizing efforts, digitizing on all of those projects that I noted earlier. Part of our internship program, when we first bring interns on, we like to teach them about how to prepare a specimen, so specimen mounting, how to handle specimens, and also the organization of the collection. Oftentimes, they've never even been in a collection before, so we want to kind of give them some fundamentals on specimen preparation. And then also other parts of our training involve pre-digitization curation, so putting frag packs on or putting photographs that we find into archival frag packs, one-on-one training with data entry and learning taxonomic databases, as well as imaging. And then I provide a georeferencing workshop where they go through a presentation and then they actually do a worksheet to kind of practice georeferencing before they actually get into the real records to georeference. And then more recently, I started doing a kind of an overview or a workshop on guidelines for offensive language, because a lot of the collections that we're dealing with now are things that we have not really looked at before. So we have come across some language on labels that some might find offensive, and we want to prepare our interns, our staff, our volunteers for that. So I do a specific training on that. We'd like to involve our interns in some of the garden and herbarium activities that happen. So our integrated pest management, all hands on deck for that to help out and learn about how we take care of our collection and prevent pests in our collection, as well as providing herbarium demo camps for our volunteers, and all interns and staff are welcome to come to those, learning new techniques in mounting. And then also we do a volunteer enrichment series where we have a presentation given usually by a botanist that we're mounting their specimens. Hope we try to get one, a botanist that we're working with to give a presentation on their work. And we have garden staff meetings, as well as the graduate program in botany has a seminar series that we like to invite interns and staff to participate in. I've also been doing some specific staff herbarium enrichment workshops, notably history of classification, nomenclature, and type specimens, because oftentimes interns are coming in and don't even know some of those areas about botany. And so I want to be able to give them some tools when they're actually digitizing, they know what they're looking at. I started doing field trips. We have the ALF Museum of Paleontology just down the road, and they've been bringing interns to us for tours, and we started bringing our interns to their institution for tours of their collection as well. So we find that to be a really great interactive experience for our interns. And one thing that we do, we often have classes that come for tours, or they come to do extra credit. I call these barcoding bonanzas. So they will waive their tour fee and barcode for half an hour. And oftentimes they can barcode as many as 1,000 specimens in a session. And interns get to oversee and make sure that the students that are coming are barcoding correctly. Here we have barcoding sessions here on the All Asia project and also the Southern Rocky Mountain project. And then I started doing these staff picks where staff and interns can develop a social media feature. So it highlights a garden staff member, whether it be a herbarium or anywhere in the garden. I've been also having interns do these. So they get to highlight a noteworthy specimen that inspires their work. It can be anything that they want to talk about: aesthetics, history, science, or some kind of intriguing story that captivates them. And I'm not going to read all of this to you. I'm just going to indicate, our Endless Forms intern, Ray Vilches, wrote about the agave potatorium and was really fascinated by the photographs and also that it had a threatened status on the IUCN Red List. And then our Carlquist Extended Specimen Network intern, Ishel Maston, talked about the Leonotus leonuris from Carlquist Collection. And then Stephanie Quintanilla from she was on the Southern Rocky Mountain Project, wrote about Antonaria rosea. And I kind of like her last sentence here. A majority of the population are female plants that reproduce asexually. If it was possible for a plant to be a feminist icon, this would be a top contender in my book. So kind of fun things for the interns to share about what they see and inspires them. And the last thing I want to mention is that with our volunteer herbarium enrichments, sometimes we'll host some of the projects that we're doing. So we did host the Carlquist Extended Specimen Network project to share with the volunteers. And we have Ishel Maston here, who is sharing in a presentation talking about this project. So we find all of these experiences to kind of enrich their experience instead of just doing the imaging, data entry, and the georeferencing. And I just want to acknowledge our funding sources, and I can take any questions at this time. Yeah.
Thank you. That sounds like a really great program, really successful. Can you talk a little bit about your infrastructure? Like, do you have a team who organizes your interns, or like, is it just your herbarium staff?
It's our herbarium staff. So I have senior staff, and interns can get divided up. So I have a digitization manager who does all the training for imaging. Sarah Dave, who is my project manager on the Carlquist Extended Specimen Network, she will have interns that are working with her specifically on the project. And each of us kind of divide up some of the training, so it's not all this one person. But
wow,
yeah,
that's impressive. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Yeah.
How do you recruit for your internship program? Like, where do you get the interns?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, one, we post on our website. I think we've posted on the Consortium of California listserv. I have lots of connections with the universities around, so I will also post with professors that I know at like Cal Poly, Pomona, so different institutions around. And then also like Herbaria listserv, we try to post widely. Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, we just have 1 minute before our next speaker. If Ben, if you wouldn't mind making your way up. And I'd just like to point out our sponsors for this session are University Products. Go see them in the sponsor area up in the ballroom where we eat our lunches, have a chat with them. The spinach books are all available through them if you're interested in some light reading before bed. So thank you to our products, our University Product sponsors. Right. And next we have Ben Hill, who's going to be talking about Herbaria Museums. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. It's lovely to see everyone today. My name's Ben Hill. I'm the Registrar and Accreditation Manager at Q. And today I'd just like to talk to you about Q's journey towards museum accreditation. A very quick disclaimer, the journey's been short. So we don't have all the answers, but I'd love to talk to people here who've gone through a similar process. And I'd also like to touch upon, our Herbaria museums. But in order to do that, we kind of need to work out, what is a museum? Fortunately, ICOM has come up with a very nice definition in 2022. I won't read out the entire quote, but just a few words here. It's like they are institutes that researches, collects, conserves, and interprets. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and working with communities as well. I did try and find quite a nice definition of a herbarium as well, but all I could find was a collection of preserved plant specimens. It's not super helpful, but if we actually look at what we do as herbarium, it can kind of be quite well summed up in this kind of definition. So if we are saying, herbarium, yeah, they are museums, and that kind of opens us up to some quite exciting opportunities. And one such opportunity is to apply for museum accreditation. So apologies, this is going to be quite UK-centric, this page. But in a nutshell, they're nationally agreed standards to ensure that all museums are run sustainably. So in the UK, our standards are Spectrum 5.1, and it's a UK partnership between Arts Council England, the Welsh Government, Museum Galleries Scotland, and Northern Ireland Museum Councils. I think in America, it's the American Alliance of Museums, but that is, the extent of my knowledge, I'm afraid, so sorry about that. So very broadly, to break down museum accreditation, you can break it down into three different categories. So the first is organizational health. So are we run sustainably? Are we able to assess and manage risks to the organization effectively? In a nutshell, is there things in place to stop the director putting a hot tub in his office? Hopefully, yes, make teams awkward. So next, managing collections. Can we care for and develop the collections in a sustainable way? Are there procedures and policies in place to make this happen as well? And lastly, users and their experiences. Are the collections accessible to the public? And do we have an understanding of how we should engage with those users as well? So quickly coming back to Q, I think everyone knows this as a garden, and I presume everyone in here knows this as a herbarium. But that's not always the case. Members of the public aren't aware that we have a herbarium. My family think I'm a gardener, which if you saw my garden, big mistake. But we do have other collections at Q. So we have the fungarium, which has 1.25 million specimens. We have a seed collection as well, economic botany collection, a slide collection, DNA and tissue bank, spirit collection, in vitro collection. We have our libraries, illustrations and artifacts. And finally, we have our archive collection. So what I'm just going to show here is just, the collections are varied and they are vast as well. So museum accreditation is site-specific, but it's also collection-specific as well. And not all our collections at Kew are eligible for museum accreditation, in particular the living collection, so things like the seed collection, we couldn't get museum accreditation for. So we've decided to break it down for our initial application for these 4 collections. So it's the Herbarium, Fungarium, Ethnobotany Collection, and Illustrations and Artifacts. So why bother? It can take years to apply for museum accreditation. It's quite a long and arduous process. So when we first started out, we kind of listed our key reasons of why we would want to apply for museum accreditation. So first, and probably most important, it's an opportunity to evaluate our current collection's working practices. So we're able to standardize all our documents and have them saved in a central location so everyone knows where to go to for if they're working on any project with the collections. Also, this helps us future-proof our collections as well. So, if everyone at Kew won the lottery and decided to go and live off their islands, anyone who come in after us could pick up where we left off, working to the same standards that we are today. Next, it's an opportunity to evaluate how we use our collections to engage with the public. And I've just taken this quote from the ICOM quote on the previous slide saying, we have to make sure that we're open to the public, accessible and inclusive as well. Thirdly, reputation. So our Board of Trustees was established in the National Heritage Act in 1983, along with the V&A, the Science Museum and other institutes like that. I think we are one of, if not the only national collection in the UK which doesn't have museum accreditation. So we can't prove that we're working to the same standards as our counterparts, even if we were, and in many cases we actually are, but you just kind of have to take our word for it at the moment, which is quite difficult. And lastly, but definitely not least, is a great opportunity to work on staff professional development. All our curators in the herbarium are really botanically competent, but we need to make sure that they're also collections management competent. So if they do, God forbid, want to leave Kew, they can slot into any museum and herbarium really seamlessly with a really good understanding of how to work with collections. So challenges, everything worth doing always comes with challenges, and this is definitely, there are challenges. So the largest one at the moment is access and public engagement. The gardens are very accessible. We have our outreach teams do a lot of work with local communities and underrepresented communities, but our collections aren't as accessible. So we have quite good levels of access for researchers, interest groups, universities, but not so much like random members of the public. So in the UK, to be classed as a museum, you have to have a permanent display space open to the public for at least 21 days a year. When we first started this project, we just didn't have that. We had 2 galleries on site. So we have the Mare North Gallery, which shows a small portion of our illustrations collections. And we have the Shirley Sherwood Gallery, which will have contemporary artists come and work, display some of their works, often inspired by the collections, but not actually showing the collections themselves. So next, communications. Kew's a big place. There's over 1,000 members of staff, a third of which are members of science and collections. So there's quite a lot of stakeholders who are utilizing the collections. So how can we make sure that when we have a new procedure in place or we have an updated version, that we make sure that everyone's working from that document? We haven't really worked that out yet. So if anyone is in a similar organization and have any nice tips, please do let me know, because that'd be really helpful. Thirdly, breadth of the collection. So as I hopefully have shown on the previous slide, the collections are varied and they are vast. So if a procedure might work for one collection, they might not necessarily work for the other collections. We can't write separate procedures for every collection. That would take a lifetime to do. So we have to be really sensible on how we've gone about writing procedures. So where there are similarities and where there are specific cases where we have to do something different depending on the collection. And lastly, is it a case of, square pegs or round holes? So whilst the definition of a herbarium, really does fit quite nicely within that icon museum definition, when it comes to spectrum guidelines in the UK, they've been clearly written with like a traditional museum in mind. So there are some circumstances where working practices don't like neatly align. So we kind of have to work out a way, is there a way of we can like round off those square pegs to fit our holes? That doesn't sound so nice, but you get my meaning. So the journey so far, like I said, it's been a short journey. We're only a year in, but although we're a year in, I feel like we've achieved some quite great things. So first of all, we now have got a display space showing all the 4 collections that we would like to get accredited. It is only small, but we're hoping this is like the beginning of the journey, and we're able to use more space across Kew to display our collections. We've also started working with learning and outreach teams at Kew to see how we can integrate our collections within their working programs as well. And we're also not only trying to provide greater access physically, but looking how we can do that digitally as well. So utilizing things like social media a bit more. So from a collections management perspective, these are the 4 policies that we need in place to get museum accreditation. So collection development policy, collection information policy, collection access, collection care and conservation. And these are the procedures that feed into those policies. You don't have to have all these procedures to get accreditation, but you do need to have the 9 key primary procedures, which are the ones in green. So far, this is how far we've got so far. So fortunately, collection development policy is finished, and that's like the largest policy that we have to get done. And yeah, as you can see, we still have some way to go, but it's quite a nice start. So now we have a permanent display space, and the largest policy is finished. We are planning to apply for eligibility later this year, and then once we have, well, touch wood, there's no wood around here, but once we get that, we have 3 years to put in our final bid. So lessons learned. I hope I've mentioned this almost on every slide now, but this is the beginning of the journey. But we have learned some lessons along the way. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to come. So first of all, breaking things down bit by bit. Museum accreditation can be quite daunting, at least it was for me, but kind of breaking it down to bite-sized chunks is definitely the best way to tackle it without having a full-blown mental breakdown. Secondly, I think if we're being critical of ourselves, I think we underestimated how much we were lacking in terms of physical access to the collections for the general public. I think this will be our biggest stumbling block, and it's got the, whilst we have got some display space now, there's still, quite a way to go in terms of, providing the level of access that we should be providing. So thirdly, reflecting back on the challenges slide I mentioned earlier, it is quite clear that as we get into like the nitty-gritty side of procedures, some spectrum standards just won't be enforceable. So we kind of need to find a balance which works best for us while while still maintaining professional standards and things like that. And lastly, but not least, the importance of a good work environment and team. This isn't something you can do on your own, and you are going to need buy-in from everyone in your organization. Fortunately, I feel like at Kew, we've had that, which has been really great. But yeah, never underestimate a good team. Thank you very much. My email is forgotten. Any questions?
3 minutes. 3 minutes for questions.
Hi.
Thanks, Ben. So I know the conversation at Kew started about 15 years ago. So this is sort of the beginning, but it's the end of the beginning.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, especially for UK-based institutes, what having taken care of the process yourself now for the last year or so, at what stage do you think that a a collection, in particular botanical collections, should really formally commit to the process. While you might be working behind the scenes towards accreditation quietly, at what stage in this beginning phase does it become a concrete commitment, and how long do you expect that journey to take at Kew? And do you think it would take a similar amount of time in comparable organizations, or do you think it really is a very unique process depending on the collection?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Thank you, Owen. It very much depends what you've got in place already. I think the biggest time-consuming thing at the moment is writing up the policies. And many of our procedures, a lot of the collections have kind of gone their own route and written procedures, which are often, the sector standards, but just trying to compile all that information is quite time consuming. So I think for us, it'll take another 3 years after, this initial first year. But it very much depends. If you've got that public display space already, you're already halfway there. So it is very much depends on, what you've got in place already. But yeah, thank you. Great. Well, if you've got any questions, just grab me when I'm having coffee. Oh, yeah, lovely. One more. Yeah.
So you're talking a lot about thinking about physical access for the public to display your collections to them. Did digital access come into consideration? And if so, how so? And what are you doing in relation to that?
Yeah, great question. We are on, Jon's over there, but they're currently, we're having a digitization project where we're digitizing our entire herbarium and fungarium, and that will be open access web portal as well.
So does the accreditation actually take into account that you're displaying all this information digitally to everyone in the world in comparison to one room in London that's really hard to get to by everyone?
No. No, it's not.
Is there any chance of you giving feedback?
Yeah, well, that's it. So we're starting a community, like a group in the UK of Herbarium who are trying to apply for Museum Accreditation, and we're working quite closely with Arts Council England for that. So there's a constant dialogue, and I think there are already a few things that we would like to change.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely some space for that.
It just seems stupid that they don't take that into account.
Yeah. Totally agree with you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Wesley Tack, who will be talking about Meise Botanical Garden's refurbishment, which is very exciting. Refurbishment's always fun.
Thank you, Shelley, for that warm introduction. Hello, talk is on the implementation of a master plan for Meise Botanic Garden. And that will greatly influence how the garden will look like in the next few decades. But I would also like to briefly share a little bit of our history, because I think it's really important to have some context. As you can see in the logo below, we recently celebrated our 225th anniversary. So you can imagine that we've gone through several changes to remain relevant amidst evolving political, social, and scientific landscapes. And I've tried to kind of summarize this in this timeline. Established in 1796 in the center of Brussels, the garden was given a fairly obvious name, the Botanic Garden of Brussels. That's why we still use the BR abbreviation in our barcodes, for instance, although we're no longer situated in Brussels itself. And I tend to forget that at that time, Belgium did not yet exist. We are in the French period, and the French Revolution is in full swing. And it's in that period that Napoleon comes to power, and he conquers large parts of Europe. But he gets defeated in 1815 in Waterloo, just a few kilometers south of Brussels. And the great political leaders of that time decided it would be a good idea to merge the area now known as Belgium with the Netherlands to form like a buffer state against France. Meanwhile, the Botanic Garden in Brussels is about to disappear. It's in danger because of certain large city projects. And a few wealthy amateur botanists, they decide to create a new garden on the outskirts of Brussels. And they call themselves the Royal Horticultural Society of the Netherlands, not Belgium, the Netherlands. And in 1829, they opened a new garden, new buildings. It's open for the public for the first time. It was a big success, but unfortunately, 1 year later, the Belgian Revolution broke out. And there's lots of fighting in Brussels, in the garden. And you know, Belgium is born, hooray, but for the society, it was a major drawback because, first of all, they had to change the name. And also there was lots of damage to the garden, and they were already struggling financially. And that would haunt them for the next few decades, actually. And that forces them to set up a trade in flowers, plants, vegetables, and like the scientific focus that the garden used to have kind of fades into the background. And I did try to restore it at some time, but the buildings are getting old, it needs to be renovated, and they decide to sell the property to the Belgian state in 1870. Again, the name has to change. After that, there was a certain period of prosperity and the collection grew exponentially. And that's mainly because of the fact that Congo got colonized in 1908. And that means we have a lot of specimens from Congo itself, also Rwanda and Burundi. Now, because of the fact that the collection was growing, to the extent that the buildings were getting too small, we had to find another location. And that was the Castle Estates in Meise. It's 92 hectares, so it's large enough. And history has a tendency to repeat itself. So 1 year after the move, again, trouble. The war is at the door, and the property is taken over by military forces, again damaging a lot of the collections. But after the war, after peace was back in Europe, there was the time to start rebuilding. And in 1940-70, we opened our plant palace. This picture was actually taken at the official opening, which is funny because, as you can see, the greenhouses aren't finished yet. But you have men cutting ribbons and it's a big party. And I like this picture because it reminds me of the fact that poor planning has always been an issue. And it's kind of reassuring that, you know, knowing that we're going through a lot of renovation projects and it's really difficult to stay in time and keep deadlines in mind. Next is the Herbarium building. And as you can see, it has those really nice, sleek vertical lines. And that's representative for the post-war modernist design philosophy at the time. And I really love it. And it's great to hear that this building is protected. In 1967, the garden becomes a protected landscape. The name was also changed, not that very important. We've had several name changes. But the fact that it was designated as a protected landscape is important because it has a huge influence on how we are dealing with all the renovation projects right now, because there are certain rules and restrictions that we have to take into consideration. And after that, there was a certain period of neglect, let's say, because you need to know that Belgium is a really small country, but it has a very complex political structure. And discussions were initiated to transfer the authority of the garden from the federal level to the Flemish region. And that discussion took quite some time. And it wasn't until 2014 that the garden becomes a Flemish agency. And then, because of the fact that the garden was in a very poor state, we decided to have or to create our master plan. And the aim of this plan is to become a top tourist attraction by 2026. And that means we have to attract more visitors. which means we need new infrastructure, new gardens. It has to look nice. People want to have a nice experience. And also, we want to become carbon neutral by 2045. So it means we have to embrace new technologies. In the next few slides, I will highlight a few of the current and future projects. I will have one slide per project just to highlight it and to make you curious, and hopefully you'll plan a trip soon to Meise Botanic Garden. One of the first gardens we created was a rose garden. And I like this design because it's inspired by a rose budding, I think the word is. And it features a labyrinth in the center formed by two spirals, and they tell the story of wild roses, their origin and evolution. And on the outside, there are the cultivated roses, and they tell the story of how they were selected and developed from the wild roses. So it's now looking great. It has about 100 botanical species. But we also have some issues keeping deer outside because they're also a big fan of the rose garden. We are also managing a historically important wood collection, and that forms the basis of the brand new Wood Lab, which is a museum dedicated to the versatility of wood. So it's an educational, interactive museum. And we have over 7,500 samples. And one of our main pieces, our impressive pieces, is this huge 5-ton disc of a giant sequoia, which comes from California and which was donated to us by the United States. So I thought it would be nice to mention that. New visitor infrastructure, really important to accommodate for all the new visitors. They have 2 new entrance buildings with ticket sales, information points, garden shops. There's a welcome plaza. There's also a nearby farm, which was renovated into a guest house for scientists visiting. Has a caretaker's house, also a multi-purpose room, which I think really looks really nice. And then there's also the avenue connecting the Welcomes Plaza to the castle. And I mentioned this because, well, you wouldn't think it's really difficult to renovate an avenue, but it was also protected. And actually, it was quite difficult to get all the licenses to renovate an avenue. But we managed to do it, and now it's wheelchair accessible. I think it's really nice to mention that. The castle used to have a walled kitchen garden, and we kind of redesigned it as a culinary garden. It now serves as a community garden where young people, for instance, learn how to grow vegetables. We also have cooking workshops in the outdoor kitchen, which is great fun despite Belgian weather. And we also have a new castle garden. Well, the castle used to have a French-style garden, but it kind of disappeared over time, and we now redesigned it, but we've given it a contemporary interpretation. Next is a beautiful island garden. It consists of a cluster of islands, and they create diverse aquatic habitats for more than 400 species. Many of them are threatened by extinction. And you can explore these habitats and species by walking over the water, and you have a really nice view over the castle. The Green Arc is a new greenhouse complex with 9,000 species grouped according to their ecological needs. The first phase is fully completed and the greenhouses are fully operational. In the second phase, we're renovating the adjacent service building, which will be turned into a seed bank, but also offices and showers for the gardeners. And then the last phase is the creation of a visitor pavilion, where people will get information about our signs. And that will be finalized soon, we hope. One of the next projects is renovation of the castle itself. We're focusing mainly on installation, installing new windows, and optimizing the circulation to increase to increase opportunities for events and exhibitions. And we'll also have a new roof terrace, which will also have a nice view over the garden. And then the adjacent farm buildings, they will be converted into a visitor restaurant, for instance, and that will kind of connect the green arc I mentioned before with the castle. Less visible, but equally important, we're now looking for a new collection management system. So the aim is to have a single system for all our collection data and to connect to the upcoming European Disco research infrastructure. My colleague Maarten Drekels will have a presentation tomorrow afternoon, so I think it's going to be really interesting to see that. The last project I'm going to highlight is the transformation of the Herbarium building. So we've launched a tender to seek for an architect and perform a study design. And I think it's going to be really interesting. I'm really curious about the results. As I mentioned before, this building is, or part of this building is protected. So the core area is in the post-war modernist design philosophy, that's protected. So in the renovation, we need to keep the general appearance of the building, but of course, we also want to conform to modern standards. But the wing you see on the right side, that will be demolished and replaced by a new wing, and that's the area where we keep all of our herbarium specimens. So we're going to have to move approximately 4 million specimens. I think it's going to be a daunting task, but I'm sure we'll manage somehow. There's more. I haven't mentioned anything about how we're going to optimize water management, how we're going to produce our own electricity, or how we're going to work on public transport, for instance. But that's maybe for a later talk or during lunch, for instance. So I have to conclude my presentation here. I hope I've managed to show you a little bit about all the changes we've gone through and all the planned changes for the future. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them now or later during the conference. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, please feel free to catch up with Wesley. Please feel free to catch up with Wesley during coffee breaks, lunch times, online. Post your question on the Oxford abstracts. Thank you, Wesley. Okay, next we actually have a recording. It's Daisuke Sakuma, who's been critical in helping us get Tadwig Spinach 2024 operational and underway for next year. Save your pennies. And so I'm just going to start this video.
Hi, my name is Daisuke Sakuma, and today I want to talk about management of fungal contamination on specimen of mushrooms stored in museums in the age of DNA studies. So mushroom collection is not a major part of natural history collections, but it is also an important part of natural history science. Usually, mushroom fungal specimen is a dried mushroom, simply air-dried, or some of them are freeze-dried, and very old specimens made pressed on seeds, just like vascular plants. Usually, we treat these specimens in the room of -30 degrees, 14 days before emplacement in fungarium. So fungarium is air-conditioned and keeping 55% humidity, 20 centigrade. We still use naphthalene with IPM. So this is one of our fungal specimens. So these fungal specimens are taken in 1982 and drawn and make scientific reports and color atlas books. And so these specimens keeping morphological character of these mushrooms, and it also bear microscopic and ultrastructural characters for rechecking and restudying. And some of them can be taken DNA. So these are essential for revalidation of the scientific studies and future studies for mushroom sciences. Well, in Osaka Museum of Natural History, we have a lot of fungal collection, mainly from Dr. Tsuruo Hongo. Dr. Tsuruo Hongo is a famous mycologist, described many Japanese mushroom species and wrote many picture books and color atlases. And his successor, many amateurs and many scientists grown after him, and many of the collections are also deposited in Osaka Museum of Natural History. Well, among them, like Yoshito Shimono made a sequence from Lusda specimens and make scientific reports. And these sequences are deposited on database and utilized by many researchers, including overseas researchers. So DNAs on the samples are also important. But one difficult thing in conservation of the fungal specimen in high humid country like Japan is a mold. This photo is a collection of Dr. T. Henmi in the Kyoto University. But well, this is about 100 years old collection. But if you see these historic samples, sometimes you can find molds. Well, it is okay for outer morphological characters and microscopic observations for some extent. But it is very difficult to get DNA from these samples. One thing, it is too old. The another thing is a mold. Well, molds are very notorious biological detergent for heritage conservation. Not only natural history, but also cultural heritage. For display, focusing and mold smell can be a problem. But for scientific usage, biological degradation is one thing. If you have a lot of mold on the specimens, you cannot see a microscopic feature. And another thing is the contamination of mold DNA in specimen. That is a serious problem, especially for mycological specimens. Well, this is today's focus. And for conservation of the mushroom collection, we need to know extent of contamination. I noticed silent contamination in fungal specimens during the trial for make a sequence in these historic samples like Hongo collection. This is the protocol for sequencing, but we resulted Aspergillus penicillioides. We couldn't get a target sequence of Cordinalis or Amanita species. We tried several times using different polymers, shorter target sequences, etc., but Aspergillus were detected repeatedly. Even from visibly healthy samples, Well, there are lots of asparagus. That is the mode we detected. One thing is Asparagus specioides. This is well-known xerophilic fungi. It is active in active water 0.65. That is very dried condition. And another xerophilic fungi is a Eurotium. It seems Herbariorum, but today I treat just Eurotium sp. So this is a research question. Is there any infection risk in fungi? We checked airborne spore detection. Are there any living modes on the specimens? If so, well, degradation is undergoing, so we should check peer culture isolation. Number 3, is it possible to quantify the extent of infection? We tried real-time PCR with specific primer. Number 4 and 5 is a kind of discussion. So later I will tell you. So let's start with detection of airborne spores. Well, this is a very traditional way of checking using agar plate and check the culture. In the Osaka Museum of Natural History, almost no living spores have detected. But in the case of the one of the temple's museum, that museum only have a partly air-conditioned and storage room. Well, in such circumstances, we detected a lot of xerophilic fungi and others. So if you keep specimens like this storage room, well, the infection risk would be higher. But we think our museum storage room is safe place. And second, we tried isolation from specimen. We selected 36 Amanita specimens and take a tissue and suspended in water and spread in the PDA agar plate or DG18 agar plate for 2 weeks and resulted no asparagus or Eurotium. So there are no living fungi on the specimen, we concluded. Just the DNAs are remained. So we applied real-time PCR method. To detect Asparagus penicilloides, we use these primers, and for Eurotium, these primers. We successfully detected these species, but negative for other related modes. So that is we can use successfully these primers to detect a target fungi. And we made a calibration curve to know the biomass of fungi from the amount of DNA. So this is the results. From 36 specimens, about 20 specimens have a very high value of Asparagus penicilloides DNAs. That is about 1,000 spores or 10,000 spores per 100 milligram tissues. That is very high value. In the case of Eurotium, a moderate number are detected. So Asparagus penicilloides are widely distributed among the specimens. Well, that is a very shocking result. So we want to know what kind of specimens have higher number. So we check the backgrounds of the contamination. And the yellow columns are the gifted specimens that is stored in the long period in the private houses and after that gifted to the museum. Especially in the European species, the number is higher in the case of gifted specimens. The another thing is a freeze-dried specimen. These blue ones are freeze-dried specimens and very high value of Aspergillus pernicioides. I'm not sure about the detail of the reason, but freeze-dried specimens have a risk for imperfect dehydration during the processing. And well, these are very good for display. There is a risk of contamination during display season. So, for management of contamination, one of the critical points is the private storage. Many of the amateur and retired professors store their collection in their own houses like this. So this is very high risk of dew condensation in Japanese houses. Well, and that is also high risk of biological degradation, like insects, moths. And another thing for critical points of management is a display at inappropriate exhibition spaces. We should use safer container and shorter exhibition period or dehydration after display. Towards better conservation of fungal specimens, we should promote safe storage method or keeping separate DNA samples for amateurs, or to keep personal collections safe. And number 2, transfer the collection to safe museum storage rooms as soon as possible. Well, this is very basic things, but I think that is effective. And number 3, 4 is a research method. Number 3, avoid ascomycetes sensitive primer for bacillomycetes samples for sequencing. And number 4, use next generation sequencers for analysis and ignore Aspergillus and other mold-related sequences. I think that is effective for well, mitochondria or some nucleic DNAs. Okay, this is my end of my talk, and thanks for listening, and see you in Okinawa. Bye.
All right. Thanks very much, Daisuke. That was fantastic. We now have a break, but before we all depart, I'd just like to thank Jack for helping out with the timing and our IT team for making sure everything ran smoothly. And I'd like to thank again all of our wonderful speakers. It's been a fantastic botanical collections session. So thanks to all of our speakers again. And again, thank you to our sponsors. So enjoy coffee. I'll see you around.
things for the speakers. You're supposed to stand on the big green X that's up here. And Delta Design Limited. Thank you. All right, Zach.
All right, thanks very much. Zach Randall, I manage the Digital Imaging Lab at the Florida Museum of Natural History, and today I'm going to be talking about our efforts using photogrammetry. Okay, so this talk is going to comprise of 3 parts. It's going to be a brief introduction to photogrammetry, our current setup at the Florida Museum, and current projects underway. So what is photogrammetry? Well, it's a science of making measurements from photographs, or simply put, creating 3D models from photographs. And traditionally, this is used for creating maps and aerial surveys. This is known as stereo photogrammetry. Today, the type of photogrammetry used has advanced a lot in a subdiscipline called structure from motion. And so this differs from stereo photogrammetry, where for that, you really need to know prior the location and known distance when you're doing the aerial surveys and imaging. For structure from motion, it approximates a 3-dimensional structure using common feature points in multiple images. So what that means is you'll see these red dots here are shared in 2 or more photographs, which enables you to then create this point cloud in 3D space of all shared features among those images. And because this technology is so accessible, it allows to really create 3D models of pretty much anything, which is amazing. And this could include for use in forensic anthropology, or if you'd like to create an avatar of yourself and put yourself in a video game. You could do food, architecture, cultural heritage objects. Cultural heritage sector has actually been really ahead of the curve of utilizing photogrammetry for digitizing their collections. And in the last few years, it's become very popular and increasingly common for using it in biological collections. So why photogrammetry? This was a video, but it was making the talk break, so now it's a still shot. You can see the main difference here is color, right? So if you're interested in capturing color patterns, you can't get that information using CT data. If you also are a big user of CT data, you'll know that density has a huge component of what you can and cannot capture. So if you have low density material and you're trying to capture an external texture, or external surface of your object, it isn't always the best, especially if you're doing fluid collections. So photogrammetry really allows you to capture the best external texture. So for imaging, the point really is to get as much overlapping images from as many angles as possible. And traditionally, this is from 3 different angles. You have a top view, an eye level middle view, and from a bottom angle. And so in a lot of museums, including ours, what we'll do is put the specimen on a turntable. It will turn in a 360 rotation. Every time it turns, images will be taken. And we'll do this from a top view, a middle view, top view, and a bottom view. And if you want to get 360 coverage of your specimen, you then have to flip your specimen over and do the same exact thing again, which means it's 6 different image series, which is very time intensive and takes a long time. So what I built at our museum is a 3-camera rig with an automated turntable, which allows you to do this in a lot quicker time period. So this is comprised of 3 entry-level mirrorless RP cameras. We use 50 millimeter or 100 macro, depending on the size of the specimen that we want to capture. Diffused lighting is key for this. So we have an Ortec light box, and we use a Cognosy stack shot rotary table. And what this looks like in real time is every time the turntable moves, all the fires trigger and take a photo all together. You also notice that in this video, there is a scale bar. So this allows us to actually scale the specimen. So you could use it for your research. You could place it in VR if you want to do geomorphometrics on it for any sorts of measurements. They will work out great. So in this system, what we would do for this turntable of a dry object is we'll do the full 360 rotation imaging. Then we would flip the object to get the full 360 orientation and do the imaging again. And so what we've also been playing with is how many images are necessary in order to get the best detail that we want out of our imaging. So right here on the left-hand side, we are doing every 5 degrees. On the right-hand side, every 8 degrees. I can't tell a difference. Maybe you guys could. And so the point here is it's really important because this takes a lot of time, especially if you're doing high throughput imaging of a lot of different models every day. This is a huge time saver. So in this example, we have a time saver of 10 minutes, of 6.5 minutes versus 10 minutes. And this really adds up over time. Where it does make a huge difference that we're finding is if your object has a lot of holes and you're trying to get any information inside the object, that is really where you want to have as much overlap in images as possible. So you'll see in this hammerhead or bonnet head skull on the inside on the top where we took a lot more images, a lot more image overlap. You can see all the foramina inside the skull, or on the bottom where we took less images and it was a lot quicker to image. The opening totally closes up and you can't see any of that information. One of the other setups that we have is for doing fluid collections, which you need to image in a totally different way. So here, before with the turntable setup, we had the turntable on the bottom. For the fluid collections, now we have the turntable on top, which is what the green arrow is pointing to. We also might add a 4th camera depending on the size in order to get that underneath angle. And then we also use polarized filters. And we will do cross polarization to ensure that you reduce all the glare. Especially these are, remember, fluid collections. We're not imaging them in the actual jars. We're taking them out. And so to reduce all the glare from the ethanol that they're coming out of. This also was a video, but it was crashing. So now it's a screenshot. So the important thing here is that these objects are now not flipped because they are hanging in the box. We are not flipping them, which is a great time saver. But the main reason we're not flipping them is because they are not solid objects like shells, right? So a lot of the times when we flip these objects on a turntable, part of the body will shift. And when that happens and you try to do the alignment in the program, you'll get something like this 2-headed turtle in the point cloud on your left that you'll see here. And then when the programmer tries to reconstruct it, you get parts of that in the meshing process that are totally missing, like the throat you see here on the right. And so similarly, we try to figure out, okay, how many images do we actually need in order to get a really good looking model? And it's the same thing here. Again, because we're now not flipping the object, we even save more time. So I can't find a difference between these two images. And so now we could image in a 360 rotation these fluid preserved specimens in a little bit over 3 minutes, which is really important because they're fluid preserved specimens, right? So it's the right amount of time for them not to dry out or desiccate or cause any damage to the specimen, which has been really terrific. Okay, so I can't go into real nitty-gritty details about our workflow, but here's a simple schematic of what it entails. We do all of our imaging. We sort all of our files using a simple Windows PowerShell script. Then we reconstruct with the program reality capture using their internal command line in a Python script. And then we disseminate all of these models with Sketchfab and Morphosource. So Sketchfab is a great 3D platform. Here's the QR code to the Florida Museum site. Please follow us to keep up to date with all the new models that we are making. And Sketchfab is really great because it's very accessible, right? You can make an account. You don't have to make an account if you don't want to. and you can link to any of these models and use them in your class presentations, for exhibits, and what have you. It's a really great resource. The other place that we're making these models accessible to is Morphosource, which is a 3D repository. They're mostly known for hosting CT scan data, but now they have really opened up to doing photogrammetry, 2D images as well. And this is where we're putting up our meshes as well as our raw data. So all of our original image series that we use to create these models are now up on the site, because we all know in 5 years, the reconstruction programs are going to get even more faster and better at being able to reconstruct all of these models. So all of that data is there. And as well, it allows us to keep track of how people are downloading our models. So we could use that for our internal reports. And so quickly, I just want to talk about some of the ways we've been utilizing photogrammetry at our institution. The first is for research. So a lot of our new species being described, our holotypes are being 3D modeled. And the top one I really like using as an example. It's not the prettiest specimen, but it is the only known specimen for this species. And it was described from Indonesia. So this specimen has to go back to Indonesia, that's the law. And having this digital specimen now allows anyone to utilize it for research. We're also using photogrammetry for fragile loans, really big loans that can't be sent, and for destructive analysis for things that are going to go for isotope analysis. Also using it for education outreach activities. So we're pairing it with our online resources for snakes and frogs of Florida. Recently received a grant from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to do all freshwater mussels of Americas. And this is going to be used as an education and training tool for all state agencies. And the end goal is to then 3D print a lot of these shells in color to as well be used in that training process. Part of our wet collection moving grant that we just got at the Florida Museum, we are also selecting candidates to use for outreach and education of different representatives of fish families. Of course, we're utilizing this for exhibits together with configurators in Sketchfab and different tools they have available in Sketchfab, where you're able to click on and off different portions of the model. Playing with augmented reality, which is really great. If you guys scan this QR code, you could bring up the shell in this room right now. And I sent some of these to a buddy and having fun with this batfish, hanging out with his pets, and of course, using the toilet. And I was just hanging out with my 4-year-old niece, and she just had a blast playing with this on the phone. We're also utilizing it in the field. So bringing it to active fossil sites. This is Montbrook field site in North Florida. This is an active field site where we're currently digging and bringing out ancient elephant relatives, gomphotheres. And this has been really great because we are continually modeling this site as it is always changing, and scientists are removing different bones, and it helps them to keep track of where all these jackets are being removed from. And of course, making it more of an outreach education tool and putting it in VR, putting this as part of our exhibits so everyone can interact, go into this fossil site and start picking up fossils. And in collaboration with the Children's Hospital, the Cancer Ward, we are creating a virtual reality scape of the butterfly rainforest to allow these children and give them the opportunity to visit these natural environments that we have at the museum while they're at the hospital. So last but not least, huge shout out to my staff and volunteers for their help in the photogrammetry lab. And if there's time for questions, be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Your field photogrammetry results, were you taking those just with a person standing with a camera, or were you doing like drone flights or something like that?
Currently, we're just doing it with camera in hand. Okay, so the question was, are we doing it with camera in hand or are we using drones as well? And currently it's just camera in hand. It's pretty much me walking around the site, taking as much images and trying not to trip.
And are you able to annotate maybe with field numbers or something on that final model?
Yeah, so Sketchfab has great capabilities of adding annotations into it if you want to do that, to make it available to the public. You could also make it private. And then what our researchers have been doing are just actually taking screenshots from different angles of the model and then writing out the grids and keeping track that way. Okay, thank you.
Can you guys use the microphones to ask questions too?
All right. Thank you, Zach. Great talk. Our next talk is by Jon Woodward. It'll be on baby bat bites back, digital reconstructing embryos from histological serial section images. And this is the laser pointer if you want it. All right.
Hi, I'm Jon Woodward. Excuse me. I'm Senior Curatorial Technician at Harvard Museum of Comparative Zoology, and I'm going to talk today about 3D reconstruction of embryos from serial section images. I had a really rad font for my title, and it didn't make it through to the PowerPoint presentation. I'll describe it to you in detail later if you're curious. I'll focus mostly on this charming bat embryo here, which is MCZ catalog number SC 1995, rendered on the left in a really detailed line drawing done before it was sectioned, and on the right, the reconstruction. So first, a quick overview of the serial sectioning process. A specimen is embedded in paraffin or other matrix, then sliced into very thin sections with a microtome. The sections are laid out in sequence on slides, then stained to add contrast to desired anatomical features and covered with a cover slip. The reconstruction process is in some ways an incomplete reversal of sectioning. High-resolution images or physical reproductions are created and then aligned or registered, which is the step that presents the greatest challenges, and then stacked. Hopefully it resembles something like the original specimen, as you can see on the right there. A variety of further processing and analysis at this point is possible, such as measurement, segmentation of anatomical features, and creation of 3D models. For almost as long as people have cut serial sections, they have also been making reconstructions from them. The Swiss anatomist Wilhelm Hieß Sr., who lived 1831 to 1904, best explained that, quote, "Just looking through sections does not enable one to build three-dimensional images in the mind, and those who wish to grasp anatomical structures must actively engage in working through a reconstruction, reproducing the relationships they wish to understand." On the left, you can see a model from the Harvard Medical School, which was made using the popular stacked plate method. Projections of each section were cut from wax plates, manually registered, and stacked. On the right, I've put a 3D surface model made from a micro CT scan. Micro CT reconstructions result in a stack of registered slices of density information, in some ways a born digital version of the stacked plate method. Research scientists are still actively using and refining this technique to understand aspects of anatomy, evolutionary development, and many other disciplines. I wanted to draw particular attention to a recent fascinating paper by Benoit and Jasanowski. That's their figure on the right there. In 1961, a paleontologist was working on what he thought was a relatively common fossil skull, and began to serially grind through it and do detailed drawings of the grinding face after every grinding step. And he got part of the way through and started to detect internal features that indicated that it was a holotype not only of a new species, but of a new genus. But he had already ground half of it away. So he just kept going and made really good drawings. And then they took the drawings, imaged them, stacked them, and they've got a digital model and also a printable. They printed a 3D print, so now the holotype exists again. So 3D reconstruction from slice images represents a new way to make the specimen discoverable outside the collection. It can also yield information about the specimen itself. For example, the horizontal striations visible in this cross-section give us a clue about staining techniques we hadn't noticed before. You can see these horizontal, like dark and light bands here. Those, if you count the dark bands, that corresponds with the number of slides in the series. And then if you look carefully at the section images, which we hadn't really done before, the sections at the beginning of the slide seem to have taken up a lot more stain. Not sure what conclusions to draw from it, but it's sort of evidence about something about the procedures that were in place when this was made. 3D reconstruction also has obvious restorative value, as in the holotype specimen just mentioned. And finally, it constitutes an act of continuity about which I will wax mildly poetic later. My work has focused on the Harvard Embryological Collection, also known as the Minot Collection, for its primary preparator, Charles Minot, and his students. This was created over several decades in the late 19th and early 20th centuries and resided at the Harvard Medical School for many decades and returned to the MCZ in the early 1990s. The collection is broadly systematic with several representative taxa from every vertebrate class in sagittal, frontal, and transverse preparations wherever possible. It consists of approximately 2,500 animal embryo slices, 2,500 animal embryo series laid out on approximately 30,000 microscope slides. Best of all, the preparations and the prep metadata are excellent, including beautiful line drawings and later photographs of many specimens before they were sectioned. This is very important. So many collections hold serial sections preserved on slides, but not every collection has access to thousands of dollars worth of software and computing power. Therefore, I felt it was important to make this process work on my laptop using free software. So the first part of the process is image acquisition. Though the scans in this case were done at very high resolution, this need not be a part of the reconstruction process. You could probably get suitable images using a light microscope and an iPhone aimed down the barrel, although I didn't try that. The scan images were significantly downsampled. I believe I'm working at 1/64th of the original resolution for my process. And then individual slice images were segmented out manually. All credit goes to my colleague Emily Blank for this patient work. Once acquired, the images must be registered. In most algorithms, this is done by matching pairs of images, beginning with a reference image and moving both directions through the stack, as seen in the top diagram. The graphic on the bottom progresses rapidly through a sequence of sections from the bat embryo. The difference between before and after registration is clearly visible. Image registration is done by applying one or more transforms to the moving image of every pair to make it match the fixed image. Here's a table of the most common types of transforms, and that's more detail than I'm going to discuss fully, but I'm leaving it here as a reference in case you're beginning this kind of work. The two most important types to understand for my purposes are the rigid transform listed second, in which the moving image is only translated in the X and Y dimensions and rotated, and the elastic appearing last, in which the image is stretched and deformed non-linearly. So when reconstructing specimens with any amount of curve to them, quote, the original shape is unattainable without prior knowledge of the specimen. This is referred to in Malandane et al. As the, quote, banana problem. As shown in their diagram, when the banana is sectioned, if the section images are unaffixed to a reference point, the pairwise matching of the faces will result in a cylinder. The ghostly gray banana on the right reminds us of what could have been if only we had prior knowledge to compare the section images to. But wait, there's more. The process of cutting and preserving sections results in warping, tearing, inconsistent staining, changes over time, and other artifacts which alter unpredictably the topology and extension of anatomical features. Because of these deformations, it's unlikely that any given section can serve as a reliable reference for the registration of the others, and it's impossible to know anyway, absent prior knowledge. In other words, registration of serial section images is inherently difficult. Elastic registration is likely to compound the lossiness of the lossy sectioning process, and perfect registration may be impossible. The image on the right there is a short series of already registered slices, and you can see just the difference in the sort of squishiness. Some of them are a little bit bulgy in different places, and that's just artifacts of the sectioning process. All that said, many smart people have worked the problem from many different angles and/or have written software based on the resulting algorithms. I focused on plugins that come bundled with the Fiji distribution of ImageJ, and I want to recommend two. First, linear stack alignment with SIFT is easy to use, gives good results, and works quickly. However, it is limited to only linear transformations. Second, TrackEM2 has a baffling array of menus and options, but it's worth the extra faff. It can register with linear and elastic transforms as separate steps. It has no RAM restrictions, so it's great for limited computing power, and it doesn't alter the original data. I prepared a stepwise protocol, like literally what to click where, using TrackEM2, and I linked to it there with the tiny URL. In the hope that it'll save someone some time and anguish. The most common problems I encountered are as follows. Errors of affine registration, especially scale and shearing, where the image appears to tilt or squish to one side, can propagate through the stack, resulting in images progressively shrinking away, as in the comparison on the right. You can see it's already starting to happen at the beginning of the loop, and then it just gets smaller and smaller and squishier as it goes. I also encountered hangs and crashes if my data set was too large or if I included too many neighbors for comparison in each slide, not just the nearest adjacent neighbor. Sometimes I got worse results depending on which reference section I chose, which seems obvious. And finally, elastic transformations can give excellent matches between pairs, but a poor stack overall for reasons that we discussed already, and this may be a cursed problem. However, here are the results of a rigid registration of 732 bat embryo slice images. The original line drawings and the slide label metadata provided a helpful reference, not only for the overall appearance, but for the precise slice interval, the distance, how far apart the slice images should be placed, and thus how pudgy or stretched out the bat should be. From this point, there we go. From this point, the stack can be cross-sectioned in any plane, measured internally and externally, cleaned up and smoothed for 3D printing, etc. This is a line drawing of a Tuatara embryo and the results of its reconstruction. This one still needs some work. As you can see here, we've got a little bit of the banana problem at the top of this one's head. So I want to highlight three key areas for overall improvement of this process, which are further refining the alignment parameters, automating the image segmentation rather than doing it by hand. I believe there are plugins for this in Fiji as well. I just haven't explored this. And creating/using the kind of prior knowledge I mentioned before, such as micro CT scans, which might give an accurate structural reference to pair with the cellular level detail of histology. So in natural history collections, we use the language of science, but we're fundamentally in the memory business. We might be tempted to regard a 3D reconstruction like this as a culmination, a sort of techno-apotheosis of the specimen, but I would prefer to see it more as a bridge between islands. A reconstructed series of slices forms a line of continuity between the physical reality of the specimen and its existing documentation. This line also extends from the specimen's past into its future and in ways that we can only imagine. But, I argue, imagining is part of what memory is for and part of our job. So I'm probably out of time for questions, but if you want to come and see me after, I'd love to talk more about this with anyone. Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is me, Paul Mayer, if you didn't catch it at the beginning, and I'm going to talk about creating a 3D photogrammetry workstation and learning to make 3D photogrammetry models. And presentations like Zach are exactly the reason why I'm doing this. This is more of an introduction talk, and maybe should have been the first one in the meeting, but I've always been really impressed with these 3D models I see on the screen and going, there's no way I can make those. And so last year we got a little grant, and I can actually show a little grant from the Women's Board at the Field Museum. It actually went all through the COVID 2 or 3 years to get all the money assembled. But we finally got the money and everything together, and we created a 3D photogrammetry workstation. I'm not an expert in 3D photogrammetry. We only did 1 summer's worth of work on this so far, but it was much easier than I ever imagined. And so I just want to share this with you as sort of an inspiration. If you want to make your own 3D models, it's not that difficult to start. And I'm just going to show you kind of step by step how we do it. And you can take stuff that we learned from it and maybe inspire you to make your own 3D photogrammetry workstation. First off, I'd really like to thank Dr. Ralph Kugler, who's in the audience. And if you have any real technical questions, he's the person you should ask, because most of the stuff that we're doing at the Field Museum, I got and learned from Ralph, who's now up at the Milwaukee Public Museum. And then we also got really lucky with an intern that we brought in from the Chicago Art Institute, Avery Williams, and she worked with 3D graphics and computer games. And she was a real whiz at this and helped set it up better than I could have. So I got very lucky on all of this. I don't have a picture of Ralph without a mask, but you can look at him there. This is a picture of Avery without a mask. And I really put this photo in to remind myself to make sure that a lot of the slides in this presentation Avery created as part of a manual for our photogrammetry workstation so that the next interns and stuff could use this. And so she did a really great job, and I'm stealing her slides. This one's my slide. And I just want to talk the computer. This is the most expensive part of the workstation. You really want to get something with a quick CPU. We got an Intel Core i9, but a lot of the websites, a lot of the software and stuff will give you specifics on what type of computer, what type of components you need. You need a good graphics card and a lot of RAM. We got 32 gigabytes of RAM. You might want to get 64 gigabytes. The more RAM you have and the better the CPU, the less time you have to wait as the computer goes through the different processes of making a 3D image. The camera, I think you could really use almost any camera, something that makes a raw file or something that you can get a TIFF file from might be better. With JPEGs, you get some of that interference, and the JPEG might cause problems when the computer's trying to align the images and put it together as a 3D model. So you probably want a TIFF that doesn't lose any information as you're going along. Other equipment that we are handy is a light box. You really don't want a lot of shadows on your specimens, because as it moves, the shadows are going to change, and that's going to fool the software. A tripod or copy stand for the camera so you can set up on a stable platform is really good. And some kind of little lazy Susan rotary table is really handy to rotate the fossil, or we did fossils, so I'm going to say fossils all the time, but whatever specimen that you want to make a 3D photogrammetry model out of would be really good. Optional stuff, we found LED lights that we could set up on little tripods to shine right on the front of the fossil, help get rid of shadows and made it better for images. We have a little lift table, just a scissors table that we can raise up and down to move the specimen so that you don't have to move the camera and the copy stand and all that setup. And then if you want, you can use a stack shot, like a macro rail system, so that you can take multiple images and get a good focus, depth of field of focus on it. Or what we tend to do, I think what we did for all of our specimens is just use a higher f-stop to try to get everything in focus, which is a lot quicker than taking a lot of photos at the same time and then having to stitch them together. So this is a quick picture of our setup. You can see the camera here sitting on a macro rail shot. We use a macro 100 lens. We have one light panel here. This is the controller for the stack shot. And then inside this light box with a green reflection is our rotary table and a tiny little fossil sitting on top of that we've zoomed in on. The fossil that you're going to see through most of the photos is a little trilobite about the size of a little bit bigger than my thumbnail. Flexa calamina. And here you can see a little close-up of the shot, just showing our camera with a 100 millimeter macro lens, but you can use any lens depending on the size of your subject and whatever works out well. Our rotary table, which we really should have screened off with some green construction paper or something like that, so you don't have so much masking to do at the end. And then our little scissors lift table. This is my favorite slide. These are the ones Avery made. And so here you can see what we do is we just rotate the specimen on this 360 lazy Susan turntable kind of thing. And we have one where it's laying flat, horizontal, and one where it's vertical. We call them orbits. I like that term. Kind of neat to think about orbiting a fossil. So we go every 10 degrees. The purpose for making our 3D photogrammetry models is for an educational web page. And so it's not necessarily maybe the most detailed, but again, we're really early in the stages of doing this. This is just our first summer, and we haven't experimented a whole lot with it. But we've been going 10 degrees. So for each orbit, we take 35 photos, and that turns out to be 70 photos, if you do the math, that we'll import into our software. And this way you get a whole 361 with no missing parts, no bottom or top to the image. And the software we're using is Aggie Metashape. We're also using a Canon EOS utility to take the pictures, and then a DNG to TIFF converter. We use Aggie Metashape, but there's a bunch of different software out there for doing this. You can easily Google and find other ones. This one is just what other people were familiar with, so we're using that. And here's just there's just the stages that you go through. So the first step you do, you take all 35 or all 70 photos, and then you import them into the software. So that's a pretty easy step. The time-consuming step next is to mask the specimen. So you want to remove all the green parts and the scale, or this is the rotary table down below. You want to remove all that and just have the fossil preserved. So you have to make a mask. We found you could do all 70 images, but we found if you do every second or every third image, that also works, and that saves a lot of time. So depending on time constraints, you can choose. Sometimes you run into a little bit more problems down the way, but it seems like every other one works out pretty well, or every third one works out pretty well. So that'll save you some time in masking. This is one of the most time-consuming steps in the whole process, is just masking out the fossil. And then here's where you call them orbits, because I like this picture. So once you get all the images in, you can just go, there's a button up on top of the software that says a workflow, and you can align photos, and the computer hopefully will align them correctly. And then you get to see where the pictures came from the fossil. The fossil is right here in the center. You can barely see it. And then these are the photos from when we went down the horizontal and the vertical orbit around the trilobite. And it makes a sparse cloud model of the fossil inside of there. And then after you get that and it looks right, you can go in and make a dense cloud. And that, again, this involves you going into workflow and pushing a button that says make dense cloud. So not too complicated. And you get this pretty good image here. And you can then clean up any extra debris, little pixels that might be here, or little bits of the scale or the rotary bar that might be showing up. You can, there's a masking tool, a little tool that you can cut it out and remove those things so they won't be in the final model. That's may take a little bit of time depending on what you have, but it's not that difficult. The main thing is it's in 3D, so you got to be careful. Rotate the model and make sure you're not cutting out any of the trilobite that you want to save, because it might be behind there in a little corner that you don't see. So that takes a little bit of time, but fairly quickly. And then finally, you go into the workflow again, and you press another button called Build Mask, and it will create this. This may take, the dense cloud and the build mask may take, the amount of time it takes to build that will be dependent on what kind of CPU and graphic card you have, but it'll take a little bit of time. Sometimes a half hour, maybe longer, maybe a little bit less. And so that's one of the time-consuming things, and that's one of the things that's how much money you spend on your computer will really cut that time down. And so then you end up with this nice 3D model with the triangles with the mesh build on it. And then finally, the last step is simply go into workflow again. You hit Build Texture, and that'll put a JPEG texture over the model. How am I doing? I'm going really quick. And build a nice... and you get this nice texture on it. And you can export these out as a variety of different files, including the STL. So if you want to, one thing we want to do is create these 3D fossils for the museum website and have K through 12 students, teachers be able to download these fossils and print them out at their school so they can have a 3D model of a fossil. And then here's just a couple examples. We have it really should be an enrolled trilobite. And so we have the curled trilobite, we have a crinoid example, and another trilobite that's on a flat piece of limestone. And we can see all that. And amazing how you can zoom in on these pretty good, see a lot of it. So I'm very impressed with the whole process. And it was pretty easy. So if you really are interested in making a 3D model, photogrammetry, it's not that difficult. And I would recommend doing a little bit of research. Feel free to ask me any questions, and we'll be glad to help out any way we can. But making these great 3D models is quite a bit of fun, and it's neat results. Thank you. And I think we have time for questions. I went a little quicker than normal. Yes.
What's the largest size of the specimen you have?
Okay, the question is, what's the largest size? And we have the one I showed in the photos in my talk was a very small one where you could probably only go up to a pound or so. But we bought a bigger rotary table, a Lazy Susan basically. And that one I think can hold up to 50 pounds. Wow. And so then the size would really be constrained by the weight that you can put on the scale, the rotary thing, and the size of your light box, which you could increase, or you could just take the light box down and put paper or something up around it. So you could do a fairly large one. And there are bigger scales or bigger rotary tables that you can buy. So presumably you could get one big enough that you could put a person or really large objects on it. Sure. Yes, way in the back. What's the smallest size? Like I said, that trilobite was about the size of my thumbnail. You can go smaller than that. The key is going to be the type of lens you have on the camera and whatever you can bring into focus with the camera and that. So there's really no smaller. And I assume if you're clever, you can figure out a way to put it up with a microscope. I never did that. I don't know how to do that, but you can certainly do it with any kind of lens on a camera, and if anyone has experience using a microscope or something like that to do it. But I don't think there's any real restriction on size other than getting good, clean images. Yes.
Do you know how this method compares photogrammetry maybe in general to 3D scanning apps and sort of general 3D scanning?
I've seen people, the question was, how does a photogrammetry compare to some 3D scanning apps and other things like that? I've seen people do that. I've never actually done it myself. With a lot of the scanning apps, you're using some kind of, I want to say artificial light, structured light, I think is the word, or lasers. And so then you don't get the color and the texture to the map on afterwards. You just get the model, which may be good for some applications. But for our educational thing, we really wanted the texture so people could see what are the fossils. I think you can get the detail and the resolution probably equal in both ways, depending on how you do it. But like I said, I have no experience with the scanning or like the laser or structured light stuff. So you'd have to look into that. But I think either way, they would be somewhat comparable. The texture mapping would be one difference. All right, I got two. Yep, wait, on the aisle there.
Hey, Paul, I'm wondering what the rough file size is of the shape files that you're creating using photogrammetry.
Good question.
How you're managing the storage of those files, and are you linking them to collection markers at all?
Good question. The rough file size, I should have learned that. It's not super huge. It's in the 100 megabytes roughly, if I remember right. What you want to know, the size of the files. Are we attaching them to the catalog records in our EMU database? So far, we have not done that, but that's the project for this summer. And how are we making them available? And that's going to be made available on Morphospace and the other one that Zach mentioned. What? Sketchfab. We'll be trying to put it up on some of that, and then having those records in our EMU thing with GUID so that people can track those. So we will eventually do that. But like I said, it was really just a quick summer project last year, and we're still working on the details of putting them into our database. Yes.
Do you think the photogrammetry would be feasible to use in the field in situ kind of situations?
I think it was asked if you want to use photogrammetry in the field, and I don't know how that works. I've never done it. the way I do it, you'd have to take 70 photos, so it'd be a little bit difficult. But obviously, we see people using drones and other stuff to do making field maps and stuff like that. So it's certainly possible to use it in the field, but it's not something I've done. Yes.
I'll give a talk on that tomorrow.
Oh, do you have the time for that?
I don't.
All right. Well, there will be a talk on photogrammetry in the field tomorrow. Oh, by Austin, Mass. Look it up in the Oxford abstracts. All right, I'm out of time, so thank you very much. And our next speaker is Toivo Iliampa. Well, maybe not that close, sorry. Oh, it's Toivo, and your talk is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, Toivo Ylinampa. Okay. Thank you, Paul, for kind introduction. And I think you already mentioned quite many important steps in the photogrammetry. So I can skip the basics and let's jump into the hard stuff right away. So let's take a white-tailed eagle. And I took about 4,500 images of a white-tailed eagle. It took me 6 hours doing it manually by hand and another 6 days of calculation time to actually calculate the model in my student dorm. And I bought this old rack server and it was quite a mess. So that was 8 years ago. Time flies. And at the time I already thought about a robot that could do it. So let's chat about macro imaging. So the thing with macro objectives is that the depth of field is quite shallow. So here on the left image is one 5x zoom macro image. So obviously we cannot construct any 3D models from just one macro image. That's why we have to stack to the focus shifting. So we move the camera forward and back just a little bit so we can get all the accurate depth slices and then stack together. So on the right, there is a stacked image of a bee, and I think there were 85 photos in that stack. And yeah, there's some white flakes. I forgot to clean the dust beforehand, so that tends to happen. So how can we do that? In the systems that we saw today, like Paul's system and other systems in Europe, like Disk 3D from Darmstadt and Scant from Imperial College London, they use the rotating and tilting lazy Susan, I think that's the term, and then moving the camera front and back to get the focus shifting images. So let's turn the logic upside down. What if the specimen stays still and the camera could go all over it? Orbits, doing orbits like Paul just mentioned. So let's start building the machine. So here is the camera hanging upside down. There is a 5x macro lens with it, and there's a linear guide rail with stepper motor, which pushes the camera front and back. So we can get these focus shifting image series. Okay. What if the object is left or right, or up or down from the center point of view? Then let's add some more motors. So yeah, so on the left picture, we can see the tilting motor. It is just pushing the camera up and down. as desired. And on the right image, we can see the this C50-1 rotating motor. These are, so it moves the camera left and right. These are stepper harmonic drives, so they have quite a lot of torque, and it eliminates vibration, because vibration is the worst thing that we can have while doing this sort of macro imaging. Okay, so what if we want to move the camera? Let's do what I have always done before. So let's add more motors. So on the left image, this is like from top view, more or less. There is the x-axis with 2 motors moving the camera holding apparatus left and right. And on top of that, there is the Y motor, linear guide rail with stepper motors, moving it front and back. And then finally, to have the z-axis or the height, we have this huge 1.5 meter long linear guide rail, which can be seen on the right image. In the end of the show, I will provide you a link, and in a couple of weeks, I will upload the video where you can actually see this apparatus moving. So PowerPoint is quite tricky with videos usually. So the total installation is quite huge, so we can make the orbit around the object. And we can also look it from top view and almost from the down view, like from the South Pole. Well, at the South Pole of the specimen, there is the pin, of course, so you can't touch that. The whole system weighs about 40 kilos. I have no idea what's that in pounds, but I cannot lift it. So there is Arduino Mega microcontroller sending the movement commands to stepper motors, and it's connected to PC. And there's a Python program that sends the command to Arduino. And I take the images with Gphoto 2. This is an open source image taking platform. And I use Canon camera and MPE macro objective. So what can we do with this? Here is Octera mantis. This is 1 centimeter long. And we can generate the 3D model. There's some funny stuff at the wings, don't mind it yet. And we can see the antennas, the eyes, and again, some white flakes, which are dust. And this is predatory animal. It has these capturing front legs. And the pin was removed in Blender 3D software. Okay, so what else can we do with these images? We can do image segmentation. Facebook just released this awesome segment anything algorithm, and it could be combined to with TensorFlow mask RCNN to generate an image recognition software. So we could make a software that can recognize different parts of the specimens. And here's another photo of that. And finally, we have in Estonia, where I am doing my PhD studies, we have a 3D viewer in our Pluto F platform where we can upload these 3D specimens. So I am using flash lights with a light sphere, and this robot is quite easy to use. I am a gamer myself, so I took a Xbox 360 controller. Yeah, we cannot go back with the slides. So you saw the controller at the first slide, so you can actually move the robot with joystick. So if you want to change the angle a bit, then yeah, just take the controller and push a button and it starts taking the image series. So I am writing a paper about this robot. It's probably coming out in July. That being said, I also have a startup company. If someone wants me to come and hook the wires and build the machine, I can help. So, can we scan? Yes, we scan. Thank you. Questions?
Do you have a time estimate of how long it took to create that model compared to what you said initially was 8 years ago?
Yeah, so the image acquisition, because we have to move the camera very slowly and we have to take almost 100 images to get one image stacked series. It will take quite a long time. We are talking about 7 to 8 hours for this Octera mantis. So we have to, well, it's quite quick. So it moves the camera like half a second, then stops for 0.3 seconds. So the vibration is gone, and then we take the photo, and then it moves the camera again. So, but it still takes a lot of time for sure. Back there. Oops.
So do you have to choose the angles by hand, or do you have an automatic program that decides from which angles you take pictures? And is there a safety net for the specimen? So can you actually drive your robot into the specimen, or will it stop?
So about the safety net, we have calculated the, let's say, safe orbit, so the camera don't go past that. Of course, if you mess up the settings, it can come and destroy everything. But right now there is quite simple orbiting system, and then after that you can change the focus point with the joystick. But of course, I am developing a procedure in which we take the initial scan with low magnification, and then with bellows, we can increase the size in between camera and the objective, and then we can do detailed zoom for the key areas of interest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else? In the previous talk, someone asked about microscope. So that's the next thing that I'm going to experiment with when getting back home. Okay.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Bramilla, and I will present you today the application of an imaging technique called RTI for the identification and characterization of lepidochromy collection. But first of all, I'm speaking to an audience of experts. I would like to know in the room how many people know what is a lepidochromy. 1, 2, 3, not so many. Okay, I will show you also 2 images, just to start with a small game. Those 2 images is a real lepidochromy, and which one is just a printed butterfly? Just guess, left, right? No one? Left is real. Okay, true. Exactly. So left is a real lepidochromy, while right is a printed butterfly image coming from a book of the 19th century. So the 2 have been created in the same time. What is a lepidochromy? In fact, is a transfer of butterfly wings on paper, following the following procedure. First of all, you draw the butterfly wings on a piece of paper, and you apply a layer of acacia gum on the sheet. Then you drop the butterfly wings on the acacia gum, starting from the bottom wing and then following by the top one. And you fold the paper and you apply the acacia gum on the second part of the sheet. You fold the sheet and you put it under a press for 5 to 6 hours. In this way, you can get the wings scales from both sides of the wings. Then you cut the butterfly wings at more or less 0.5 centimeter from the wing itself. You soak the paper with water, and using a blade, you separate the 2 sheets and you remove the membrane. So only the scales of the butterfly wings remain on the paper. Then you can apply a layer of ethanol varnish to protect the result. And the body, the head and the antennas of the specimen are drawn with watercolor or pencil. And you attain like this a real lepidochromy. And this procedure was retrieved from a book written in French about how to do lepidochromies, printed in 1899. And why we decided to apply one imaging technique? Because as I shown and in the first slide, it's quite difficult at the first glance to see which one, if you have a plate with different butterflies, if it's a real lepidochromy or if it's just a printed or watercolor plate. And we wanted to, therefore, to test RTI, reflectance transformation imaging, that can highlight certain surface features to see if, with this technique, we could distinguish between lepidochromies and printed plates. We have used a commercial tool that is a Broncolor D50 scope. And we have applied this to a collection of lepidochromy that is found in Switzerland, in the city of La Chaux-de-Fonds. This collection was created by Arthur Borchgrevink between 1874 and 1880. And my colleague Marion will present tomorrow in a specimen spotlight session some more historical information about this collection and its rediscovery in the museum. The collection is composed of 87 plates and about 256 specimens. And I didn't mention before, but the lepidochromy technique seemed to be invented in the 18th century and more precisely in 1771. And let me also introduce a bit what is RTI and how RTI works. So RTI is based on the principle of polynomial texture mapping, a map composed of several pictures of a surface taken by keeping the camera at a fixed position, and each picture is illuminated by lights at variable angle and position. Mathematically, the direction perpendicular to the surface at a given location is represented by a vector called normal, perpendicular to the tangent plane at any point of the surface. The light is reflected off the surface in such a way that the angle of incidence and the angle of reflectance are equal to the normal at the surface. And keeping the camera fixed and varying the light position and angle, the RTI software can calculate the surface normal per pixel in the image. The mathematical description of the normal is recorded per pixel along with the RGB information of a traditional picture, so putting together also the color. So here you have an image of how RTI works. So the camera is fixed on top, the specimen is positioned opposite to the camera, and then you just change the lighting at different angle and position. You obtain a certain number of images that then is reconstructed using software. In this case, in this image is a software that is available for free online on the cultural imaging website, cultural heritage imaging website, sorry. Also for a more systematic and reproducible work, the best way to do RTI is to use a lightning dome. There are different types of domes. Some are custom made, some are made more for research in certain imaging labs, but others, like the one we have used, are commercially available. And in fact, the one we have used has one LED for each photograph, allowing for high precision of the results and to get characterization, investigation, and diagnosis and follow-up of a case study in a reproducible way. We have used two software for our acquisition. One is a software for acquiring the imaging. In this case is a software by Canon. And the visual impression was obtained with the Authentica Creator software by Truvis that is sold together with the dome. So we have acquired images under visible light LEDs. There are 48 in the dome that we have. And the picture were acquired in RAW format and then converted in TIFF. And the object was put on a black sheet. And we have first explored the relation that we could get between the parameters that we can change during the acquisition and the results that we got. And I will show you some example. So here is an image of one specimen obtained with all 48 LEDs. And the image is as obtained after the reconstruction. But we can, for example, decide to use low-angle lights to highlight certain feature of the wings. We can also decide to use, instead of the 48 LEDs, less LEDs, and we have decided to use only the low-angle ones, so 24 LEDs. In this case, we have to acquire 2 pictures per light position because the software needs 48 pictures to reconstruct the image. And with the 24 LEDs, we have the feeling that the colors brightness is higher. But then if we try to use low angle lights, then we obtain what we estimate to be too dark image respect to the one with 48. And also we can start to reduce the contribute of colors with high map intensity, and to get really more features typical of the butterfly wings. And then we use surface enhancement, removing completely the color and get even more information. And for example, using the high material intensity, we can see that the body that is drawn with watercolor is almost no longer visible. So the same with the 48 LEDs. Here is quite really nice image where you can see really the scale, all the channels, and so on. And here you can see, for example, the really three-dimensional structure of the wings. So with this technique, we could highlight the presence of the scales of the butterfly wings on the paper and their gloss. Here, there is a small video on the left showing the results modifying the light positioning. So here another example of how we can highlight the scale. And again, with the 48, with the 24 LEDs low angle light, we can get better results. Here also, you can see all the scales. Changing the light, we can highlight some specific features. And we can also see that in some specimens were damaged. And for example, the one on the right here, some scales are completely missing. If we speak about moth instead of butterflies, we can highlight the presence of hair-like scales, like here. And really, with this technique, we can clearly see that there is a difference of level between the paper and the drawn body and the wings. In particular, you see it here, for example. There is also overlap of the two wings. And if we use map intensity and surface enhancement, this is even more visible. And also it's more visible sometimes in lighter color butterflies than with darker or brighter color. Here, another example. Here you can see clearly that the body is almost no longer visible, and just the shape of the wings can be detected. So here are some examples of the body that are drawn in different ways, watercolor or pencil. And sometimes, like in this case, here you can observe that part of the body is also drawn on top of the wings. Antennas are also drawn. And here again, another example of difference of acquisition between using the 48 LEDs that are available in the dome and 24 lower angle LEDs. Again, an example of surface enhancement. Here you can see really all the structures. And to conclude and to give some perspective of this type of work, with RTI we obtain very good results, and we could easily distinguish real lepidochromies from printed plates. We have done also some acquisition on printed plates, and the features are very, very different. And this technique allowed to characterize butterfly wings features. And what we would like to do, the dome further, the dome is equipped also with UV and infrared LEDs. And we would like to see, in particular with the UV, if we can get specific fluorescence from the glue or the varnish. And also to test the same acquisition on other lepidochromies in other collection and see if we can get the same features and if we can highlight, for example, technical similarities or differences of the way the lepidochromies were done. And thank you for your attention.
All right, our next talk and the final talk in this session before lunch will be Jeremy Frank, Life in the Lava Tubes, Preserving and Digitizing the Hawaiian Cave Arthropod Collection. This comes to laser pointer if you need it.
All right, thanks everyone for coming. My name is Jeremy Frank. I'm here from the Bishop Museum in Hawaii. And when you think about Hawaii, you probably think about something like this, beautiful Waikiki Beach. That's not what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to start off by talking about something that I think is even cooler, which is the Hawaii Law Code, specifically Statute 6E61. And what this says is that it establishes and designates a program for the State of Hawaii Museum of Natural and Cultural History, a survey to inventory and maintain a reference collection for the flora and fauna in Hawaii for a wide range of uses. More simply, what this means is that we at the Bishop Museum are tasked to maintain a collection of every species found in the Hawaiian Islands. And so in order to do this, a formal survey was established, the Hawaii Biological Survey. This is a long-running program. It was founded at the Bishop in 1992, about a year before I was born. So I'm very excited to be joining this project. And so what we've been doing for all of these years is not just storing a collection for reference of all of the plants and animals and insects, that's my particular area, found in Hawaii, but disseminating this info through databases, through publications, and shaping the designs of future collections and research through this survey. And none of that is necessarily unusual for a natural history museum, but it's been a great benefit to have all of these separate projects sort of wrapped up under one banner tied to both state law and the islands themselves. So a couple of projects that I just like to highlight, for instance, our Pollinators in Paradise project, which my predecessor as collections manager in entomology started, focusing on Hawaiian yellow-faced bees, which are a very exciting lineage of pollinators in Hawaii, and this was a citizen science-oriented project. We have also published things like field guides to Hawaii's lovely damselflies, and things like a checklist of all terrestrial arthropods in Hawaii for research and governmental use, as well as more public-oriented works like What Bit Me and What's Bugging Me. Get a lot of questions like that, being an entomologist in Hawaii. And so generally, we've focused a lot on the kinds of exciting and beautiful insects that you would expect to see in a landscape like this one. But today, what I'm actually going to be talking about is a very different sort of Hawaiian habitat, someplace that looks like this. So this is a Hawaiian lava tube. And so this is sort of Hawaii's equivalent to what a limestone cave would be like on the mainland, as we call the rest of the US in Hawaii. So these are formed when lava from all of the wonderful eruptions that are happening in Hawaii runs underground and sort of leaves behind these hollowed out tunnels. So these are like a cave in that they're dark, but they're different from mainland caves in that they're very shallow. As you can see in this image, they don't run very deep underneath the surface. They tend to be relatively straight. You can see the overburden, which is the lava, which is hanging out on the top, and there's plants growing on top of that. And so it's sort of a unique Hawaiian cave environment. If you were at the opening plenary, you may be excited to see the words Twilight Zone showing up again. So those are the entrances to these caves, which tend to be very dark on the interior. So, of course, there's all sorts of interesting cave-adapted life on the mainland, but the question is there cave-adapted life in Hawaii? Well, for a long time, it was thought that there wasn't any specifically cave-adapted life in Hawaii. There might be organisms that wander into caves and hang out near the entrance, but nothing which is specifically adapted to live in caves. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that lava tubes are relatively young, about 500,000 years old, which is not terribly long on the geologic timescale. They're also very fragile, so they can very easily collapse or have the environment inside them change very rapidly. So that makes it theoretically unsuitable for cave evolution to occur because that occurs on such long time frames. Also, the typical resources found in a mainland cave are not present in Hawaiian lava tubes. One of the major resources for mainland caves is flowing water, which brings in all sorts of nice organic stuff from the surface. But because lava tubes are so fragile, if they have water flowing through them, that lava tube is not long for the world. It'll just collapse. So those are not going to be bringing in any resources. The other major resource is bat guano. I do have a mammal in here, just one for all of you vertebrate people. But while Hawaii does have a native bat, it is not a cave rooster. It lives in forests, so there's no bat guano to go around. The other reason that cave-adapted life was not expected in Hawaii is that the sort of typical ancestors you would expect to become adapted to caves over time don't occur in Hawaii. And that's because the sort of adaptations that make you predisposed to live in a cave, something like a nice ground beetle that's already very good at living in between rocks and things like that, those adaptations don't make you very good at getting to an island out in the middle of the ocean. So those nice things which are ready to adapt to a cave don't occur on Hawaii in the first place. So for a long time, it was thought that there was just no native Hawaiian cave life. Of course, given the fact that I'm doing this presentation, it may not surprise you to learn that there are, in fact, arthropods living in Hawaiian caves. In about 1970, Bishop Museum scientist Frank Howarth found the first cave-adapted life known from Hawaii, a succeeded plant hopper and a cricket. And so the question was, how are these things living in these caves? How do you have a plant hopper if no plants grow inside a Hawaiian lava tube? As it turns out, no plants grow inside a Hawaiian lava tube, but plants do grow into Hawaiian lava tubes. This is an ohia tree. It's a very important and distinctive plant in Hawaii's ecosystem and in Hawaiian culture. It's considered so important because it's one of the first plants to colonize lava flows once they're cool enough. And so if a lava tube is running underneath the surface, it actually turns out that the roots of this plant grow down into the caves. And so when you have nice plant roots to feed on, you get plant hoppers. And of course, once you have plant hoppers in an ecosystem, there is an opportunity for all sorts of other things to come in, scavengers and predators. And so I'll talk a little bit about some of the really cool cave life that occurs in Hawaii. This is the Kauai cave amphipod. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. My Latin is only a little bit better than my Hawaiian, so I hope you'll forgive me. But this is a really rare and unique form of Hawaiian cave life. It's restricted to only a couple of caves in Hawaii. Of course, it has that nice cave adaptation of being nearly blind and sort of colorless. And so these are hanging out in Hawaiian lava tubes, eating bacterial mats, which it turns out also occur in these lava tubes as a food source, and being eaten by something like this. This is the Kauai cave wolf spider, more attractively known as the no-eyed, big-eyed spider, because wolf spiders tend to have really large eyes to stalk and attack their prey. But if you're hanging out in a lava tube where there's no light past the twilight zone, it doesn't really help to have big eyes, and it takes a lot of energy to maintain them. So they've lost their eyes over time and become this wonderful oxymoron. There's also a little-eyed, big-eyed spider, in case that wasn't enough for you. And so over the past 50 years of surveys across 60 lava tubes, we've actually uncovered a tremendous amount of cave diversity. At least 45 species, which are known. There's almost certainly more. Spiders and plant hoppers and crickets and even moths, which are all living in these caves and really going back to these overhanging roots in these bacterial mats, which are forming these ecosystems. And so the result of all of these studies has been the Hawaiian Cave Arthropod Collection, or the HCAC. It doesn't sound as good pronounced as spinach does, but we can't all win the acronym game. So what's resulted is 40,000 specimen lots of Hawaiian cave arthropods. And this is not just the founding collection for Hawaii, Hawaiian cave stuff, but also the largest. A lot of these species are rare and endangered because these lava tubes are so small and fragile. There's a lot which is endangered. The amphipod and the no-eyed, big-eyed spider I mentioned previously are federally endangered. There's never been, in the surveys that have been done for the spiders, more than about 100 known at any given time. So that's not a lot out there. So a lot of this collection is probably irreplaceable. The collection also includes 40 years of accumulated field notes about these cave ecosystems, not just notes about the environment inside them, but maps, information on how to get to these caves, which is really important, and rearing notes even, things like bringing a plant hopper out of the cave and seeing if you can propagate them in the lab, which is really important if these environments are going to collapse, and hopefully they don't. But we have these resources for this really important collection, but there's also been challenges for this. There's been a long pause in active curation. The fluid in some of these tubes is starting to run out. It's organized somewhat taxonomically. So we have, for instance, a big lot of cave crickets, but it hasn't been inventoried. So when somebody emails me and says, hey, collections manager, I'm super interested in studying your Hawaiian cave crickets, can you tell me what species you have? I have to say, well, we've got the best collection of Hawaiian cave crickets in the world, but I can't tell you exactly why. We don't know what species are all there yet. So because of that, we are currently working on the digitization of this collection through the Institute of Museum and Library Services Museum for America grants. So our goals are to digitize an image, not just the specimens, but also the field notes, and of course to rehouse and fully identify and reorganize the collection to secure its condition and establish this as a cataloged resource, not just for interested entomologists, but also people interested in cave evolution in general, interested in preserving endangered species. And we'd really like to use this to establish a full checklist of Hawaiian cave fauna down to the level of the individual cave. Because the cave faunas can be so different, a lot of these lava tubes are not connected to each other. So the fauna of an individual cave can be very different from one, especially on another island over. You can imagine that these spiders are maybe crawling between lava tubes, but they're certainly not going across the water. So some of the challenges of this is that these environments are extremely fragile, not just ecologically. For instance, when the first Hawaiian cave arthropods were discovered, that discovery actually came just after the largest and most exciting of the nearby lava tubes were completely destroyed by farming activity. So whatever organisms were found in that cave will never be known to science. So these are really fragile environments. They're also politically sensitive. Some of these environments are protected federally. Others of them run through private land, and the landowners might tolerate a scientist coming in. They don't want other people necessarily to know where these caves are. And this has significant consequences for data generation and dissemination. We would love to use crowdsourcing for some of the transcription, as we've done on previous projects. But for some of these cave environments, we can't put those field notes, those collection labels out just into the world willy-nilly, lest we risk these environments. So it limits how we're sharing our data and how we're generating that data. But I also think it really demonstrates the importance of these cave environments And it also has significant potential for outreach in Hawaii. I think the people of Hawaii, especially the Native Hawaiian population, really appreciates the sense of place that our collection has. And I want to get them to appreciate and to understand the fact that there is these living things in these cool environments that you might never see. So for instance, the Kauai Cave amphipod also has a Native Hawaiian name, the Ukunoho'ana. And so I really hope that this demonstrates the importance of these cave environments, not just to collections people like ourselves, not just to federal organizations, but also to the public as a whole. So we're trying to bring this information out of these cave environments so that the species can forever remain within these cave environments. Thank you very much. I'd like to give a special acknowledgement to my predecessor as the collections manager at the Bishop Museum, James Boone. This was his project that he really brainstormed and spearheaded, and I'm honored to be continuing on that work after his passing. So thank you very much. Do I have time for questions? Are there questions? Yes, question.
Have you partnered with the university to try to get these students to work?
Yes, we are partnered with the University of Hawaii on this. Oh, yes. So the question was whether we're partnered with the University of Hawaii to bring students on to help us with this work, and we are, and we're very excited about that. All right. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this General Member Symposium on Digitization. So I'm Chris Grinter, I'll be moderating, and Rebecca will be up here helping keep time. So our presenters, keep an eye on us in the front row. Try to acknowledge the timekeeping as we go. And if you're going over, I'll come up and gently push you off the edge of the stage. Everyone else, please remember to silence your cell phones, hold questions to the end if we have time. And with that, I invite our first speaker up, and we can get started in just a second. I do want to thank all of our sponsors, especially Delta Designs and Pictura. And our session, of course, is sponsored today by Alembo. And let's see, I'll be right on time. About 30 seconds. I'm gonna keep it on as tight as possible. But yeah, make sure to visit our sponsor booths if you haven't already. Lunch is a great time to do that. Thank them for their support. But with that, I'll hand it over to our first speaker. So that's it.
So hello, everyone. So I'm from Berlin, Biocultural Collection. And I'm presenting our speech, co-authored by Margot Belot, Dr. Nora Lindgmas, and me. And let's find a way through it. So it's Adapt to Innovate, Lessons and Storyline of a Digitization Project. So first of all, we'll have a short look at what our collection actually is. So there's lots of cabinets having quite a few drawers inside, and of course some boxes with snails and mussels and other mollusk objects. So we skip and go on. And of course, we try to digitize it. And our first attempt was using a repro station, as we can see on the picture. And our collection manager is sitting here and trying to prepare the specimen for digitization. As you can imagine, that is not a very fast option or solution. So we came up with this one. That's not our totally own idea. So we partnered with the IFF, that's the Fraunhofer Institute. They're located in Magdeburg in Germany. And this is a photographic station named Dora after Dora Godan, a mollusk scientist. And this is the inside view. We have 4 cameras in total. I'm not sure, can you see this little dot? Yeah, this is the one-shot camera for the labels and URIs and collection numbers. And then we have 3 more cameras which are directed to those so-called inserts, and they are able to do stacking, which is necessary because we are in the macrosphere, as most of you might know. So here we have my colleague and co-author Margot Belot trying out and testing the prototype Dora in a unidirectional workflow. So in that case, so that is how we worked in former times. We started getting the input metadata, so the metadata via software. And then later on, we did the digitization. So, but we skip that and go on. So this is the old workflow. So we have one of the little boxes from the collection with the original labels. And we checked them with the catalogs, which we digitized, luckily. So we can do that on the computer by now. And then we check if it's correct. So if so, we use it. If not, it will get a new number. So then we look inside a little bit more specifically. So and if there's enough specimen inside, we separate them. You see those little codes. These are QR, URI codes. So universal resource identifiers. We lovingly call them NURIs, and the N standing for the Naturkundemuseum. So yes, so the separated sample gets one URI code and the main sample as well. And then this is the software we have from our partner, the IFF, where we put in the collection number, genus, species, and the location, as well as sub-collection type, if yes or no, and the object type, which is mostly preserved or fossil specimen. So then this will be saved to a JSON file, which is a text-based file that can be changed all over. So if there's mistakes, we can just redo it or change it as we need. And everything is packed and ready for digitization and goes back into the drawer. So that is how we started. And these are the first numbers we produced with just one station. As we can see, it's fluctuating. So of course, there's things like holidays, sicknesses to be considered. And we had only me and my colleague as scan operators working at the station. So for our final goal to digitize everything in the whole collection, we had to do a scaling process. So that's why we ended up with 4 machines, and we tried to get them all by 26. So yeah, help is needed. Funny little joke. Okay, so of course, why we're doing that, because there are technical innovations, and we also want to do our part in saving biodiversity and enhance and conserve the collections. Therefore, we try to record the specimen as quickly, safely, and precisely as possible, of course. And we also consider that there is this need for virtual collections for researchers as well as people who are interested in all the mollusk objects. So all extra things, or finally, we can say it will be landing in online databases. So that's the ultimate goal, so to say. The database is not yet finished, but for example, we are also using Specify internally at the museum. That's one source, but there's supposed to be a new one later on where it finally lands. So, and we're trying to use up-to-date infrastructure, of course, to have the possibility to use the data we create also in the far future. And another point is, of course, that we have to be open to learn new skills. And therefore, we enhanced our group even more. Here we can see the other co-author, which is Dr. Nora Lentgemars. This one's me. And then we have the collection manager, Christine Zorn. And the other guys are from our second external partner. They are called Archive in Form, which might be freely translated to Archive in Shape, if you want. And they are specialized in digitization of archives. So first of all, they started to count. So that was a basic task for 2 people. They were introduced to the collection and how to count. So we have the cabinets, the drawers, and the boxes. So they all get the QR codes. And as you can see, we work with the barcode scanner. So we also use a track and trace system here to know where they are, the little snails. Of course, since it's an historical building, it was not intended to be prepared for digitization station. So we have our technical staff enhance the collection insofar that we got new power lines so that we can or could set up the extra stations. This is already a new setup with the second station with colleagues from our external partners over here. And we can see the first phase with the separation and the numbers given, so the URI codes and the collection numbers and the checking of the catalog numbers. And the second phase here and here, where the actual digitization takes place. So, and since it's 4 of them, we have 2 more on the other side. So maybe I just go back once more. This row is the border. So, and then this is the border. We are on the other side. Same here. Right. And then we have a new workflow with the new machines, starting the same with the box, of course, with the objects, separating them, checking for the collection numbers. What we don't do anymore is taking the metadata right away. So that's for a later step. So we still check with the collection numbers Yes. And then the digitization takes place. Here we can have a small view on the screen of the software. So we have 4 cameras. So one is the overview where the labels would be, and then 3 different camera views for the stacking pictures. So, and just to stress this, we only put in 2 main items that would be the URI and the collection ID. So, and other things for metadata come later. So then they go back into the box, the specimen, into their cabinets for sleeping. And we have pictures. So representative here is the overview for the labels. And we have the JSON file with the naming of the views of the specimen. We usually, if there's an extra sample for the scientific views, take 3 different views. It's the apertural, lateral, and dorsal. And there's also another type of snail with apical. So that's all considered, and that's saved to the JSON file. So these are the spots which are left out. This is the species, genus, and location. So of course we want to have those informations too, but we come to that later. Or right now, yeah. This is the part where the file, so the data set, the JSON file and the picture will be sent to our external partner, and they do remote transcription. They have those specialized people who can read the old languages, or rather old handwritings. It's like Courant and Citylin. And yes, when they finish that, all goes back into one new JSON file where the missing information we still wanted to have are included. And since in the beginning, each view for the scientific views was in a separate file, they got into one file. So in the end, we only have one final JSON file and the pictures, right? So these are the numbers. I'm not sure if that can be seen. Something like roughly over 1,000 per month. So that is, we're starting off the time. Since I came here quite late, we couldn't update it. But for the second part of April, it was roughly, not exactly, but maybe roughly twice the number. So that was not updated until then. So it's almost 2,000, let's say. So, and well, what can we do? So we want to try to bring the information to the collection. So what are the benefits of digitization? I guess everyone knows already. But of course, that's part of communication we have to stick to, that everyone who's included in the digitization project knows the place. And therefore, we also established the responsibilities for failures and successes. That is all done in a transparent way so that our communication is recorded so that we can always go back and see what worked, what didn't work, and that we also can relate to the progress of the project development. Another point is that we try to encourage third-party funding to the developing of the digitization of the collections. But this is not especially for the mollusk collection. This is for our whole house. So that is, we try to find partners engaging in the digitization projects. We're also doing network working. For example, we have with the mollusk, with the DORA system, a project that is in the near future in June, that we work with the Archaeological Museum. They have also quite little nice objects. They want to be digitized as well. And for in-house networking, we have the Humanities of Nature section in our house, and we had a field worker, Rose Hottman, and she did the field work, so she was also working with the machine, and she's writing about speed in digitization projects, for example. So So yeah, how to develop a good team practice. There's, of course, the reality and expectations. Since it's a prototype system, it's beginning slowly. You have to cope with failures in the beginning and so-called prototype problems. Therefore, we needed to use a direct feedback system. So whenever failure, error occurred, we had to record it so that we knew what happened, and we had to stay in direct contact with our partners, which was in the beginning, of course, mostly the IFF with the technical support, with the software and the technical aspects, of course. Furthermore, we are also using specialized vocabulary. So everyone working on the digitization project has to understand what is what. So it's quite easy if you learned it, and then you can go on. Maybe most important point everywhere maybe, and also applying to this project, is that the communication is key. Therefore, time is running out, I think. So do I have... Okay, then is it all already or over and over? So I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, then you will have to go through PDF yourself. I'm sorry for that. Right.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, and please interact. Of course, ask questions afterwards, and we're going to move on to our next talk, which will be a virtual talk. And one of our speakers is in the audience here, actually, so we can catch up with them hopefully if we have a second.
Welcome to our presentation with a Welcome to our presentation on our experiences with a mass digitization approach for entomological collections at the Museum für Naturkunde Berlin. Opening its extensive collections to the scientific world as well as to the broad public is one of our main missions. In this context, we aim to digitize all of its 30 million collection objects, making these virtually accessible. The diverse characteristics of the objects require specific approaches for different parts of the collection. For our 50 million entomological specimens, a promising mass digitization approach was explored through a pilot project. Herewith, I would like to give you a short overview and to present some of the lessons learned from the point of view of the collections management. The pilot project covers 500,000 pin specimens of the Hymenoptera main collection. We chose taxa which we assume to be most robust, like bees and vespers. The material is somewhat heterogeneous regarding size, label format, or state of conservation. There is no pre-existing database on individual level to build on. The project is realized in cooperation with the external service provider Picture. Picture develops the digitization system together with us and operates the system. Our project comprised 3 main steps. First, based on overview images of the original insect drawers in a software tool, collection staff members created a digital link between groups of specimens and the respective taxonomic and storage information. Second, operators of Picture rehoused each specimen into new unit trays and insect drawers and assigned each specimen a unique individual identifier label. Third, each specimen was semi-automatically digitized. The setup of the digitization system consists of a circular conveyor belt connecting multiple workstations for operators to a high-resolution photography unit. The system is capable to generate stacked images of the individual specimens in 3 different views, as well as images of the labels belonging to each specimen. The rehousing and digitization take place in a prominent exhibition hall of the museum. This comes with some challenges for the digitization team and for the collection, but gives a great opportunity to provide the public an insight into how we digitize our collection. With this project, the conservational conditions and future handling of the process sub-collection were improved through an adequate housing according to modern standards. An individual-based database is created, recording each specimen with its identifier, taxonomic information, and a reference to its location within the collection. High-resolution images of each specimen and its corresponding labels are taken. The latter allows for a semi-automatic transcription of important metadata associated to each specimen in a follow-up project. Images as well as information on the specimens will be publicly available in the data portal of the museum. The actual digitization process started in August 2022. Until mid-April 23, 460,000 specimens were digitized. Mass digitizing an entomological collection means to standardize as much work steps as possible. Each exception impedes the workflow and increases the risk of mistakes. However, when dealing with a pilot project and such an heterogeneous material, presumed workflows and timelines may not always work out as planned. We had to adjust workflows several times to meet our demands. A practical issue we underestimated was the increase of our drawer numbers after rehousing the specimens. Without having enough intermediate storage space, fitting the increased number of drawers in the correct order into our cabinets proved to be difficult. Other issues we struggled with were the reduced access to the museum's premises during the COVID lockdown, as well as temporary delivery delays, which led to a shortage of unit trays for the rehousing process. Further, due to long-standing construction work of our historic museum building, the Hymenoptera collection had to move within the building, which originally was planned to be realized after finishing the project. As the provided time buffer was not sufficient, we had to move the collection during the ongoing mass digitization, which was a major effort and posed several unforeseen issues. The framework of a pilot project should be well defined, but not be too rigid. Time buffers are vital. Constraints and dependencies by other processes should be minimized. We would like to emphasize the importance to give enough time and possibilities for planning the project ahead, to discuss every thinkable detail and work step together with all parties involved repeatedly. Even though this means a massive investment, planning ahead as much as possible helps to save time later on. The supervision and support of the project during its realization is intense. We found that we underestimated the collections management staff time needed. The project itself is realized by external operators and, after a startup phase, the rehousing and digitization processes are mainly running by themselves. However, during all phases of the project, the collection management does have to invest a considerable amount of time, for example, by ensuring the proper handling of the specimens, answering questions about specific parts of the collection, and coping with unforeseen problems during the daily routines, providing material and preparing the collection, repairing specimens damaged during the process, documenting of progress and decisions, and assessing the quality of the results. We decided to close the collection for a year, and after reopening, hired a colleague who supports us with all collection care, tasks, and follow-up work connected to the mass digitization process. Also, we strongly recommend to invest enough time and resources to develop and implement necessary software tools which are not only functional, but also user-friendly. This investment clearly saves a lot of time in the end and keeps spirit and motivation high. A good communication between all participants is a prerequisite for the success of such a project. What we usually underestimate is the fact that many terms and concepts we use in our daily life in the collection, like the encaptic taxonomic system and the specimen arrangement in an historic insect drawer, are not self-explanatory and may be misunderstood. A big and diverse team contributed to our pilot project. Collection managers and technicians, data scientists, project coordinators, exhibition staff, and others. These all have to speak the same language. To not get lost in the jungle of the numerous and adapted agreements, and to be able to learn from the pilot project, we strongly recommend to properly document every issue and solution, every ad hoc decision. This needs time which should be considered when planning the project, as well as an agreement on the format of and the responsibilities for the documentation. We also suggest to develop a joint workflow together with all partners involved and to document this workflow in a precise and clear way for all. The details of this workflow should be regularly reviewed in person with the operators and adjusted as necessary. A good and close cooperation, communication, and a positive, constructive error culture are vital for such a project. It must be ensured that the collection management is consulted before changing or adding anything to the workflow by the digitization staff, even if the change seems to be minor, since the importance of some details are not always known by everybody. This may include how to handle specimens which rotate freely on the pin, how to keep broken parts connected to the respective specimen, or the importance to keep the order and orientation of the specimen labels. Quality control is a major tool to assess the actual realization and success of a project. We are happy to have a colleague now who is engaged with the quality assessment of the resulting images and metadata. Here I just would like to highlight the importance to exactly plan ahead the quality control measures during the project, and to work on a common understanding of what an error is and on the consequences. Breakage rate proved to be a difficult issue for us. Lacking a more accurate measure to estimate the breakage rate on the conveyor, each week we examine the conveyor system for specimen parts which broke off during the process and, together with the specimens to be repaired, count these numbers against the number of digitized specimens per week. This breakage rate is used to assess and secure the integrity of our collection material. This also confronted us with the need to predefine an upper limit of an acceptable record rate, a number which was hard to define for a lack of reliable predictions or experiences. In addition, we use detailed approaches to assess the risk to the material, like counting body parts of specimens before and after the digitization, but these efforts cannot be done regularly since they are very time-consuming. Even these unrepresentative findings let us revise some presumptions we had beforehand. For example, it seems as if the age and general conservation status of the pinned individuals have more impact on the risk of breakage on the conveyor than, for example, a delicate body shape. To minimize the risk to the collection material during the process, we suggest some measures related to technical aspects and to the workflow, as well as regarding to the working conditions. As always, communication is key, especially between external technicians and the collection staff. We strongly recommend the close cooperation during the initial phase of the project, as well as during the actual realization, so that there is a common understanding of the respective demands and constraints. The design of the conveyor system, its workstations, and the digitization unit must allow operators to fulfill the task under the best working conditions possible. This includes a protection against the light flashes of the digitization unit and the possibility to adjust the working height for the operators so that they get a proper overview of the present insect drawer and the working area. Also, the design must aid in minimizing the risk to the material and to recognize specimen parts which may have broken off. For example, we recommend to seal as much slits or other openings of the machine as possible and to avoid dust gathering in folds and edges. We also suggest to varnish the machine and the trays in a light color to provide a transport tray illumination which can be controlled by the operators, and to provide a fine and precise tool to remove the labels. The workflow should be designed to prevent any damage to the material as well as misallocations, so it is advisable to put some thought into its development and establishment. Some important rules are to do an initial check by the operator if there are problematic specimens in the present drawer. Also, before removing the labels on the pin, each specimen should be closely examined if removing these may break off the feet or other parts of the specimen. The tray which transports the specimen on the conveyor should be checked for broken parts before and after sending off each specimen so that damaged specimens can be submitted for repair to the collection staff. If labels are very small, these should be put into a small transparent envelope so that they do not fly off the conveyor. It should be self-evident that labels stay on the pin if removing them seems to be risky, or that individuals which seem to be very fragile are skipped and not put on the conveyor. Emphasis should be put on the operators handling the specimens. To do a proper job and to minimize the risk to the collection, they need a thorough training, reliable supervision and support, as well as best working conditions possible. Most of our operators do have a completely different professional background, so it is crucial to give them not only a very good training in how to handle the collection specimens, but also to give them context and the understanding why these specimens are of such an immense importance and why so many details in the organization of our collection, like the proper orientation of specimen labels, is of such significance. The task for the operators of our project, either rehousing specimens into new drawers and labeling or preparing them for the digitization conveyor, are very repetitive and at the same time very demanding regarding concentration. The material they handle is very fragile and inhomogeneous, and attention must be paid to each specimen to avoid breakage, to lose labels, or to generate incorrect information. Also, in our case, digitization is part of the exhibition in our historic building, and the noise level and temperatures during summer may be exhausting. Improving the working conditions for the operators may involve sufficient breaks, rotating tasks, reducing distractions, and again, a positive and constructive error culture. So concluding the talk, I would like to thank the numerous museum colleagues involved, as well as the Pictory team for their huge efforts to realize this project and their tireless work to improve the process. And many thanks to you for listening. If you have questions about our project, we would be happy to share our experiences.
Hi, yeah, my name is Stefan as well, and I'm happy to answer your questions. So go ahead. Please.
Could you please come up to the microphone? Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
I wasn't totally able to tell from the images in the presentation. What was the structure of this conveyor belt made of, and how large was it?
So you have a circular conveyor belt, which I would say is at least as long as the longer tables here. So it's a big oval. And this contains the photo station, so the light box and three cameras, I think, for the labels and for the specimens. And then we have 5 workstations which branch off this round circle. And on each workstation, you have an operator. And so you have a side where the specimens come back from the conveyor and then to the workstation of the operator. Then they are taken from the trays and put back into the box, into the drawer. And on the other hand side, you have the side of the conveyor going to the big circular conveyor where they add new specimens. And every workstation has room for 2 drawers. So while the specimens of one drawer are coming back, you can already start the next drawer. Okay. I think if there are no further questions, so if you come up with questions, I'm around for the rest of the conference and very happy to talk about every detail of the process. Thank you very much.
With that, I'll invite up our next speaker. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for joining me today. My name is Austin Mast. I am a professor in the Department of Biological Science at Florida State University and the director of the Robert K. Godfrey Herbarium. What I'll be presenting today is a team effort, and I wanted to point out that Shubo Chen is in our statistics department, Zhe He is in our College of Communication and Information, and we have a great group of students, those who are remaining there in the long author list, who contributed to the work. Today, we're focused on teaching machines to identify descriptions of biotic anomalies in the text that we are databasing around our collections. As a first step, we're focused specifically on phenological anomalies, and phenology describes the timing of life history events like flowering or migration. I hope that it's not hard to convince anyone that collectors are among the most important people to engage in early detection of biotic anomalies that might herald significant change, such as the arrival of a new disease or invasive species where response times can be critical. To explore this, Katie Pearson and I performed a community survey a few years ago asking collectors whether or not they regularly observed anomalies, which at the time we were describing with the term outliers, whether or not they included these in the specimen labels, and which words they used to describe them. You can see some of the common words that they provided here, including abnormal, unusual, early, and late. We then explored the occurrence of these words in fields in the data that iDigBio aggregated. The top 50 fields for these occurrences are across the top here. The most frequently appearing anomaly words are along the left. What was left unanswered in that work was how straightforward it is to find descriptions of biotic anomalies using just those terms. That is, can you end up with mostly descriptions of phenological anomalies if you simply search for the word early in records? This is one of our 2 major questions today. The other question is, if it's not as easy as doing that, can we make it easier for you to find what you need? In this initial exploration, we identified 6 focal words that seem relevant to describing phenological anomalies: early, earlier, earliest, late, later, and latest. Our data set involves the text from fields in which these 6 focal terms appear in the iDigBio aggregated data. We restricted ourselves to the top 50 fields recognized across the top of that earlier heat map that I showed you. The text in those fields were then classified by two technicians as either an anomaly description, not an anomaly description, ambiguous, or uninterpretable. When the two technicians disagreed, then I made an expert call. I created a living document with the technicians that I described as a typological description of observed word use in the fields. This was an important tool in calibrating everyone's understanding of interpreting the text. Here are some examples of anomaly descriptions that we found. For example, aberrantly late flowering individual and all nest building this year, extremely late season, very backward, and others. Here are some examples of uses of the 6 focal words that weren't deemed to be anomaly descriptions. For example, late second growth is a reference to a successional stage. The earliest blossoming species in the area is a reference to the species order of flowering relative to other species in the flora, rather than a description of an anomaly in its flowering time. Ambiguous text was a lot like an optical illusion. You think that you've understood it, then you recognize a second and even a third way to see it. For example, late flowering plant could be a reference to the stage of the plant's life history. It could be a reference to phenology. This individual is later than expected, or it could be even a reference to the species timing of flowering relative to other plants in the flora. Because there were 516,129 instances featuring our focal words, over 1 million classifications took place because each was done twice by different technicians. Note that some of these represented identical text values, and the data were presented to the technicians in a way that those identical text values could be more efficiently coded. While our focal words appeared in 43 of the 50 fields, just 6 of the fields were judged to contain more than 10 records describing an anomaly. Those 6 fields are circled here. This produced a subset of the data involving just less than 200,000 records. These are the 6 fields I was referencing. Most of the records included in the data set for the 6 fields are there because of the use of the words early, late, and later. Earliest and latest are particularly uncommon. For this view of the data in the 6 fields, I combined records classified as containing an anomaly description or as ambiguous for the red bar. The obvious conclusion is that most uses of our 6 focal words do not involve an anomaly description. That is, the anomalies are something like needles in a haystack. Reducing our focus to unique text strings reduced the number of items that we were working with by 43% to about 110,000. These were split into training, validation, and test sets. Training data were used to train the models, validation data were used to choose the hyperparameters of the models, and testing data were used to evaluate the performance of the models. Similar to what was noted in a previous slide, considering records, most of the unique text strings were classified as non-anomalies. The data were pre-processed by casting words to lowercase and removing special characters, punctuations, and numbers. Longer texts were truncated to fit the BERT model, and BERT is a large language model like GPT. We used 2 approaches for text representation. They're labeled encoding in the slide if you can read it. In the first approach, we used features of the data set to weight things based on the appearance and frequency of the 1 to 5 word chunks of words that the original text strings can be deconstructed into. We added a special binary pattern indicator to indicate whether there's a special pattern in the text that suggests an anomaly or not. In the second approach, we used an advanced pre-trained language model, this BERT model, to encode the text. In this case, we're using information from elsewhere to inform our encoding of the words in the text string. The top representation was fed into XGBoost to produce the model and classifications along the top path there, and a deep learning algorithm to produce the model and classifications along the middle path in a different color blue arrow. And the BERT representation was fed into a deep learning algorithm to produce a model and classification along the lower path. XGBoost is a popular approach built around the generation of many decision trees. Deep learning employs a method that mimics the human brain with neural networks. So can we train machines to help us define the anomaly descriptions in the haystack? The result seems to suggest yes. The accuracy of the classifications produced along all three of those paths are more than 97.5%. The combination of the BERT and deep learning approach produced the highest accuracy, greater than 98.5%. How about other features of the results? This is impossible to see unless you're standing here on the stage with me, I think. I apologize for that. One thing that we can be looking at is our false negative rate. That is, are there many cases where an anomaly is left in the haystack, so to speak? And the third approach does the best at reducing false negatives, but we still have them, and it's important to recognize. Here are a few examples of what was in the set of false negatives. A very early blooming exclamation point is very emphatic, but our current approach discards punctuation. Clearly, there's room for even further improvement in the model. Before I move on to recognizing next steps for the work, I'll share a few additional observations about the original 500,000 records that were classified, then show a bit of additional work that we did looking at what might be thought of as the language of surprise in our records. As was mentioned earlier, we were looking at specimen records for all taxa. I'm a botanist. These are not just plant specimens. These are all taxa. And we started out with this kind of distribution of things. The orange there is animals. Many of the records that included those 6 focal words were for animals. However, plant specimens are overrepresented among the records classified as describing an anomaly or as ambiguous, with much of the green being due to ambiguity. I also want to note that noting anomalies is not just a recent phenomenon. Records that contain an anomaly description stretch back to the early 1800s. And while there's a big peak in the numbers of specimens containing a focal word recently, the rate at which those focal words are being used to describe an anomaly actually decreases, since that big peak is not represented, the big peak on the left is not represented on the right. Finally, while our initial 6 focal words did not find anomaly descriptions at a high rate, the next 6 words that we examined did. Nearly 60% of the uses of those terms were unambiguous descriptions of anomalies, and an additional 26% were ambiguous. And these were used to describe additional kinds of anomalies, most frequently morphological anomalies and behavioral anomalies. You can see that second set of 6 words included aberrant, abnormal, atypical, odd, unusual, and weird. In terms of next steps, I continue to be really interested in the language of surprise, and I particularly think that we should be paying attention to our collectors when they are expressing surprise, because they are out there as we might think of them as sentinels observing early change in the world. I think I'm going to pass on to this slide, which is an appeal to collectors. The descriptions would be less ambiguous if they were formatted in a more formal way. There were 5 things that I think would have been valuable to see on a label if you're describing anomalies. Make the observation useful by identifying the subject, the comparison, the quality, the norm, and the potential explanation. And you can perhaps read that in the recording, see that slide better. I want to again recognize Katie Pearson and I started down this path in 2019 with the publication of an article, and Katie is maybe in the room, but she's certainly at the conference, and I encourage you to talk to her. Thanks so much for your attention, and I don't know that I have time for any questions, but any quick questions?
If you have a question, please come up to the microphone.
15 seconds.
Hi. So I'm just wondering, when you were splitting your training and your test data, if you had to do any sort of like accounting for specimens collected from the same population, or like potentially duplicate records, or a collector that just really liked a certain word?
We were only dealing with unique text strings at that point. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
I think partly.
Well, we can talk more after.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Take a brief pause to thank Alembo, our session sponsor. And with that, we'll bring up our next speaker.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here, and special thanks to anyone joining us online. My name is Carly Cantor, and today I will be talking about combining curator expertise and volunteer insight to create effective workflows for specimen data verification. So I am the volunteer who provided the insight, and all curator expertise was provided by Dr. Catherine Early, who is the Barbara Brown Chair of Ornithology at the Science Museum of Minnesota. So I live in St. Paul, Minnesota with my husband and our 2 dogs. Grew up in rural Wisconsin, but I've been visiting the Science Museum ever since I was young. Photo on the left, orange star, is me, very excited about being at the Science Museum. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Early Childhood Education, but I left teaching, went back to school, and recently obtained my Master's in Library and Information Science. I had been volunteering in a different area at the museum, but I saw they were looking for volunteers in database-related work, and I knew I was interested. So the main goal of the project I've been working on is to create a database of all the specimens in the osteology room. First, we took an inventory of everything in the osteology collection, and then we checked every record for, checked every specimen's record. The next steps for the project will be to deaccession no-data specimens to our education collection, and finally to digitize the collection. The reason we are not digitizing now is we anticipated a number of specimens being deaccessioned, so we wanted to try to be efficient with our time. So currently, less than 3% of our biology specimens are held in a database, so our collection is not reaching its full potential. It also means that staff are not able to make informed decisions with the specimens in the space in terms of reorganizing the room or deaccessioning items. For example, before making a decision about a specimen like this moose, you would want to know, do we have any other information other than species and year? So like I said, the first part of the project was to physically go into the collection, take an inventory of the specimens. That was pretty straightforward. The next part of the project was checking the records, and that's where it got complex. Our takeaways were that, no surprise, it's time consuming. It reveals many creative styles of record keeping from over the years. It stressed the importance of reducing the need of relying on institutional memory. And I like to think of the records room like a miniature museum within our museum, and as such, it provides another opportunity for training beyond the object handling training needed when taking the inventory. So the whole process, inventory and records checking, can take a lot of time, which can cost a lot of money. One way to offset the cost, and should not be the only way, is to incorporate volunteers. Ideally, the relationship between the institution and volunteers is mutually beneficial, so the projects can proceed without increasing budget, and volunteers enjoy helping be a part of a place that they love. For this to work, proper training needs to be in place. Your worst case scenario is a rogue volunteer, such as this redacted individual who used to be at our museum, put his personal interests first in his volunteering and either misplaced or absconded with some accession files when he left. But a much more common issue is that the project is too complex for a volunteer to carry out confidently. I found this to be very true for me. I was volunteering regularly once a week, but that wasn't frequent enough to remember every part of the routine from week to week. And that led to inefficiency for both Catherine and myself, as I found I was asking her the same questions every week, or similar questions at least. This motivated us to create the graphical workflow, which serves as a tool to guide me through all the common outcomes that I would encounter as I checked records. I felt that I had some good insight to bring to the workflow. For starters, I had just completed iDigBio's Digitization Academy course, so I was drawing on some lectures and discussions from that. The project was also overlapping with some of my coursework from my library and information science program. And lastly, possibly most importantly, there's a very strong and successful volunteer program in place at the Science Museum of Minnesota, so it was a comfortable place to make suggestions. So the graphical workflow is something that the supervisor and volunteer should collaborate to create because it needs to help both parties. For example, our workflow covers the kind of information a volunteer should note, the sorts of information they can leave behind, and what things should be flagged for curatorial attention. Should be specific to the project as possible, and you want to try to map out all the outcomes so that you can have all the answers, which is impossible, but it's nice to aspire to that. And the tool also helps you incorporate more than one task into the project. So as we were checking records, which was the main goal, it was a logical time to simultaneously compile a list of specimens which would be needing new tags. So our workflow reflects that. When it's done properly, you'll know it's working when the volunteer is more confident in their work, they can be more efficient, and it alleviates the need to stop and ask small questions of their supervisor. When I started using the tool, I no longer had to remember the entire records checking process. I could just consult the tool. Lastly, it can also help the volunteer understand what their specific responsibilities are and where the boundaries are. And not only does that help prevent another rogue shell volunteer, but for me, it helped me feel confident that I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing without wading into tasks that are better suited to a curator. So in other words, using the tool prepares volunteers to be experts in the process without needing to be an expert in the content the way that a curator is. I want to show you the workflow, and I know it's very tiny, but what I want to highlight is every journey begins with the blue box, which says, does the specimen have a catalog number? And it leads to one of the 4 yellow boxes, which have detailed instructions regarding how to finish out that records check. And I want to use specific examples of records that I came across and how they would progress through this workflow. First up is Rosa. She was a beloved circus elephant who passed away in Minnesota in the late 1960s. The couple who operated the circus gave her to the museum, who elected to bury her, let nature clean her off, and they exhumed her 4 years later. This received extensive press coverage. Here's some of the clippings, more of the clippings. Plus, there was lots of correspondence between the museum and the couple who had operated the circus, spanning many years. After all that press and all these letters, this crucial letter went unanswered. The curator of biology was asking a few key questions. How old was Rosa? Where did you get her? Where'd she come from? How do you know Rosa was even female? This is my favorite. What was the cause of death? In all those press clippings, 4 different causes of death were cited, even though there was a veterinarian present at death. So Rosa's record is so full, but in the end, we know so little. The last thing added to her file is a note from the curator basically saying, we never heard back, and everything we know about Rosa is unconfirmed. So her path through the official tool looks like this, and I want to zoom in. So you can see this a lot better. Does she have a catalog number? Yes. Can you find the accession folder? Yes. Can you find the record? Yes. Any new information? No. And then the yellow box says what to do, which in this case, sadly, is just indicate that the record has been checked. That's an important step so that somebody doesn't come along later thinking, wow, this folder is so full. Surely there's good things in here I can add, because they would be wrong. So without the tool, there can be there's so much information in a file like Rosa's that it can really bog the volunteer down trying to parse it for what's important. Another example, this is a Przewalski's horse. They're very cute, very small, very endangered. We already had data for this specimen, but we were looking through every folder in its entirety. So as I was looking through, I noticed a stud number, and then I was able to find the International Stud Book hosted by the Prague Zoo in Czech Republic. Was able to find the entry for this specific horse that we had, which came to us from the Minnesota Zoo. And that's an interesting link between zoos and museums. And we have many other specimens that have come from zoos. So it's a good avenue to be aware of. This is the workflow for that horse. And let me zoom in. So it's very similar to Rosa's, except we did have new information. And you might be wondering, how would a volunteer know that a stud number was something to add? In the full version, it highlights things like specimens from a zoo. It says what to look for and how to add that. Oops, did I skip that? 0. Oh, this is our moose from the beginning of the talk. All we had was moose 1986. If I zoom in, catalog number, no. Is there another place to look, like a field number? Sadly, no. So again, record the fact that there is no catalog number. That lets other people know you performed a records check, and it also gives the reason for why that check yielded no information. So the moose has a very short and sad path. Lastly, this is a dolphin skull we have in our collection, and if you would have opened the accession folder a few months ago, you would have only seen this handwritten note. It references a lab, Charleston. It leaves a lot to be desired, especially for a protected species. And so from this, we were actually able to investigate enough to get a response from NOAA validating we have the dolphin illegally, but also, validating that we have it legally and even a NOAA permit number. So this is the path that the dolphin took through our workflow. What I love about this is it's a good visual representation of how complex it can be to get to a point where you can say, we have looked everywhere. And notice a little orange star here. So you can read this, but I want to point out the orange star. When it gets to this point, was the record in the folder? No, technically it was, but this is a protected specimen and there was other training involved to know when to look for more. This is a case of when you want to look for more. So at this point, I got passed back to Catherine, who said, okay, no, let's pretend it wasn't in there. Where else would we look? And that sort of hopped her onto a different path in the workflow track. And she was able to track down the dolphin, like I said, and now we've added the NOAA permit to our record, and we have a little bit more information, which is awesome. So in the end, 1,820 records were checked, and 362 will get new tags, which is great. Sadly, almost 400 are confirmed no data specimens. Taking the inventory took 6 months, and the record checking took a year, but it was significantly sped up once we incorporated the graphical workflow. I want to thank the Science Museum of Minnesota's Marjorie Boltz Allen Grant for sending me here and giving me the opportunity to improve this tool, which I hope will help other volunteer projects. If you feel so inclined to give feedback, that QR code will send you to a quick Google form, and I'll collect your information and send you the workflow so you can see it, because I know it was really tiny and I would love to improve the tool even more. So thanks for your time. Oh, there is time for questions. If you have a question, I'd be happy to answer it. Or you can email me a question. Okay, thanks.
Got just a minute. It's perfect. It's great effort keeping everyone
Thanks, man.
perfectly on time. Okay, so I think we'll begin. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So, hello, my name is Adam Kowalczyk. I'm a collections operations assistant at the Harvard Museums of Comparative Zoology. I'm here to talk to you about a method that I use to capture ancillary information alongside an overarching project that I worked on. This method allowed me to simultaneously capture data from my primary project, but also ancillary information about each specimen. Before I begin talking about the methods that I used, I think it's important to go over some of the history of the vertebrate paleontology collection. The Museum of Comparative Zoology was founded in 1859. Since then, the vertebrate paleontology collection has amassed approximately 100,000 specimens. Like many other older natural history collections, the database has changed over multiple times throughout its history, from ledger books to its current database platform, MCZBase, which is a modified Arctos platform. The collection also has a complex history of interinstitutional specimen exchanges, interdepartmental transfers, and other interesting transactions. In 2011, the collection began preparations to be moved to its new location next door. The process of cleaning and rehousing specimens was completed in 2013, and the collection moved in early 2015. The collection was transferred in approximately 250 cabinets and compactors. In 2020, upon the hiring of a new vertebrate paleontology curatorial associate, Christina Bird, one of the first priorities was to log the location of every specimen in the vertebrate paleontology collection. During the COVID-19 pandemic, this project continued even with limited time on campus. Since the lifting of restrictions and the increase in specimen requests, I was deployed to the project as a project-focused staff member from the Collections Operations Department in July of 2022. Upon becoming part of this project, the curatorial associate provided me with documentation and instruction that showed me the sections of the collection that had already been recorded and prioritized a set of cabinets where specimen locations needed to be logged. Any cataloging or storage issues, such as a specimen needing to be rehoused, were to be documented so that they could be addressed at the completion of the project. All specimen locations were to be transcribed into Excel spreadsheets so that they could be imported into the collections database. This project required me to examine a majority of the collection. Specifically, go drawer by drawer, examine each specimen, log its location, and its specimen number. Based on my prior experiences of working in different collections, as well as my previous interactions with other staff members, I knew that this was an opportunity that I could benefit the collection outside of just logging specimen locations. With such an opportunity, I wanted to utilize my time in the collection in the most efficient manner possible. But what specimen information could be recorded other than the specimen's location? I was also aware that logging additional information would increase the timeline of the project, so being concise and efficient was important as to not exasperate the time needed to accomplish the primary goal. With a rough idea in mind, I could continue to capture within the parameters. I went through a few drawers trying to capture specimen locations and ancillary information that I thought would be important based on previous projects that I had worked on. And with my examples, I approached the curatorial associate about my idea. After talking with the curatorial associate, we determined what relevant specimen information should be captured. This would include simple surface level information that could be found through a brief observation of the specimen. It did not require any additional time or additional research. We also implemented routine status reports to establish boundaries to prevent spending time to address any problems pertaining to individual specimens. We refined our existing project framework to account for the additional information being captured so specimen locations and logging could resume without any delays. With these controls in place, we ensured the primary goal of the specimen location project was maintained. The method that I utilized to capture ancillary information was using consistent abbreviations and keywords based on the information we were looking for, and the terminology utilized was as simple as possible. By using simple, consistent abbreviations and keywords focused on the information that we wanted to capture, we ensured logging each specimen's location and potential ancillary information was kept brief and easy to interpret. I also developed a glossary of terms, abbreviations, and keywords utilized to ensure that staff who may interact with the logged information during or after the project is completed are able to interpret the information presented. For the logging of specimen location information, I chose to use notepads because of their ease of use. They allowed me to easily maintain data formatting orientation similar to the collections management system. They also allowed me to backtrace or walk back each step of the specimen logging, and if necessary, I could use the notepad as a finding aid to re-examine a specimen if needed. Although I chose to use notepads for this project, other methods could be used or maybe also more efficient, such as voice to text or actually just using the computer itself. The following slides are some specimens from the collection to show the process of specimen examination, utilization of shorthand, and the capturing of ancillary information. Here we have VPF 8023, Thrysops cuploides. It's a compression fossil with matching halves. This specimen was found in cabinet 37, drawer 18. We can express the compression fossil attribute, part and counterpart, or more simply, P plus CP. And if necessary, we can add additional shorthand for additional attributes, such as a latex peel, P plus CP and peel, or a casting as P plus CP and cast. We chose to capture this information as we were able to express this information in the database, and it is institution specific due to our capabilities of the database. For paleontology, there are some conservation considerations that need to be taken account, and some with more immediacy than others. This is VPF 11426, Gonadidus punctatus, found in cabinet 16, drawer 14. This specimen has been afflicted with pyrite decay, also known as pyrite disease. This causes some fossil specimens to decay over time due to the chemical decay of certain minerals. For specimens such as these, I chose to use the word decay so that they could be immediately addressed, but for other specimens that needed to be repaired and did not need immediate attention, conserve was utilized instead. The label also mentions that this specimen is a part and counterpart, so we log that data as well. For specimens that have gone out on loan, their home location in the collection is marked with a pink placeholder tag in the drawers. For VPF 11717 and VPF 11730, their loan cards were found in cabinet 16, drawer 22. Their specimen numbers were logged as normal, but I also wrote loan card to show that the specimen was out on loan, followed by the name or the institution that it was borrowed by, and the line in the year and date. This allowed for the auditing of active loans to determine if there had been any status changes. This tray of plastron fragments, found in cabinet 116, drawer 8, is an example of an uncatalogued specimen, which was one of the largest data sets that arose from this ancillary data capture. Specimens such as these may have come to the collection from the field, a donation, accession from another institution, or collector. For these, I chose to use no MCZ # to express that it was not presently in the database. Following the no MCZ #, shorthand was used to describe an identifying attribute that distinguishes it from other specimens in the drawer if possible. This may be a number on the specimen, a field number, or a locality with any information. It can also be something as simple as, quote, 3 slabs in a tray, or a drawer of super concentrate 4mm mesh. For this specimen, I chose to write tray plastron B43 to describe its housing and offer a description of the contents, and the B43 was written on a fragment in the tray. Although more could be captured, such as the specimen has been partially prepared, we were only concerned that the specimen is not cataloged, and more importantly, where it is in the collection. Once I captured a sufficient amount of specimen locations and ancillary information, I would transcribe the captured information into the Excel spreadsheet, which I was tasked and able to do remotely. The layout used in the information capturing allowed me to quickly transcribe this information into the spreadsheets for specimen locations to be uploaded into the database. For specimens with ancillary information, their location information would be transcribed as normal, but their captured information would be written into the explanation of problem column. All of the specimen information, along with the location, could then be copied onto the curatorial review spreadsheet so that the specimen's location can be entered as normal, and we can also preserve the ancillary information. While transcribing specimen locations and ancillary information into Excel, I also examined the database record for each specimen to cross-check against my captured information. This allowed me to see if the information captured was present or not in the database, or if it needed to be reoriented. One example would be a vouchered specimen, where the publication information is on the specimen card, but may not be in the database. Or it may be in the database, but is not in the correct location. Depending on these situations, I'm able to express my findings in a more concise manner in the explanation of problem column. Using Excel's sort and filter function on the ancillary information on the curatorial review sheet, I was able to organize and sort this information by keywords, abbreviations, terms that were utilized during this project. Once sorted, I further organized the data into more specific categories based on the information captured, such as type and voucher review, and to sort, based on the potential amount of time and information needed to resolve these issues. In order to prevent confusion, I wrote definitions for each term used as part of the ancillary capture and category definitions. I also used color coding for each of the different sections of the collection to allow for ease of quick visual interpretations of the spreadsheets. Presently, there are 5,467 specimens that have ancillary information captured. This may seem like a lot, but it's important to note that the information captured can be something as simple as part and counterpart, of which there are 1,098, to more time-consuming categories such as uncatalogued specimens, which there are 2,202. Now that we have this ancillary data captured, organized, and sorted, we are able to interpret that information. The intention of this data capture was not to overwhelm, but to allow the curatorial associate to take a broad look at the collection and determine what issues were needed to be prioritized over others, and more importantly, where the specimens are in the collection. This information may also help with grant funding initiatives, as it may be easier to articulate what is needed and what specimens would be associated. Many of the issues found through the ancillary data capture will become future projects for the curatorial staff, interns, depending upon the immediacy and the difficulty of the project. Specimens that were marked conserved can potentially be utilized for prepared or internship projects as well. Specimens that require publication reviewing may also be excellent remote projects, as the information at the specimen level has already been captured in the spreadsheet or is already present in the database. I want to thank Brita Zimkis, Christina Bird, and Stephanie Pierce for allowing me to present on this topic, Jessica Cundiff, Eva Biedron, and Scott Johnston for offering me greater insight into the collection and the previous work done on the project. And I want to thank the President and Fellows of Harvard College for supporting the museum. Thank you. Any questions?
We have a few minutes for questions, so please come up to the microphone.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
We'll pause for a few minutes while we get ourselves back on track. If there are any other questions or thoughts for other presenters too, now would be a great time to jump in. Okay, I think that's good enough. I'll welcome up our next presenter. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Grant Fitzsimmons. I am the Technical Support Manager for the Specified Collections Consortium, which is a consortium of collections institutions and members all across the globe. We have over 200 collections that currently are using Specify, and we are making some major enhancements when it comes to the process of digitizing your data. And this presentation is going to primarily focus on those major strides we've made in the past year. If you're looking to get a full overview of the SCC and all the things that we offer in our Specified Collections Management Suite, you can go to specifysoftware.org, or you can email me at support@specifysoftware.org. Today, I'm just going to be going through these topics up here. We'll be talking about creating, visualizing, cleaning, sharing, securing, and customizing data within Specify. And here are some of the logos of our founding partners, very important members of ours that I'm happy to connect you with, talk about how managing collections works for you, works for them, and how they're using Specify software. So first, we'll talk about creating data in Specify. So it starts with a data entry form. So all of the tables in Specify, and there are 200 of them, have forms with each one. And there's different fields that are very important, such as catalog number, accession number. In this case, we have previous exchange number, cataloger, cat date. But the important thing to note about this is that these are heavily customizable, and the schema can be modified based on your individual institution's needs or collection's needs. And it can be different per user. And there's lots of depth to it. But just to give a basic overview, most data entry is done through this form system, and we've made some major enhancements, which involve the ability to carry forward certain data when doing bulk edits or bulk data entry, being able to attach DNA sequences and DNA sequencing run data, being able to link collection objects or occurrences together using the collection object plugin you see next to the tissues there, and the ability to add mini preparations, mini determinations, and attachments of any file size, any unit. It can be any kind of file. So we have really great attachment support. We also have the ability to have interactions that link in with all the different objects. So when you have loans, gifts, borrows, those kind of things with your data, you'll be able to see the total items and the total current items based on the status of what all of those interactions have going. But we've made the biggest changes to the workbench, which we've been improving the validation process, improving performance and speed. We have lots of new customization and rules that are involved in matching behaviors and creating new records. So you can see that in this spreadsheet, this looks just like any Excel or CSV file you have open in a spreadsheet viewer. The workbench supports full batch editing of thousands of records at a time, and you can import based on a TSV, a CSV, an Excel file. And then this system allows you to validate that file against the Specify system. So it'll make sure that date formats are valid, coordinates are valid. It offers the ability to convert coordinates from one format to another. There's a big red column there, which is showing that this accession number is already in use, since the rules for this data set was set to only use ones that aren't currently being used. And you can really customize how exactly the matching behavior works, make it so that you can't create new duplicates on accident, and importantly, be able to match existing taxonomy and data in your database. So it's very helpful in making sure that the data you're using externally or collecting in the field can be imported and match the standard that you've set up in the specified database. Also very useful for importing things like citations after the fact. So if you have a bunch of new citations you'd like to associate with objects that are currently in your collection, it's no big deal. You'll be able to use the spreadsheet interface, map out those column headings to different fields or tables in Specify, and then import and batch associate those. You can also import tissues. So if you have tissues or other preparations for objects, super easy to put together a spreadsheet just like this and associate them with those catalog numbers. So you can batch associate new records and attach them together, and it makes updating records in bulk very easy. Same with determinations. So if you've gone through and you've created a new batch of determinations, it is simple to associate that, and you can make sure that you're not creating duplication by customizing the workbench import process to make sure you're only matching existing records in your taxon tree. So now we'll talk about visualizing data in Specify. We have a very advanced query builder system that allows you to go and choose a table as the base, and then branch off and query a lot of different fields that exist within that table and all of the different relationships. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Specify, we use MySQL or MariaDB to underlie the software. So it's a relational database system. So you have these records stored across a bunch of different tables, and this makes it super easy to pick out all the different relationships from one table to another, such as from collection objects to determinations to taxonomy, and then search for a specific class, specific order, a genus, you'll be able to go through there and then put in the value you'd like. So you can make it so it has to equal a specific species. It has to be current, true, or empty. There's lots of really great advanced options in this query builder system. You can make certain things show up, you can order them, set up sorting behavior, and you can export these results to a CSV. We've also added the ability to choose 2 different points on a map, and then you can find all of the collection objects that exist within that, or all of the localities within that, and we're continuing to expand these different geospatial search options in our query builder system. We also have a very in-depth report and label system where you can set up very complicated reports and labels based on any query in the application and automatically create these anytime you create a new loan, a new shipping form, a gift, or if when you're creating a new collection object, you can immediately be printing off a label and storing it in your collection. Or if you create a new determination, you can create a new determination slip. So we have these very in-depth loan invoices just like this one here, where you can set up and pull data from all the different fields in your database, such as the destination on who you're sending something to, the type, like if it's a type, if it's a loan or a gift, the person who's initiating the transaction, addresses, information about the different preparations that you're actually going to be doing this gift on, and much more. So there's really in-depth reports and label system, and we're continuing to make it easier and working on having better technologies when building reports and labels. We're also working on improving interfaces and tools, and over the last year, we've been doing a lot of tree improvements to make things very fast and easy when curating in trees. We've added the ability to run queries easily from the tree interface, so you can click on an item and run a query and find all the objects associated with that. So anyone that has a determination pointing to a given node in this taxon tree. And you can see it's represented as this hierarchy. It's very easy to navigate, and we're linking in with GBIF and IDIGBio to compare your taxonomic information, which I'll be showing in a little bit. And there's really easy ways to just merge records together, add synonyms, add children. And you can customize the ranks and all of the data very easily inside the application. We have also been working on an all-new statistics page, which we're really proud of since it now is going to be dynamically generated based on your collection data. So if you have a certain set of custom ranks in your geography tree or your taxon tree, you have preparations that are unique to your instance, other things like that. All of these things are dynamically generated based on your collections data in Specify. So you can see, for instance, the number of each type specimen, the different taxa represented, the number of collection objects, preparations, the counts of each preparations, and you can even enable the sum of all those preparations in your collection. The overdue loans, which we've heard time and time again is really important to track for collections, and the number of, the percentage of localities that you've georeferenced, so you can keep on top of that statistic. And we're working on adding more statistics based on feedback, and all of this is customizable, so you can create your own based on queries, and you can create them so that they're shared with all users in your collection, or you can have a private collection for yourself. So these statistics are extremely flexible and dynamic, and we're going to continue to add new ones as time goes on. And as I mentioned before, we've been working on the Specify network, which is a system where we can then search the GUID associated with a given record with external sources like GBIF, IDIGBio. So these data aggregators that are housing your data, you can actually see that data in their databases. So here you can compare the data that exists in Specify with the data in GBIF, IDIGBio, and importantly, be able to click on those links and navigate out to that. We're working on extending the taxonomy, where you can compare the taxonomy in your database with other destinations. You can also compare localities, so you can see your single occurrence or collection object record mapped out on a map compared to all the other instances of a given species. So there's a lot of really great information, and we're going to continue extending the Specify network over the next year. We've been making a lot of additional improvements when it comes to localizing the application. So we're working on extending Specify to support many more languages. Just a few years ago, it was pretty much English for our Specify 7 implementation, but thanks to Weblate and community volunteers, we've been able to extend it so that we support Spanish, Ukrainian, French, Russian, German, and we're working on many more languages. And we're now largely Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2.1 compliant, so people that need access to screen reader software, other accessibility tools, the Specify software works really well for them. So when it comes to cleaning data, we know that's a really hot topic for a lot of users. We've been working on record deduplication and merging. So it's very simple in a relational database to accidentally create a duplicate record that just has a little difference in it. You might have a misspelling for a last name, or you might have a name that's written different on a label that really is representative of the same person. So we're starting by introducing a tool to allow you to merge agents together. So in this case, you have a Ben Watson, a Benjamin Watson, and several variations where this person's name is being used in several places, such as if they're a determiner, a cataloger, a collector, and all these different places. It's hard to reconcile all those references. But with this tool, you're able to choose which values are going to be used in this destination agent. So this new person that's going to take the place of the other three. You can combine together all the addresses and related data so that you only have one agent when it's all over, which gets rid of all the extra duplication that can happen very easily when entering data or doing bulk imports. So this is going to be extended to work for localities, so you can get rid of duplicate localities. We're hoping to do collecting events, collection objects. This is all a work in progress, but agents should be out in the next few weeks. And when it comes to sharing data, we can publish data using an RSS feed built into the application with IDIGBio, GBIF, GGBN, Bison, Symbiota. And when we use this RSS feed, it's as simple as sending a link off to these downstream destinations, and they can quickly pick up your data and you can update it as regularly as you'd like. So these standard terms make it really easy to share data. And we're always happy to help if any Specify member would like to help get set up with this publishing. And customizing in Specify, well, there's now a list of options that's so great that I couldn't fit it on screen. We have a multitude of preferences that allow you to customize things all over: the colors, the interface, trees, labels and reports, even the export file delimiter based on the kind of software you're working with. We just have a multitude of preferences. You can customize Specify with the colors and logos of your institution. You can modify behavior based on the kind of behavior you'd like to expect in your collection, font size, reduce motion. We have lots of new great accessible technologies that we've built into the application. So we're really proud of a lot of the work we've done with that. And securing your data is a really big topic. You can now in Specify set up extremely granular permissions for every single user. And this allows you to restrict things so that only certain users could update your RSS feed. Certain users could create and modify data sets in the workbench, but they might not have the ability to upload them. You might not want certain users to be able to see locality data, or you might not want them to be able to edit it. There's lots of different reasons based on whatever your use case is. And being able to restrict that thing is very useful, and collection managers have been very excited to be able to customize these things. So we've never had such a flexible security system, and it's enabled a lot of possibilities for us. And finally, I'd like to say thank you from all of the Specify staff, and a special thank you to all of our member institutions that support us and allow us to be a growing software. So thank you so much. And I'm ready for questions.
Hey, I just had a question about the like name deduplication. So does it handle special characters and extra spaces and stuff like that? So like a lot of times we'll have like Miller and Hubs and George and Bob and his dog Willie, and you know, like can it parse out all of those things, or does it have to be just one individual name right now?
So it handles any case, no matter what other special characters there are. You get to choose when you're going to deduplicate a record together. You get to choose which values are going to be preserved in the final record. So it doesn't necessarily do any of the parsing of the specific name, since it's constructed by Specify, since it's all atomized into separate fields. But it's able to handle any special characters, any batch of records. The merging tool actually allows you to merge an unlimited number of records. So even if you have like 15 duplicates, it's still no problem, and it can handle those cases.
So does it work in the sense like I can be like anything that says the word Miller is all this, and then it will like change everything? Or I mean, I'm just trying to.
So it's based in the query results of Specify. So if you searched anything named Miller, it would show everything that has the name Miller in that field, and you could select all and then merge them all together.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Hi, I'll make it quick. Same topic, different question. With the merge, are you able to find anything that might need to be merged within Specify, or would you have to do that externally, like do a query to find all of your agents, for instance, and then see who is possibly duplicated and then merge those? Or will it tell you these might be duplicated?
So our programmers talked about adding fuzzy matching in the future once we've released this and we've gotten some feedback. The idea is that eventually we'll be able to use the formatter in Specify to find names that appear the same, even though they're going to be different records at a database level. But at this stage, currently, you just have to export the query that has all of your agent data and then find duplicates that way in external software.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, of course.
This may be a stupid question because I haven't dealt with your software before, but can you put identifiers in for people, like a ORCID ID?
We actually just did an update to support ORCID in particular as one of the new identifiers.
Next question, Wikidata
Sure.
ID? Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Just a short question. So is it intended to be a workflow software in the future? So might it be adapted to also use barcodes and stuff like that?
So in what way do you mean barcodes in use?
Yeah, like in the collections, the URI codes that can be scanned, QR codes, something like that.
So Specify already supports with reports and labels generating barcodes, and it supports barcode readers for adding data to the collection. So it should support those workflows. If there's anything in particular you'd like to talk about adding, you can talk to me after and we can figure it out. Yeah,
of course. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again for attending, and let's give another round of applause to all of our speakers. So thank you very much. And of course, thank you to our sponsors. We're now on break for half an hour, so please go visit our sponsors and enjoy. Thank you.
way about the arrows and the track, the laser pointer. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the general membership session, Digitization. I'm Elise Lecomte. I'm the moderator. I'm from the Florida Museum of Natural History. And we are going to start, well, I have a few more little announcements. Be sure to silence your cell phones. If we don't have time for questions, we encourage you to ask questions on Oxford abstracts. And let's see what else. I think that's it. So we will go ahead and get started. The first session is virtual. I'd like to thank our diamond sponsors, Picture A and Delta Designs Limited. And Lucidia is another sponsor for this session. The first presentation is by Jennifer Melhorn, Making Franz Freiherr's von Berlesch Collection of Birds' Eggs at the MFN, physically and digitally accessible.
Hey. Before I start with my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude for this opportunity to present our experiences during the digitization of a private collection. My name is Jennifer Melhorn. I joined the birds team at the Museum für Naturkunde in Berlin in January 2022, mainly to support moving the mounted specimen out of the Stresemann Hall, but I'm also involved in another project concerning the digitization of the birds' eggs, which is also prior to their moving in the future. During the process, we stumbled upon a rather peculiar egg collection that turned out to be much more interesting than its initial state suggested. And with our presentation, Making Hans Freiherr von Berlesch's Collection of Birds' Eggs at the Museum für Naturkunde physically and digitally accessible, we also want to show what kinds of trouble may arise when an incoming single collection is split into several parts and the immediate processing is partially neglected. Von Berlesch's collection may amount to 10,000 eggs in total, but it represents just a small part of the collection at the Museum für Naturkunde. The museum houses approximately 40,000 clutches of birds' eggs, and among them the well-known collections of Arthur von Tresco and Adolf Neakorn. The eggs represent the last group of objects yet to be digitized, and they are spread over 3 halls stored in very different wooden cabinet systems. One of them is shown in the photograph on the right-hand side. We faced all the common problems like tight or even burst drawers and hardly reachable objects as cabinets were stacked on top of each other. Overall, the storage of the eggs is very inhomogeneous, and this is also true for the documentation of associated information. We focus on the least accessible collections during the digitization. First, and one of them is this collection of von Berlesch. Though at the beginning of the process we had absolutely no clue about the origin of these eggs. The collection was split into 3 different parts and stored at different locations among the birds' collection. The only possibility to relate these eggs was that each single one is labeled with a very remarkable style of handwriting. The part found first and digitized in 2017 was stored among the skins. It contained mainly eggs of songbirds like these ones of the Eurasian linnet Linaria cannabina. The eggs were only roughly sorted by species, and it turned out that the drawers contained several clutches mixed with each other. The second part of the collection was found among other eggs and digitized in 2022. Surprisingly, these eggs did not only share the same style of labeling, but they also carry numbers of an egg catalog of the Zoological Museum Berlin, and an excerpt of this catalog is shown in picture B. It holds neat entries for many clutches of this collection, but at some point the accuracy of the notes drops significantly, and afterwards only the total number is given. This made it even more important that each single egg carries the collecting detail. Probably the most interesting part is represented by these eggs stored in empty glass bottles found among the nests. We started to open the bottles in 2023, January, and we are still working on them. Probably the most interesting fact that the egg catalog revealed is the identity of the former owner of this collection. And this was apparently Erdmann Sittike Karl Rudolf Hans Freiherr von Berlepsch, as indicated by the first entry for this collection. It additionally gives the connection to the ornithological station Seebach in Thuringia, and this makes perfectly sense as Hans Freiherr von Berlepsch is the founder of this ornithological station. So far we have not found any records about an egg collection of von Berlepsch, but there are some hints that he actually might have held one. And for instance, his research that focused on breeding and creating artificial nests for birds, as well as the Anzeiger für Thüringer Ornithologen that cites a letter of von Berlepsch in which he mentions an egg collection. As the ornithological station served an academic purpose, the eggs may have been used as visual ads until they were transferred to Berlin in June 1969, which is also given by the first entry in the egg catalog. When we try to enhance the accessibility of this collection, we follow several steps. We start by reassembling the clutches or egg sets respectively and transfer them into closed boxes with transparent lids and a bottom layer of cotton. This is done in order to prevent the eggs from jumping around in the drawers and protect them from dust, as well as providing an easy recognition. Afterwards, each egg gets an individual registration number. This shall support future research as it allows an identification on egg level, and it also enables the determination of a total number of eggs for a species. Finally, we transfer these boxes into lockable metal cabinets and integrate them into the main collection. Here we follow the taxonomic order given by the Illustrated Checklist of the Birds of the World, published by Joseph Del Hoyo and Nigel Collar. Hopefully, this gains a new accessibility for this collection, enabled by the paper label accompanying each egg and summarizing the most important information. And when we finish the digitization, it will be also possible to access the collecting details for each egg digitally. An example for an entry in the database is given in picture B. Except for the remarks below, it is possible to transfer the information into an Excel file and providing this upon a request. Picture C shows the final storage in the metal cabinets with a nice overview about the conditions of the eggs, and it makes it also very easy to access specific clutch. Though we have not finished digitizing the whole collection yet, I at least want to give you a preliminary picture about the collection itself. As I mentioned in the beginning, the total number of eggs may amount to 10,000, and they were collected in at least 29 different countries or on islands respectively. They are colored in green on the map. But most of the eggs were collected in Europe, with over 50% collected in Germany and Pomerania, which is a former region nowadays located in Poland and Germany and indicated by this red circle on the map. The eggs are between 110 up to 200 years old. They were mainly collected during the 19th century and hold a main peak, especially for the years from 1858 to 1868. Accordingly, this represents a significant historical collection with valuable breeding records. Some examples I want to mention are this egg of Haliaetus albicilla, the white-tailed eagle collected in Pomerania in 1818, and an egg of Nomenius borealis, the Eskimo curlew, collected in 1863. The collection also includes 63 eggs of Gelochilidon nilotica collected in the former breeding region Bavaria. Here the whole population vanished in the 20th century. This was just a very brief insight into the collection, but I still hope that it could demonstrate the value of von Berlepsch egg collection. Hopefully, the digitization of the whole collection builds the foundation to add more information in the future. And when we look ahead, I guess we should also consider the lessons learned. Here I want to repeat two facts that were absolutely crucial for the reunion of this egg collection. At first, of course, that the information and the object were kept together during all times, facilitated by this labeling of each single egg. But I also want to emphasize the importance of permanent staff members, as they hold a very, very deep insight into the collections and are able to decipher cryptic informations and also relate different parts of the collection. The final goal would, of course, be digitizing all of the birds' eggs and transferring them into these new metal cabinets in a modern taxonomic order. This case of von Berlepsch's egg collection represents an example of making initially nameless and split ensemble scientifically accessible by combining a thorough investigation with modern storage conditions. And hopefully this presentation also encourages to invest time and effort even in unsorted collection parts, as they may hold important historical information that should be saved for future generations. I would like to use the last minute to say many thanks to the people who were involved in this project and made it a success. Anke Schacht and Elisabeth Linde were involved in the sorting and the digitization of the birds' eggs. Eberhard May provided the Anzeiger des Vereins für Thüringer Ornithologen, thereby giving us the sole piece of information or proof on von Berlepsch actually holding an egg collection, and Stefan Jene offered his help and gave important background information. And finally, I want to thank you for your attention. I would be happy to discuss any questions or further details, and in case some things come up later, you may contact me at jennifermielhorn@MFN Berlin. Thank you.
Our next paper is by Una C. Farrell, Trinity College Dublin Geological Museum, a pilot digitization project.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about this little pilot project that we have going on at our Geological Museum. First, I'm going to do a speedy history through about 250 years of this collection. So we started in a good position over the front gate of Trinity College. At this point, it was sort of a cabinet of curiosity style collection. And then we had our prime years where we got to move to the museum building in Trinity College, which was built in around 1857. So this is a beautiful building which really showcases Irish building stone. So we have, for example, Connemara marble columns, and also the staircases in Connemara marble from the west of Ireland. We have Cork red marble in the columns. We have Kilkenny black limestone. We have all sorts of naturalistic carvings at the front of the building. You can see a little cat and a little mouse maybe there, if you can see in the photo at the bottom, a little bird as well. So this was really prime time for our museum. So at that time we had sort of full width rooms, full height span. There was engineering collections. There was also the natural history collections. We have our giant Irish deer. And then this is what happened over the years. So we went from 2 floors with 17 rooms to 5 floors with 87 rooms through the 50s and 60s while things got carved up. And the museum was moved to a new attic, which was created from the old museum space, but now we're up in the roof. We've chopped that full height room in half, and that's where the museum lived from about 1953 to 2014. The Irish deer were moved down to the hallway, so they're still pride of place in the hallway when you come through the front door. And then there was too many postgrads, and so got evicted entirely from the museum building. And this is our current beautiful location. It's about 20 minutes down the road. It's really highly inaccessible. So even to the people in the institution, even if you give directions, people can't find this place. And it looks quite nice inside still. So we have the old Victorian cases have been set back up. We have all these nice casts of marine reptiles and so on, still on display. But really it's, the staff are not there all the time and it doesn't get visited very often. So the collections, we have rocks, we have minerals, we have fossils. We have some very valuable, sort of really old, valuably historically as well as sort of scientifically. So the John Joly minerals, John Joly was a sort of polymath. He was discovered some things about radiotherapy, for example, amongst many other things. Individual treasures like a specimen collected by Murchison, who sort of defined some of the big geological periods. Taxonomic and type collection are in pretty good shape. And then we have cabinets and cabinets of rescued stuff, miscellaneous stuff, and a lot of nice historical old boxes and cigarette cases and so on. So I got a small grant from the Geological Survey to start to make our first digital record. We have no digital record at all, not really even so much as a spreadsheet. Everything is on paper. So this is just a sort of proof of concept, basically to prove to the institution as well the importance of this collection and maybe bring some accessibility even to the researchers in my own department in geology. And so to develop workflows and so on as well, and set up a sort of routine that we could recruit volunteers and students for. And it's also the case that every time I look at maps from central portals, Ireland tends to be a black hole. So GBIF does have some fossil specimens from Ireland, but none of them were from Irish institutions. So that seemed to be a bit of we're made of limestone. So, we're full of fossils. It seemed a bit of a shame that we weren't contributing to these data sets. So it chose Arctos as our database, as our management system. It accommodated the 3 types of collections that we had and had shared vocabularies. There was also the nice thing of it being sort of a strong community, which when you're very isolated on your own, it's kind of nice to be talking to people who are doing similar things. It was affordable. We have no money. We have no IT support. We don't have a wired connection. We had to do with my own personal laptop and so on. And we did have a copy stand. I stole some lights from botany. Don't have a camera, so that's my iPhone that has to do the actual photography. Targeted 4 collections to start with. One sort of what seemed to be in reasonably good shape fossil collection, one historical reasonably good shape mineral collection, 2 other smaller collections that had connections to other outside institutions, the Geological Survey and the National Museum. So hopefully to build some personal connections as well by connecting with the specimens. So I'm just going to talk briefly about the one that I started with, which is the Holland collection. It's from the Silurian of Ireland and was paleogeographically interesting, but also had a lot of different species of invertebrate fossil specimens. So in terms of paleogeography, it's an important time for Ireland. It's when we sort of came together, the 2 halves of Ireland were joined during the Silurian. This line marks where the ocean closed up, so we were a lot closer to you guys at that time. Laurentia there is the North America, and we were just coming together at that time. Lots of different invertebrates, lots of different invertebrate fossils of different types and different species. Little reconstruction from our GeoSkull, which is sort of an outreach program, which is made based on some of these collections. A little ragged, some of the fossils, but there's some nice details as well. You can see details of this coral specimen when you get up close. And as Holland said himself in his paper, it's an area, where these were collected from, is an area of splendid scenery where the topography closely reflects the geology. So in this, for example, we can see the Silurian closest to us, which is 430 million years old. The Devonian just a bit further back in the cliffs, that's about 400 million years old. Part of it is to make georeferencing workflows. So we start off with georeferencing best practices. As GBIF, we're using geolocate when we can, especially for making uncertainty circles. We also had published maps from the collector, so in the papers. And you can see this is a little map, and this is the area represented. And you can see as well that all these little coves have their own kind of names. So this is a thing about Irish names and Irish place names, is they can be quite hard to find. So if anybody has Irish names in their collections, maybe some specifically Irish resources might be necessary. So we have GeoHive, which allows you to overlay historic 6-inch maps. So these have all of those little detailed names you can see for each of the little coves. You can overlay the geology bedrock maps as well to check that your geology is mapping your geography. But it's still hard to find and search. So this is just a flat overlay. You can't necessarily search for these names. And that's where this great site comes in. So this is Loganum, which is a site which gives you the historical, all the little details of these historical names. And actually, a nice detail I just discovered was that my mother, when her first job when she was at school in the 1960s, she was involved in transcribing on the card catalogs for this project, which I had no idea. Anyway, so that's a nice connection. So we have a long history, and these names can be spelled many, many different ways through time. And this is especially can be a little complicated if you're in parts of the country where they're still speaking Irish. So this is the case for this part. So this is Kerry, and it's part of the Gaeltacht area. So people there still speak Irish. The place names are all still in Irish rather than in English. So this site will tell you how to pronounce them, if that's of interest. It'll tell you the whole history of all the different spellings. It'll tell you all the different things that might have had the same name, like whether it be a city or a townland or so on. So for example, we have a very old label, which Dunquin, which is one of these localities, is spelt in the way, as you can see, from 1841 with the 2 O's. Unfortunately, with our collection, we found that even though this handwriting is lovely and very pretty, there's some sort of slightly sketchy information here. So Foilakeen is over here. North Great Blasket Island is over here. And number 17, you might think relates to the published locality, but when you go to look at locality 17, it says no fossils are found, and the rock is a grayish olive or greenish gray, and this is definitely not the case for this rock. So that was a little disappointing. And we have, even with the specimens, we have a second set of numbers. So CHH on the first label is Charles H. Holland, so it's definitely, it's his specimen from his collection. We have a second set of numbers, DP numbers on the rock. These also had some some mixed information, contradictions to the paper. So we're missing field notes. If we had field notes, we might be able to resolve some of this. But and just to not trust the prettiest handwriting, actually the collector's handwriting is the worst in the whole place, but that's what we trust the most, which is almost indecipherable. So unfortunately, we have, these beautiful localities from the published paper in great detail, but we have to georeference at a slightly coarser scale. So these have big uncertainties based on the formation names. So we know the geology, we can put an uncertainty circle on that. So we published our first records through Arctos, and our first ones have gone out to GBIF as well, which is nice. So we're the first Irish institution with Irish geology or Irish fossils on GBIF. And then just a final little postscript. This is a favorite project of mine in another life. I work on the Stone Built Ireland project. And this relates heritage sites, people, architects, and so on, materials to the stone and the material sources like quarries. So I built the database for this project. And Louise and Patrick are the ones collecting the data. And I've built the web for their WordPress website. I've put all this database out on their WordPress website. And working with Arctos means that I can now relate specimen information as well. So we can have representative specimens of these particular building stones. So you can go and then get these much more detailed records of these particular individual specimens and photos as well through the Arctos link. And from the workshop that I did earlier this week, I now have loads more ideas of how I can link up these things and get that link even stronger. So there you go. Thank you very much to the Arctos people who've been extremely supportive and very helpful, and all the collaborators and funders. Thanks.
Time for questions. So if you want to ask a question, please come up to the mic. All right, so we do have to start each paper at the prescribed time, so chat amongst yourselves for a few minutes. Our next presentation is by Xusheng Hu, and it's Curation and Digitization of the Fossil Pteridological Collection at the Yale Peabody Museum.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Xusheng Hu. I'm the collections manager of Yale Peabody Museum. I'm very happy to talk about curation and digitization of the fossil pteridological collection at the Yale Peabody Museum.
I'm sorry, Xusheng, stand on the X and speak into the microphone.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, in this presentation, I will cover this major point, introduction of the Paleobotanical Collection at the Yale Peabody Museum. What are pteridophytes? Pteridological fossil collection and its characteristics, curation and digitization of the pteridological collection. Lastly, summary. So basically, Yale Peabody Museum has more than 200,000 fossil plant specimens, and more than 7,770 of them are fossil pteridological specimens. And we also have the largest Sakuma trunk collection in the world. Basically, we have more than 952 trunks. We have more than 4,200 type and figure specimens, and we have a large number of Cretaceous and early Cenozoic fossil plant from the West Interior. As you can see from bottom left, that's a fossil flower from the Washington state. Then it's a birch leaf from the Canada. Then that's the Sakuma trunk I just talked about. Rightmost, that's a fern frond from the Washington state. It's 100 million years old. So what are pteridophytes? Yeah, basically, they are a group of seedless vascular plants consisting of true ferns, club mosses, horsetails, quillworts, and their extinct relatives. So leftmost, that's a typical fern. You are familiar with it. Then that's the club mosses. And basically, modern club mosses, they can grow up to only about 20 centimeter tall. So really relatively small. Then that's a horsetail. They can grow up to about 1 meter tall. Then rightmost, that's the quillworts. As you can see, they're small. They can grow up to only 15 centimeter tall. So this slide, I just want to show you a ancient relative of club mosses, Lepidodendron. Basically, from the rightmost, the reconstruction, as you can see, Lepidodendron was a giant tree. It can grow up to more than 100 feet tall. And so these three fossils just show you the top up left top. That's the branch with a leaf attached. Then the upright, actually that's in the middle, that's a bark, of this kind of tree. You see the leaf bases on it, and the bottom, that's the underground rhizome. Those dots on the surface, that's the root hairs. Of course, a lot of our pteridological specimens do not have modern close relatives. So a good example is Archaeopteryx. As you can see, this piece fossil, that's a branch with a leaf attached. Rightmost, that's a reconstruction. So as you can see, it was a giant tree. It can grow up to about 18 meter tall. Interestingly, this kind of tree, the leaf, as you can see, is fern-like, but wood is conifer-like. So we don't have any modern parallel today. So for the heraldological fossil collection in Peabody, I already mentioned we have more than 7,000 specimens, and 280 of them are type and figure specimens, and the majority of them are from North America. We also have significant numbers of them from Europe, South America, Asia, Middle East, and Australia. Their age is from late Silurian to recent. So, so you see the some typical fossil. The leftmost, there's a type specimen studied by Polybarnus Newberry in 1853. Then there's a fern fossil collected by our first Polybarnist, George Wayland, in Argentina. Then these are a aquatic fern fossil from Jordan. It's a type of fossil too. Then rightmost, there's a recent stem of the horsetail from Wyoming. So for the characteristics of the heraldological fossil collection, as you can see, their sizes is various. So you see the top left, that's a tree stump. It's over 600 pounds. But in contrast, for the Azolla, that's an aquatic fern fossil, it's only several grams. Also, their shape, as you can see, is irregular, also variable. Basically, there are four major preservation types for our these fossils. And the first one is the impression, then the compression, cast, permineralization. The scale tree bark specimen like Sigillaria, Lepidodendron, and also Annularia, that's a branch with leaves. That's the typical impression. For the fern, Azolla, and Lagodium, that's the typical compression. And that the tree stump, that's a typical cast. And for the tree fern trunk, the Saronius, basically that's a portion of the tree fern trunk. That's the typical permineralization. Basically, you can see the internal structure of the specimen. Also, a lot of our heraldological fossil specimens have the part and the counterpart. As you can see, the leftmost, that's that's a typical part counterpart. Basically, they belong to the same specimen. That's why we put them together to photograph them together if we could. Also, a lot of our heraldological specimens lack contrast. As you can see in the middle, those two first specimens, they have same color as the sediments. The rightmost, as you can see, that's a scale tree bark impression. The color is totally black in color. So for the curation of the heraldological collection, the first step is reorganizing and sorting. Because traditionally, we organize our specimens based upon their geological age, then locality, then formation. But for this project, we have to sort the heraldological specimens out. So as you can see, we use color coding system. The drawers with green dot indicate there are heraldological specimen in it. The drawers with red dot indicate there are some specimens need to be cataloged. And the rightmost to show you our volunteer Joe is reorganizing our specimens. Of course, some specimens are broken, so we have to repair them. As you can see, leftmost, the top, to show you one specimen broken, we just glue it back. The bottom, to show you one specimen, some sediment still, there and block the specimen. So we have to remove those sediments and expose the specimen completely. So I just use some post-it, indicate which words there's some specimen need to be repaired. So rightmost just show you our volunteer Marco is repairing a specimen. So next step is cataloging. Traditionally, we just give one specimen number for one slab. But unfortunately, often we have several specimens on same surface. Sometimes even there are several specimens on the back. So for this project, we have to give each specimen a unique number. So I just use red arrows, post-its, and also red dot, indicate where they are and what they are and how many specimens need to be cataloged. And rightmost to show you Yale student Anna is cataloging our specimen during pandemic. So for digitization of the peridological collection, I should point out this project is part of TCM, the Peridological Collections Consortium. And the leading institution for this TCM is UC Berkeley. And this is the first TCM with both extant and fossil plants. And we started this project in 2018. We finished it 2022. And finally, we got 9,901 images. For large specimens, normally they're larger than 50 pounds because they're so heavy. So we photograph them in storage. We use portable photo flood studio lighting. And we use Nikon D7100 camera. And left side, that's a tree stump, already mentioned, over 600 pounds. And right side, that's a scale tree stump. It's over 100 pounds. For regular specimens, normally they're less than 50 pounds. We photograph them in studio. We use a copy stand with 4 floodlight bulbs. And we use Nikon D7100 camera. And we also use a Nikon Camera Control Pro imaging software. So the left image show you our image setting. And the right, that image show you our photographer, Bob, is photographing a specimen. For Nikon Camera Control Pro imaging software, it's really easy to use. It's user-friendly. We use aperture priority auto mode. Basically, the photographer just need to locate the focal point, then click the autofocus and shoot. I already mentioned, a lot of our specimen, lack contrast. So we have to find a way to enhance the contrast. Yeah, basically, we just use a piece of the cardstock paper to block some lights from one side to provide shading. So as you can see, the image right side is well defined after provide shading. So currently, all our digitized images available on PCC website. Here, I just show you 2 screenshots. Okay, I already mentioned there are 43 institutions as a participant for this TCM led by UC Berkeley. So the top most of the the page to show you those institutions with modern specimens. The lower part to show you those institutions with fossil specimens. So if you want to search Yale, just click Yale Peabody. So here to show you the search result. If you would like to look at the image closely, just click the open large image. So in summary, basically we have more than 7,770 fossil teratological specimens. And this project is part of TCN, the Teratological Collections Consortium. And currently, more than 9,000 images available on the PCC website. Thank you. Yeah. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. No problem.
I'd like to thank again our sponsor for this session, Lucidia. The next presentation is by Juliet Hook, Improvements and Innovations Bringing New Life to the Invertebrate Paleontology Type Collection at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County.
So the type collection of the Invertebrate Paleontology Department consists of over 12,000 of the museum's most scientifically significant specimens. Here's a breakdown of the taxa in our type collection, as well as a special mention of notable collectors and a map detailing our densest areas of geographic distribution. And as you can see, we have collection strengths in regionally located material. And this is due in part because we've acquired 3 local university collections, the first from the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, the second from California State University, Northridge, CSUN, and the third from the California Institute of Technology. And after acquiring these 3 university collections, 95% of our material was relocated off-site to a dedicated facility that is about 20 to 30 minutes south of the main museum. And this is the majority of where staff time has been devoted. All of the type specimens, however, remained at the museum during this relocation. Therefore, this type room became our department's only on-site presence, seen by most visitors, including researchers, students, volunteers, museum members, and donors. And this type room was also shared with our malacology department's type collection as well. And before grant funding, both of these type collections were stored in mostly metal lane style cabinets in various states of disrepair that did not fit the size of the collection. The specimen housings were also not of archival quality. And due to space constraints, as well as staffing limitations, there were approximately 200 IP type specimens that were still awaiting curation, databasing, and integration into the collection. And while the majority of these type specimens had been cataloged, this was done in a now outdated SQL database. At the start of this project, our department was in the process of switching to our institution-wide collections management system, EMU. And with this migration, manually validating these legacy records against the specimens was deemed as critical. And as I've mentioned, we've gained these 3 major collections, which means not only are you gaining the physical specimen, but also generations of different kinds of numbers, as well as paper labels and all data on those paper labels. And all of these links to the specimen still needed to be confirmed and or digitized. And this right here, this is an example of what one type specimen would look like and all of the associated paper labels. Catalog type specimens from both of these collections were searchable at one point through our institution's website, but they were not paired with images and they were not available on any database aggregators. So in 2019, our current curator, Austin Hendy, and our former assistant collections manager, Katie Estes Marjasi, received a 1-year grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services to support the conservation, stabilization, and digitization of the type collection. Funding was acquired for a full-time assistant collections manager, ACM, who would be responsible for managing the day-to-day activities of the project, as well as supervising 3 paid part-time undergraduate interns. And as you can imagine, the global pandemic extended the project timeline past 1 year, and it also changed the structure of our proposed work plan. So I'm going to use this timeline here as a guide as we continue through each phase of the project. And also, there are a lot of smiling faces on this slide because there are many collections personnel that have been involved in executing this funding. And so I'm going to do my best to share their contributions as we progress through each phase. Firstly, we started with updates to physical infrastructure and reorganization. To prepare for the installation of custom designed Delta cabinets, the type specimens were emptied from this pre-existing cabinetry and temporarily stored in an office space. And then these new Delta design cabinets were installed that were taller and wider than the pre-existing cabinetry. And this actually expanded our usable space by about 30%. And because we had to empty them all out, when we brought them all back into the collection, we actually arranged them in taxonomic order, which of course increases the findability of a specimen, not just for staff, but also other visiting researchers. And because we have so much expanded space, we've also gained a Delta cabinet solely to house curation supplies. Next, we moved to hiring the team and their workflow. Daniel Markbrider, pictured here, was chosen as the ACM. Desiree, Michelle, and Heather, also pictured here, were chosen as the undergraduate interns. Each undergraduate intern came on a different day, and they specialized in a particular taxonomic group. Their work was focused on updating and quality controlling these migrated legacy records against both the specimens as well as the publication. And in order to do this, our previous collections manager, Lindsay Walker, and ACM, Daniel Markbrider, created an in-depth workflow that's been made publicly available on GitHub. And this detailed how to verify or update specimen data, including verifying the disposition, verifying the lot count, and verifying any alternative numbers, such as a historic UCLA catalog number. And our department has also historically provided a separate type number in addition to a catalog number, and realized that some specimens were given one type number in a publication and a separate type number in our database. So in these instances, we have used controlled phrases in our lot remarks to document if there's a type number that has been duplicated, so that there still remain the correct links to existing specimens, especially if it was published under an incorrect number. During this stage, interns also attached the bibliographic records to the specimens. And they also added in conservation issues, such as if a specimen was oversized or damaged. So either these would need repair or specialty rehousing. And I want to note that during the scope of this project, these interns did not touch taxonomy, anatomical descriptions, or original nature. And Lindsay Walker and our database manager, Bill Mertz, accomplished this by creating a particular permission group in EMU that only made certain modules available for these interns, but it also locked particular fields in the available modules just to make sure that they were reducing all opportunities for accidental human error. She also created this particular list view that you can see here that lent itself to quality controlling these legacy records via the summary line in EMU. And then 7 months into the project, the COVID-19 pandemic halted all work. The team had to shift to work that was possible from home or independent work at the collection center. But this time was actually quite valuable for Lindsay because she began to check in a backlog of loans, which had many unassimilated types, which resulted in her entering 203 type specimens into the collection. And this was very valuable because in many cases, this was more challenging than an intern can handle themselves, because when you're checking in this backlog of loans, it really requires institutional knowledge, and an intern would not have had that at that point in time. She also started to physically label some of the specimens, and I won't have time to get into that particular workflow, but it is available on the GitHub, and I can talk to anyone about it after this presentation. And then she focused on updating these labels that you can see here. So we have a catalog number, a type number, and as you can see, it's in a red box. That's because this is the type's conferred status. So our color coding notes that this is red, so this is a holotype. She's also added a barcode to the bottom of the label. And this is helpful for many reasons. It's a barcode of the catalog number. And Daniel Markbrider created a barcode reading script that would actually read this label from the image and rename all of the files according to our particular convention, which creates opportunities, of course, to automate this process. It goes much more efficiently. And of course, it reduces human error. And as I mentioned, our workflows are available on GitHub. So is Daniel's barcode reading script, as well as the process of how to implement that. And lastly, as these COVID conditions improved, Lindsay and Daniel took the time to start relocating all the specimens. So they went drawer by drawer and documented where the specimens were found physically in this new specimen cabinetry. But this was helpful because, of course, now we can find the collection much easier and find the material we're looking for. But she did this by batch relocating all the specimens from an Excel file. And now we're moving on to next steps. So this is where I've joined the project. And we have 3 major things to accomplish. I won't be able to get into the full details right now, but we are still updating the taxonomy for scientific names that didn't previously exist in our database. We have a volunteer imaging all of our specimens. And we also have an intern joining us for the summer that will be rehousing the specimens and building specialty cavity mounts for vulnerable or particularly large specimens that will need specialty rehousing. And lastly, we've learned 4 major lessons from this project. The first is that good work takes time. Our grant writers feel as if they didn't budget enough time because they accidentally oversimplified some of these tasks. And although the pandemic was a great disruptor of this work, it still would have been difficult to accomplish all of this because numbers are cheap, but they're not free. So numbers are cheap for the recipient, but they're not free for the institution that must maintain them, the physical specimen, and their resultant data. These discrepancies with the type numbers took a lot of time to sort out, and it could only be done on a case-by-case basis, and usually someone that had institutional knowledge. And then, of course, this brings us to checking the specimen and the publication, which is our lesson number 3. This exemplifies how important and valuable it is for researchers to provide their publications to collection staff prior to final submission to assist in the prevention of incorrect number usage. And lastly, of course, it's important to document workflows internally and share them externally. For anyone that hasn't checked out the GitHub, I highly suggest that you do. It is an incredibly invaluable resource. Lastly, for all that we've done and continue to do, we would like to thank our collaborators and contributors listed here. This collection has greatly benefited from the contributions of early career professionals, and we're grateful for all of their work. Lastly, we would like to thank the many institutions who shared their proposals with us. We'd be happy to pay that forward. And of course, we'd greatly appreciate the support and flexibility of IMLS in allowing us additional time to complete this project.
About 3 minutes for questions. Again, if you have a question, please come up to the mic. Well, talk amongst yourselves. Okay. Oops. Oh, yeah, it's good. Our next presentation is going to be done by Margaret Landis, paleontological and neontological data, everything in common except, of course, fundamentals.
So I'm going to apologize in advance that I'm going to cover a lot of information, but I can promise you that we have stuff from at our museum that's online about a lot of this. So by all means, feel free to check that out. And we do have some papers that are in the work as well as more detailed procedures. We're finding that the modern and fossil data, while you would think we would agree on things, we don't always do. So we keep finding problems, but we keep thinking in our collection about what our purposes and objectives of our databasing system is, because we have a homegrown database, because as you will see through the course of this talk, we have lots of different complications that we deal with every day. And so we look at it, or at least my curator wants us to look at it as we are making a digital version of the catalog of old. And so therefore our database is not any given data set, but any possible data set that we know or could come in the future. And so that he also wants it of the highest quality possible so that we know what's there. When we look at what some of the key possibilities are in a locality, we think of it as the specific geographical features or surrounding of a particular place associated with the collecting. And while you would think that that would be the same for modern plants and fossil plants, there are great differences, and that oftentimes our past curator, who about 80 to 90% of the collection is Carboniferous that was collected by him, did not always record as much as we would like him to in a modern day world. And there's not a lot that you can find from just the picture of a rock outcrop. Whereas at least with the modern plant localities, you can kind of fill in gaps a little bit if you have some pictures. We are finding that it's not always there. So we look at the key fields that we usually want to incorporate: the higher geography, the georeferencing, and or the specific locality attributes. And while a modern plant locality has the counties, the GPS data points, and the specific localities, including habitat, our fossil plant localities also have those, but we also have to discern from the geology what age of rock and what kind of paleo environment we may have in terms of the habitat, as well as the ecology, because of what are the associated plants. And we are finding more and more that if we have recorded the appropriate geological age, figuring out what those other ones are. And as my curator likes to point out, with the advancement of the Anthropocene, shortly the botanical community and modern zoology groups will be following along with us. Because of our paleontological associations of our collection data, we get to take the collector, the taxonomy, the locality, and the geology to help us validate each one of our specimens. In our collection, if you've ever heard a talk by me or from some of my students or curators, we talk about how complicated our data has been with cobalts and how do we handle the pollen grains versus the big petrified wood trunks. That the scale of the locality matters. In our collection, we have talked in the past about how we have multiple hierarchies of what a locality is in terms of, is it something simple like Mason Creek, or do we need to get more specific like Mason Creek Pit 11, where you have more details about, is it terrestrial or is it marine? When we're dealing with pollen grains in our collection, that's very critical as to how detailed that is, versus if we're dealing with a big piece of petrified wood that may have taken hundreds of millions of years to bury. And the other point, that because we are collecting the rock or sediment sample in the outcrop, we cannot physically go collect that exact same sample again. We can collect to the left, or we could collect to the right, or up above or up below. But even if we think we are there, even for a bigger petrified wood chunk, we've had weathering occur, and so it may not be the immediate next section of the piece of petrified wood. And so for our collection, we have what are considered composite localities, where, like what you'll see in the box here on the right of the screen box of the entire outcrop, and we have individual circles at each geological level. This allows us to more accurately keep those ones where we can say that, well, we know it came from Mason Creek, but we don't know which pit. We can still keep that for our historical specimens, but it also allows us to keep the bigger scale petrified wood trees and the pollen that have been derived from some of our localities in the same system. And I bring this up only because we've used this same kind of modeling of how we think about localities to help us solve the problem of what we consider a specimen and how we number our specimens. So in order to talk to you about what that looks like in our collection, I'm going to take a stop and say, for modern plants, we usually find all of the plant attached with the roots and the bark and the cones or whatever, all usually attached. We know that they come from this plant, they're all the same. In paleobotany, because if you have ever seen the leaves of a tree drop off in the fall, you can't always say that which leaf came from which particular tree trunk. And so we give form genera to each one of the levels. If we're lucky, we find things like the one that's on the bottom where the leaf and the branch are still attached. And so when we have that problem of the roots versus the plants, we can say, oh, well, it's a fern frond or a fern root. Whereas we know it's a cone or a leaf or a bark, and we've given those particular names. If we're lucky, we can eventually find enough different ones of those plants that become attached and we can reconstruct them, like in the lepidodendron and the calamites here. However, even in our collection, we have found that in the same rock outcrop, the root stigmaria has been associated with lepidodendrons, lepidophlorios, and sigillaria. And while they're all lycopods, they are each different genera or species. And so therefore, we are always going to, in our collection and most paleobotany collections, going to have to maintain those form genera moving forward. So when we're talking about in our collection, fossil plants help represent how many individuals. Here we have two different rock slabs, each with the fern fossil genus of Picopterus on it. So is that one leaf equaling one plant? Or if we have those multiple leaves, like in the one on the right, is that one plant or multiple plants or the same thing? In our collection, we've decided to treat each as an individual plant and give each one of them a particular number because we can always group later. It's much harder to separate out in the future. So are the specimens and fossils the same thing? So is it the entire rock is the specimen, or is it the fossil on the rock that is the specimen that gets the number? Is it that each one of the fossils on there gets a number? And in this case, we have 4 different taxa on the rock, and they each have different higher taxonomy, so we can't even go, well, they're all lycopsids. We can handle it that way. No. So we don't know when we say, is it a specimen or is it a fossil, or our volunteers and students do it, what to do. So we've decided to take a step back and look at it how it is supposed to be when we share with the database, put it into a database or share with the data portals. And in those cases, it usually requires one leaf as one fossil. Okay, great, wonderful. But because of being part of the Tritophyte grant, we discovered we needed to be able to handle multiple different ones on a given slab. And so what were we going to do there? So in our collection, we've decided to totally go away from calling them specimens and fossils to try and eliminate the confusion with our students, who we usually have 1, maybe 2, 3 years if we're lucky, and our volunteers, who are usually retirees who do not have any botany or geology background at all, but who we can teach to help us do our specimens. And most of them have stayed with us for 4 or 5 years. So instead, we are using the terms overall slab for the entire rock that contains any sort of identifiable taxon. And each taxon on that slab is now considered a taxon on a slab in our terminology, and we have a database field for that. but that now still has us having to deal with what it is there. And the black box over here, by the way, appears to not have translated correctly, but that is a herbarium sheet that our previous curator, Leonard R. Wilson, collected that has fronds of a particular fern species on there. We have multiple plants that are just a single tax on them. We have ones that have been sectioned into multiple ones, and we have ones that have many numbers, and then we have ones that are definitely not the same. We have reserves that we've collected that get processed into residues and to microscope slides and that produce various pollens. And by the way, we've also had researchers collect from both sides of a particular macrofossil specimen. So we have pollen and spores on either side. So they are many localities on the side because they are different varves within a lake. If that's not complicated enough, my collection also has coballs where it can have multiple taxa in one particular cobalt that then gets sectioned into multiple ones and peels made off of other sides. And then I have so many peels from one cobalt that I can reconstruct an entire cobalt. So I have drawers that are this thick for a single cobalt that are then cut into individual things and mounted on a slide. Or if you're increasingly unlucky, like we are, you have multiple chunks taken out of multiple different peels and reconstructed on a given slide. We believe this is our most complicated specimen in our collection. At least I, as the collection manager of the collection, I'm praying that this is the case. That said, when I started working for the Sam Noble Museum in 2006, I inherited some white number specimen slips like what you're seeing representations here in the thing, where the old historic numbers of like 41-24 or 39-17 were recorded. That was Wilson's old locality number and specimen number, and each time he visited a new locality, he started with number 1 again. So in 2000-ish, when Dr. Lupia started with the collection, they decided to restart with a number 1 and just give sequential numbers through the collection, which they put onto the white slips. We thought all of those were done when we hit 3,800. Little did we know. We ended up with starting after 3,800, recording with pink numbers. And if you'll notice, there are some A's and B's on the slides. Our IT folks told us we couldn't use A's and B's because we could not do alphanumeric. So we decided that anything that was 2820 A's or whatever got to stay as 2820s. Anything with B all the way up to double Z, we decided to give them new numbers so they now have pink numbers. But as a smart collection manager, I decided we were going to use pencil and write on the labels in case any of them ever got lost. Until the graduate students started flipping labels around, and we discovered that, by the way, it matters what font you use. You do need to underline them. Photography standards, because of how we do things, pre-2006, we didn't use color-corrected bulbs or do any standardization. In 2000, we started 2006, we started being more standardized about it, but we still had problems. As part of our grant, we started using universally standardized color grades and numbers in the specimens. I cannot stress enough, use numbers in the specimens. I don't know how many I am still locating of the historical ones that are done. We try to fill the specimens and use the actual fossils as to this is what the specimen number is, and we kept doing that. In the new system, we now have overall slabs that maintain a specimen, and we have extra specimens that are on them. We orient for life, which means that how they would have appeared when they were living in the world. And we have been able to train volunteers who have not been trained before to do that. So we use general orientations of filling the slabs, which solves problems for us. We have about 99% of our specimens who are portrait oriented to fill the frame versus the 1% that aren't. We have developed technologies to solve our problems of, is it a single taxa on a slab or one of them on there or others? But we also discovered the volunteers needed a way to refer to the reverse side, because if we just told them on one, it was hard for them to do it because we weren't always interested in all the fossils being given catalog numbers. That would be insane. I'd have over 10 million specimens to track. And so we've trained them with various different ways of how to tell what they are. So we have overall slabs where we ensure that the entire thing is in the frame. We have single taxons where it is also in the frame. And then we have taxon on the slabs where we make sure we fill what it is. And I will leave it at that. And if you have any other questions, you can reach me at the museum email.
I have your starting as 150, so let me click on this one and then, there we go. And I'm going to butcher your last name. The next presentation is by Jordan Teicher, Reimagining Specimen Data in Tropicos, a 40-year-old highly integrated multi-use plant database.
Is it okay if I adjust this? The microphone? Yes. Okay. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I don't know if people at home they can see my name tag maybe because it's not scaled quite right. Thank you so much for coming. Congratulations on making it this far, on lasting this long. How many of you have used Tropicos before, out of curiosity? Okay, a good number, about half. So Tropicos is the botanical database for the Missouri Botanical Garden. It is 40 years old. It has a really fascinating history, which I'll only really have time to gloss over really quickly in this presentation. And I'll just talk a little bit about a project that I was semi-voluntarily involved with since I started at the garden in 2021, sort of rethinking and reshaping the specimen module. First, this was a team effort. There's the steering committee for Tropicos, consisting of staff members across the different departments in science and conservation at the garden. There's also a user group. You can see the asterisk, if you can see it. Oh, maybe not. I think there's a pointer, but I'm not going to use it. The asterisk people are part of this user group, which meets weekly, does sort of more active problem solving, and tries to implement specific solutions. And then a testing team. A lot of people were involved in testing the specimen modules. Everything you change in Tropicos breaks everything. It has this really complicated history of like iterative coding. And so you'll change a font style on a search results table and it breaks the home page. And so there was a lot of testing necessary to make this roll out. And then the data team, Tropicos is a really international collaborative resource where we have hundreds of botanists who regularly enter data, update publications, update names. So it's too many to list here. So really brief history. I'm going to skim over this, I think, pretty quickly. Marshall Crosby and Bob McGill were two biologists who were really active in developing Tropicos sort of as it came to be. It was initially a names database, and it was on this Osborne 1 with 2 floppy disk drives for double the storage space to hold the index of mosses names. Over time, the garden started acquiring more or larger individual computers, mostly for its membership and finance databases initially, but they let the science conservation group share it for Tropicos. And around that time, and about a year later, it was starting to be used for label generation. And so prior to that, there's a room of label typists, 15 to 20 typists off campus who would type up the labels by hand. So standardization of labels was another early function of Tropicos. And then starting to enter herbarium records. The next year, they got their own computer, added about 75,000 specimens from the herbarium. I put specimens in quotes, and I'll explain in a minute why that's in quotes. Yeah. Can you see my face now? The name Tropicos came about in 1985, based on a lot of the garden's work at the time and currently was in the tropics. And then 10 years later, it went online. So prior to that, it was only an internal database that you had to be sort of on grounds to use. At present, there's over 1 million scientific names, about 7 million specimens. Again, those are not directly equivalent. That's why they're in quotes. Over 1 million images and references and publications, people names, chromosome count indexes. It's this really, really integrated, rich database. But we ran into one slight problem. So we're going to start with defining some terms for the non-botanists, if there's any of you in the room. So from the Code of Botanical Nomenclature, we have this term of a gathering, which is all the things that you, the collections you made of one species, ideally, at one time. That includes multiple duplicates, or one-to-many duplicates. And each of those duplicates is a specimen, which may be one-to-many specimen preparations. With me so far? So in this hierarchy, I'm also going to add a slightly less defined and maybe slightly controversial category called the collection event. And this is based on a lot of the entry of data at Missouri Botanic Garden was based on from field notebooks from our collectors. So go to a particular site, they'd stop for the day and they'd collect around in that area. So that day was a collection event. That's harder to define because it depends on, how far did you wander, where do you make that cutoff, did you do 2 collections, etc. But for convenience, this collection event, you have a collector in a place gathering a bunch of different gatherings or collections. They make the collection. I'll be calling it a collection from now on, but the code says gathering. There's a specimen. This is actually a 5-sheet, 1 carpological collection specimen, and then 1 specimen preparation. So you have this hierarchy of one sort of set of information for a specimen. You can have a bunch of different combinations. This is just a subset of how many you can have of multiple collections per collection event, multiple specimens per collection, multiple preparations per specimen. You have one-to-many and many-to-one relationships, so it can be slightly complicated to capture all of those data. So in Tropicos, prior to my arrival at the garden, this was a sort of a model of the data. You had one data table that was this specimen called specimen table, but was in fact the collection information. So within that collection, you had multiple specimen preparations that were associated with an individual institution and a barcode. Our database might be slightly unique for a personal institutional database in that we have a lot of staff and contract workers who work internationally and update collections in Tropicos remotely. So we'll have at any one time multiple duplicates per collection in Tropicos, where the primary duplicate that's being worked on is in fact not at the Missouri Botanical Garden. So for example, in our Africa Madagascar programs, usually they're first flowing through either Belgium or Paris, which is where the main work is being done. We have a duplicate that we're sort of just updating in response to that taxonomic work. So if you were paying attention to this really complicated database slide, you'll notice there's a color missing in this conception. There was this function of epilogues where we could capture some of the collection event information and feed it into basically just a data entry tool to rapidly enter field notebooks. That's not so ideal. For example, in this system, you can't differentiate between a multi-sheet specimen and multiple duplicates at the same institution. So if you had 2 duplicate specimens versus 2 sheets, they look exactly the same on the specimen record, which is actually a collection record. Great for label printing, not so great if what you're trying to do is actually database and digitize the specimens in the collection. And also not so great if you're trying to link duplicate specimens at other institutions and keep track of those different the updated determinations, etc. So we revamped it into this nested hierarchy system that actually requires the higher levels of the hierarchy. So a specimen must have a collection, must have a collection event, and then it has multiple specimen preparations within it. This was a lot more complicated, I think, than it sounds or that it looks like in this picture. The real challenge was trying to preserve the speed of entering field notebooks that came from this epilogue collection event system, while not making it overly cumbersome to enter a one-off specimen record in the herbarium. So in our first iteration, we set this up and it says, okay, you have to start with a collection event and you enter your collection event. And then you go to add collection within the collection event. And then you enter your collection information. Then you add a specimen within that. So if you have to do that for every one-off specimen in the herbarium, it starts to make our data processors absolutely insane. So I'll talk a little bit about how that changed. But for field notebooks, so we set up 3 separate searches. You can search by collection event, by collection, and by specimen. So this is the collection event search. I just put in a Tom Crowett collection event. I don't know how much you can see that back in the back. So the results screen comes up like this. If you click on that collection event, you get a table that looks like this that has images tab, collections included in the collection event, and the event level information is the who, where, and when. You can pull up images associated with the collection event. And then if you went to the collections tab, you have, I've sort of opened up some of these categories, a little drill down menus. So you can see all the collections that were made as part of that collection event. If you see that little orange plus sign in the upper left, that will add a new collection under that collection event. And then the little plus signs on the right add a new specimen within that collection. So if you're a data processor entering a field notebook, say from Tom Crowett, who will make 40, 70, 200 collections at an individual collection event, you only enter the event information once, and then you just go new collection, new collection, new collection. There's also tools in there that allow you to copy the previous sets of information, so as you're going through to make that as speedy as possible. The collection search now is the one that operates the most similarly to the old Tropicos, because again, the specimens were in fact collections. So if you do a collection search, like one of my collections here, comes up with kind of the information that you would normally expect from Tropicos if you're used to it. If you click on that collection, there'll be a specimen table, so you can see all the different duplicates that are there. I don't think I have time today to go. If you're curious, if somebody has a question, I can talk a little bit about how determinations work in this system. We introduced a dupe debt determination. So you can actually assign the determination to the specimen that you are looking at, and then apply the same determination to all the duplicate specimens in the database as dupe debts, to signify, I didn't actually see these. I saw what is supposed to be the duplicate. I assume they're the same thing, but it gives a little bit of extra information about that taxonomic and curatorial history. The specimen search then is more kind of like an aggregator search, which will pull up all the individual specimen records associated with whatever your search criteria are. So there you can see for each of these, I only had 2 duplicates. I left one in Australia, brought one back to Missouri. So I mentioned one of the main functions for this specimen change is we're in this major digitization push. We have 5 current digitization projects. I apologize if there's anybody who's leading the pteridophytes at Endless Forms. We're still working on those, along with 3 newer ones, well, Torch, the All Asia project, and the Africa digitization project. So it's a little shy of 2 million specimens. We have about 5 full-time staff. We're up now. We made several changes to our imaging workflows as well to try to capture more information from the folders in the collection, up to about 30,000 images per month. But Tropicos was really not designed, thank you, to do this rapid specimen entry. There are benefits to doing it directly into Tropicos rather than doing it into a different system and then getting the data back in. Because it is this highly curated database, there's a lot more quality control checks on data. So you can't freely enter in a person's name. You have to choose from the list. There's upsides to that and there's downsides to that, which I'm sure you're all familiar with if you've done digitization. But so we worked with Heather Stimmel, one of the developers, to create this. We still call it scanning. We're still from the herb scan days, so it's still scanning for us. Scanning workflow where you can link these images. You can pretty easily attach them to existing specimen records. So that's a new module also along with the specimen module in Tropicos. And then we made this rapid specimen add tool. So this basically mimics the old system where you have a single data table for specimens, so that if you have a one-off sheet in front of you that's not part of a collection that you're aware of or part of a collection event, you can just rapidly add all the information that you want, also checking it against the existing collection to make use of, we can copy data really easily from records that are close by, minimize the amount of transcription time. But you don't have to deal with the collection event collection and specimen system. So this is great for if you have a volunteer who comes in once a week and they are used to the old Tropicos and you sit them down with a stack of specimens, you just point them to this tool and say, just enter them like you would a normal specimen. So with this, Tropicos is a kind of interesting hybrid of it is fundamentally an internal database for the Missouri Botanical Garden, but it's also expanded to be a global resource because of the power of the names that are entered, the type information that's entered, and the publications. Those all being linked in one place find a lot of use from taxonomists globally. So as we made these changes, we also wanted to start trying to at least roll out a little bit of of helpful documentation. So Alex Leinen, one of our newer curators, made a series of YouTube videos. If you don't have a Tropicus login, really the only one that would be relevant to you is the specimen module overview. But for some of the routine operations that people are doing of, okay, here's where you go now to enter a new specimen. Here's how you add a determination. And that's all. Happy to take any questions. I know it was fast.
Thanks, everybody. That's the end of the day today. Have a good evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow. I'd like to thank our sponsors again, Picture A and Delta Designs Limited.